Testing.
Test. Check. Please, God. Please. Is it working? Is it working? Yes?
Seems like it's working to me.
Okay.
That's great.
To our audience of one.
Right, yeah. Yay, okay.
All right.
Okay, are we giving it a few minutes to let people
I think so.
congregate?
Yep.
Great.
I'll teach you how to shuffle chips.
You
in the
will not.
meantime.
I've tried, and I will not. I've tried and failed at that.
So I'm not very good at it.
That's incredible.
Apparently, you can. Here you go.
Thank you.
So you set it into 2 stacks.
Set it into 2 stacks,
Yep.
then you lift
Middle
up,
finger, put some pressure on it, pull it up from the middle. Yeah. Oh. That was a good first try. That was a good first try. All right.
Oh, man. Welcome, everybody. I assume we have people trickling in.
Yes.
I can, before we jump into questions, I can give some long, boring history about this game. I'll just say welcome.
Of our trouble with live streams.
Yeah, first I'll give a long sorted, our trouble. This is, historically it wouldn't be a CTG launch stream without significant audio issues at launch. That's just how it's been.
Yeah.
Kudos to our team behind the scenes who was able to get this thing figured out. We tested it yesterday. I swear it was working great yesterday. And this is just how these things go.
Well,
so
it seems like we'll do one and we'll figure it out. And then we'll get some new equipment to kind of like improve the stream. And then that equipment needs,
it's just one of those things. So just like the page went live, missing half the page or whatever somehow,
there we
and we broke GameFound, now we broke YouTube. That's what we're going with. We're going to go with, there were so many of you tuning in.
Yes.
That's
what
just happened. So anyway, welcome to The Elder Scrolls Betrayal of the Second Era from Chip Theory Games in collaboration with Bethesda Softworks and ZeniMax Online Studio. My goodness, it's been a crazy morning. It's been a crazy couple weeks as we've prepared for this, and everything's going great. We funded in 2.5 minutes with, I think, our highest funding goal ever. Which, whatever, is that smoke and mirrors with funding goals? We'll let you debate that in the chat.
Right.
But this one had for us, this was a fairly high funding goal, and we still crushed it in 2.5 minutes, and looks like we're well on our way to probably the 1 million mark later this afternoon, which is amazing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Before we answer any questions, let us just say thank you to every backer, new and old, every strategist that can't back right now. Thank you to everyone who is in the chat, looking at the campaign and putting your hard-earned entertainment legal tender toward the products that we make here at Chip Theory Games. It means the world to us. It never fails to amaze us. We never take it for granted, and
That's true.
Believe it or not, even with a license as huge as the Elder Scrolls, we have still been sweating bullets for weeks. At least I have. And stressing for weeks about how this would go. So it's a big, crazy, expensive game. We're so humbled that you are here taking a look at it and hopefully backing it. So this game's been in development for over 2 years in some capacity. So we signed this deal. I don't know if I have my exact timelines correct. I believe we signed this deal with Bethesda and ZeniMax before COVID, though. Before COVID had even...
Our first sit down was at the New York Toy Fair at the beginning of the year, just before all of the stuff started coming out.
That's right.
That kind of is seared into my...
Yeah, you guys got back from New York Toy Fair talking, and the world... stood still all of a sudden. So it's crazy to think about releasing a game that started that long ago now, but that's just the reality of it. So we've been working on this one for a while, and really excited to finally show it to you. So we'll also just say we've mentioned it in the comments several times. Lots of people are asking. Speaking of COVID, lots of people asking, where's the gameplay videos? Where's the gameplay videos? We are live streaming a full teach and play of the demo, which a lot of it is here in front of us on the table. directly after this Q&A. So stay tuned for that. We're going to play, again, a full quest, a full session of the demo kit. We also do have, I said, speaking of COVID, Andrew Santoro, who is behind the scenes here helping us run the stream, has also been at a variety of conventions demoing the game for a bunch of content creators at both PAX East and Dice Tower West. He's our lead video editor also for the shiny, polished gameplay videos that we are putting out. And he happened to come home from Dice Tower West with a little thing called COVID and lost about a week and a half of productive work as a result. And so we are a little bit behind. Admittedly, we're a little bit behind getting some gameplay videos out to you on the page. They are coming. We have one actually that we were in the process of kind of proofing and making sure we were cool with this morning. And then we are also doing this live stream today, and we will be uploading that entire gameplay video as soon as it is done being processed by YouTube and so on and so forth. So lots more to come in the gameplay department.
Yes.
We have actually demoed, as far as demoing a game goes, we've demoed this, demoing a new IP, a new idea from Chip Theory. We've demoed this game way more than anything else we've ever released. So yeah, I know. And like what we have on the table right now is what we've been calling this vertical slice. It's like this kind of a vertical piece that shows every element of the game, but certainly not all the content in the game. The page does a lot better job of that, just to kind of give you a feel for all of the content in this thing, and it's jam-packed. It kind of blows bones out of the water in that regard, and it's just a really jam-packed piece. So what we're going to show you though is some of the things on here, the neoprene that's making up the clash mat and some of the delve tiles and whatnot. A lot of that stuff you'll see in its full and complete form, but then there's other pieces like the classes and skill lines that you're only going to see kind of a little section or wedge of. Right. So yeah. Correct. We're launching this game with more languages by far than we've ever launched anything, any of our games with. And it's not close, and we're coming right out of the gate with those. The other thing I'll just mention, so there's been, we revealed the MSRP of the game last night, which was, I think at least one GameFound commenter asked us if we were high, charging $195 for a board game. And we're doing free shipping on the campaign. And so a lot of people have asked, like, oh, did you just bake the shipping into the MSRP? And I just want to say a resounding no, we did not. Take a look at the component list. Yeah, and then compare that across one of our big games. Too Many Bones across Cloudspire. So Too Many Bones and Cloudspire are $150 games. This has as much neoprene as Cloudspire. Cloudspire does not have very many dice. It has as many dice as Too Many Bones. Too Many Bones has 130 dice. This is right up there. This has as many chips as either. It has as many pieces, like reference cards. It has more loot cards, relic cards, encounter cards, delve cards than any of our other games by a wide margin, actually. It has more reference cards than any of our other games by a fairly wide margin. It's got huge books that walk you through each region. It's a monster. And we kind of managed to do it. Like I keep saying, like, well, let's 1 year, let's build a game that's a little bit better on the side of margin. We just did that. A little, but 20 strong. We did that. 20 strong.
Right.
Has
20
good
strong
margins.
was like nice and small. This thing, it grows like we let it happen, and it's okay. Like it should. We love having games kind of develop this way, where it's like price is kind of the last thing we really look at, and then we just say, what does this need in order to be what we want it to be? And it's grown into a massive undertaking, but that is kind of how that was part of the pitch, initially when we were in chats with Bethesda and ZeniMax, was like, hey, this is something, we want to fuse some of these things together in a pretty grand and epic way. We feel like this would be a really good way to do it. What are your thoughts? And so, on top of all of that, though, the overarching feedback that we've gotten as we've demoed this for people is, oh my goodness, this is so much more accessible than typical traditional
CTG fair. People were coming out of their demo knowing how to play it and knowing how to play it confidently right out of the gate. You don't have to learn. You don't have to spend a half an hour learning an entire faction, an entire gear lock, an entire character before you even jump into the game. You really can start with a blank slate character, like in the Elder Scrolls video games, and choose your class, choose your race, choose your skill lines, and off you go, and you're off and adventuring. And that's something that was really important to us about this game, because we know we have a major reputation for making games that are very, very difficult to jump into. And we wanted to change up that for this game, especially because we know we'll have a lot of folks coming from the video game world and looking at this and being used to like very, very easy to follow, walk through tutorials, that kind of thing. So that's a huge part of what we're doing in this game as well. So that's a little bit of the history. I assume we've probably had time to propagate the link in a fair amount of places. I assume we probably have a fair amount of people viewing. I'm looking for nods from our team back there. So throw some questions our way. I only see 2 questions on the screen right now, and I'm going to tell you for both of those, it's going to take about 2 seconds to answer. So keep them coming. Keep questions coming. We're ready to answer your questions. Otherwise, you're just going to force us to get off camera and show you gameplay. So, and I want to be on camera as much as possible today. No, I'm just kidding. If there aren't any questions, that means we really did a bang up job on the GameFound page, to be totally honest. But we've got 2 questions that I can see in the on our screen right now. So first one is, why do you call it a race instead of species? That's the term that they use in the games. So there's really no rhyme or reason beyond that. This game has gone through lots of layers of approval. This GameFound page has gone through lots of layers of approval. So yeah, that's just that's the terminology that's used in the Elder Scrolls. Not really any more simple than that. Will the same language translations also be guaranteed for all expansions? I assume this question is asking about future expansions, because Valenwood does have the same language options as the base game.
And that's just TBD. Like, yes, that is the intent, but it will rely on the agreements that are put in place and the our license being maintained, and that's like so yes, with all intention, yes, is the answer there.
Yeah, some of the, so one of the things that translation partners are always watching, because they're trying to figure out, like, is this worth our time? Like, this is an extremely text-heavy game, between the gazetteers for each region, the delve cards, the encounter cards. It's a lot of text to translate in this game, and it's a very expensive game to print, which translation partners take on a lot of that risk on our behalf to sell the game into their respective regions. So one of the things that we've kind of been saying leading up to the campaign is, we're going to see how it goes with reception of the game, reception of the campaign, etc. I would say, based on this morning's results, I don't think there's any question that I think translation partners will be excited. It seems to be being received very well, et cetera, et cetera. That said, always have to see how it goes in any particular region. But we certainly intend to continue to translate all content into all gameplay content into all languages. So
will translation editions ship at the same time as the English version? Again, that is the intent. It's always tricky, especially with this many translations, to get all that to work out perfectly and exactly.
The timeline that's on the page, we will say, is the conservative. What we feel is a conservative timeline for all products fulfilling. And I do say conservative. This is crowdfunding and whatever. Ha ha ha! Nothing ever delivers on time. And why would you ever expect it to deliver on time? And blah blah blah. But we did genuinely. I want everybody to know that we have picked a conservative timeline that both takes into account that this will be a significant print run, a large print run. It will take into account that there's going to be a lot of language additions that need to be created and approved and all that kind of thing. And also just trying to factor in, and again, this is always an unknown. It's something that we've learned a lot about throughout this process, but also just taking into account that ZeniMax and Bethesda need to approve everything
Right.
that happens in this game. Now, I will say, I think we're way past like the initial really, really challenging pieces of those approval processes. This whole game, developing this game, the game got delayed. We've said, like, oh man, approvals are taking longer than we would expect, and blah blah. Really, what that has meant is that it has forced us to grow up as a company to a large extent.
Right.
It's kind of taught us how to be a larger company instead of this Wild West situation that we've been living in for a while. I mean, again, to put it in perspective, we sold a pop-up book a couple years ago, right? Like, we sold that pop-up book for pre-order about 3 weeks after we had conceived it as an idea. It was like, oh, should we do a pop-up book? A playable pop-up
challenge.
book? Let's figure it out. Yeah, we'll sell it. Cool. Yeah. What will it cost? I don't know.
It was a little more calculated.
I know. I'm obviously, it's a little bit of hyperbole. Yeah. However, to put that in perspective, now we're working with one of the most beloved video game franchises in the world, a franchise that obviously ZeniMax, Bethesda, the whole team over there, like, take really seriously because it's one of their, it's their baby. And so obviously we've needed to do things way further in advance and allow for multiple, rounds of feedback and back and forth. And that's taught us a lot, honestly, about what this whole process looks like. I think we've gotten significantly better at it, and things have been moving much more smoothly. So shout out to if any of them are watching. Shout out to Brent and Zenki and Morgan from the ZeniMax team. They've been phenomenal to work with, and we appreciate their patience with us through this whole process, because it's been a learning experience for us at the same time. So,
for sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Is the game box calyx friendly?
Probably. I would say almost certainly. So here's the deal. So Victorum, Hoplomachus Victorum, which was the last game that we released, if you're not familiar, we had planned for that to be calyx friendly. It ended up not being calyx friendly at the end of the day by literally a centimeter, which was strictly a result of us needing to put padding around specific components in the game. This game, the closest analog to it, I would say, componentry-wise for us, is Cloudspire. And Cloudspire, we were easily able to make calyx friendly. There is no giant mat to roll up and put in the base game box. There is no giant stadium seating component that we are... and that's not a stretch goal, so don't even ask. So this game should, I would say, should be able to be calyx friendly. I'm going to stop short of guaranteeing it simply because I don't have a box in my hand right now, and I just want to be careful. So but yes, almost certainly it will be calyx friendly. Yes. Okay. Does solo use the same quests, encounters, etc. as multiplayer? Yes. Yes, it does. Thank goodness. There's a lot of things, and Andrew Santoro, by the way, told us very specifically, don't talk about too many bones on this stream. This is an Elder Scrolls stream. I do want to say, though, Too Many Bones uses a separate solo deck compared to a 2 through 4 player deck for the most part. And I think if we could go back to that and fix that and change that, we probably would. This game, yes, it uses the same cards, etc. for 1 through 4 players, and things scale up appropriately. And I'll just say we've learned a lot about how to scale this style of game for 4 player, 3 or higher player counts over the years. And there's an additional difficulty level of monsters or baddies or enemies or whatever you want to call them in this game that also scales up a little bit quicker than the 1-5-20 situation from previous games. We've learned a lot about that. It will definitely be a challenge at 4 player. That said, you do just always have more options with 4 players, especially with the amount of character options you have in this game. So, and when you have more options as a team, generally speaking, you're able to be clever about escaping tough situations. So,
I would add to that, though, that because you're building your character completely, like this isn't, and there isn't any presets like in any other game where you would, you start with a class and you have a very specific build line or a few. In Bones, that's the case. You know, you have patches. It's a healer class, and yes, you can build in a little bit of damage, but those are very, very known and contained options. In this game, you have a lot of different skill lines that you can choose from, and a lot of different levels that you could build to within those skill lines, and it's pretty open to you. So, building a character, if you want them more well-rounded, is more possible in this game between the skill lines and the classes that you could select. So
also much more, I would say, much more possible to potentially build a very bad character.
That's true.
In this game,
That's true.
I've even experienced that in an early demo.
You built a bad.
I built
character.
a really bad character. He was not great. I'll just be honest. He was not great. And that was a 2-player game, so I only had one other player to like help throw me over their shoulder and carry me along. So yeah, that's good.
That said, you can untrain. There's the one thing that I'm really, really excited about with this, and there's a lot, but and I hope we can talk about some of them, but
we can't.
You can't.
No.
But is the fact that there is with this game, it opened up the development to allow us to build and make the skill learning and acquisition a little bit more aggressive. So you would be able to gain all these skills, fill up your mat, and kind of max it out. Whereas, you know, in Bones, we don't do that. We don't want you to experience everything that a character is right up front in your first game. So in this case, we don't mind so much because there's so many other skills that you're not going to be able to fit on your mat. So there's a whole bunch of different combinations of how you slot things. And so we do want you to kind of max out this mat by the end of a session. And therefore, 3 sessions, I should say, the end of the game. At the first session, you'll fill it up to a certain degree. Second session, you're gonna almost kind of get there, or maybe have already got there if you're min-maxing any kind of amount of XP. But there's this top out that stops you, and it's like at the end, you're kind of like, you're fine-tuning the mat rather than just loading on and gaining a huge amount of more advantage than maybe another character or maybe another session where it was more XP light. So there's a lot of opportunity to go hard if you want to, and then end up at a little bit better place than maybe someone playing more casually, but not such a disparity that it creates this odd feeling of overpowering.
I'd almost compare it to a deck builder, actually, to a very small extent, where you know, a lot of your first and second session is about acquiring. It's about acquiring the stuff that you want to be using, and then the late game is about paring that down and getting it really, really working really well. Yeah. Yep. So there's a certain element of that goes into here too. So yeah. Let's see. Are there any? Oh, that's right. I can scroll.
Yeah, you're in
I
control
can scroll. I was like, why won't they scroll to the other questions? They're mean to me. It's not true. It's my fault. Are there any physical examples of the drawbags? Super interested in those. Materials are made at general size. Fit in the main box. Is the core box intended to hold all expansion content? So these are these are not the deluxe drawbags. These are kind of we've included these in some of our other games in the past. Yep. These are likely what will be going in as the standard. I could maybe see if Amanda or Andrew, you could go grab like one of the Burn Cycle or Victorum deluxe drawbag. I think there's one by the entry. I think there's a Victorum one in the entry shelves.
The only difference here is that we'll have some kind of a
like the Ouroboros or something
printing on there that will actually indicate whether it's the 1.5 or the 1020.
Oh yes, yes, that's right. Yeah, because there's 2 in this game. Yes, yep. We will get an example of the deluxe drawback because it's going to be basically the same, just with an Elder Scrolls theme. As far as will all content fit in the core box? This is such a tricky question in this day and age. Because for a while, shipping containers cost about $7 billion. And we were like, how can we get more things on a container? So you all know, like we shrank down our Too Many Bones box significantly to try and there's no room for any expansions in that box now. Our game Cloudspire, on the other hand, still has room for all expansions, but we also haven't done a reprint of that game for a while. So So I would stop short of saying all content ever released is going to fit in this core box, simply because we don't know how many legs or how much legs. I don't know the proper way to phrase this. We don't know the kind of legs this game is going to have, I will say. I believe the intent, though, would be that at least Valenwood and Valenwood would fit in the core box. Is that the intent anyway right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a tough question to answer, just because, you know, it bases it all on, like, we know the amount of content that we're considering to take this game to, and like all the regions that we want to unlock, and the classes and skill lines that would be found within those regions, the races, all that kind of stuff. So, but as far as whether those all happen and whether they can fit, we want to grow that content if it needs. Like, if we get good feedback on certain aspects and people are loving this, we might build some of the content expansions to answer some of those questions or likes. So
yeah, we can talk. So part of the thought process, just future facing for this game, we definitely want to release more regions. We have some additional regions, beyond Valenwood and beyond what's in the core box. Definitely have some of those like outlined. They're not in active development yet by any stretch, but we certainly are like thinking through all of that kind of thing. We would love to look more at like the crafting side of the game, which is not really in the space game at all, simply because we had the kitchen sink in here, and then we were like, okay, we've got to pull some stuff back to make this much more elegant, and again, to make it more accessible. But we'd love to add some more crafting experiences into this game. We've talked about, people love to mod Elder Scrolls games. We've talked about like a mod expansion potentially someday that might just add like small tweaks and challenges and that kind of thing. Fine tuning small aspects of the game that could potentially make the game very different as you play it. So all of those things are in our brains right now, and are within the realm of possibility. And I don't know that all of that would necessarily fit in this core box. We'll see when we get there. But Valenwood, the intent would be that the Valenwood content, at least right now, would fit. These are the deluxe draw bags. So the nice thing about these, number one, they are embroidered. They are stitched. They've got a cool two-tone fabric. Not two-tone fabric. There's a different type of fabric on the inside that's more silky, which I cannot let you experience on camera.
I'll verify. Yes, it's silky.
There we go. Okay, perfect. One of the nice things about these bags is that they do sit up. There's no chips in this right now, and it already sits up. So when you put heavy chips in it, they sit up nice and straight. And yeah, they should. Two of them should easily fit in the core box. That shouldn't be an issue at all. So coming all the way back to the question about the bag, there you go. I'll give these back to you so you can shuffle them.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. How complex would it be
to play two-handed?
Yeah. For you.
For me personally. I would say it's probably right there with
no comparisons.
I know. Well, I'm like, what do I compare it to then? It's definitely possible. I'll just say it's definitely possible. It shouldn't, if you've played two-handed, too many bones. Sorry, Andrew. Sorry. You shouldn't have a problem with it in this game. I will say that the one thing I will say is that like when you're building two custom characters, you do have a little bit of extra brain bandwidth that you are using to just process what this thing that you're Frankensteining together can do. One thing that we've experienced in demos is like completely forgetting to use our class abilities simply because we're so focused on like, what can my skills do? What dice can I roll with that? That kind of thing. So again, because the characters aren't static, they are evolving as you go, and they're different every time you play, unless you just always play stealth archer, which, come on. That's fun like 3 times, but then come on. But so because you're building something custom, you do have to kind of take that into account with what you're processing in terms of your options, because every single character may have different synergies available to them and different stuff going on.
It might just mean that if you are two-handing it, you'd probably be focusing on a few less skill lines for each character and going deeper in a line instead of like potpourriing a whole bunch of lines, because each line has its own feel to it. And once you understand what it's trying to do in various ways, it allows you to kind of zero in on it a little better and lock that away. So you can, it's a little bit easier to partition if you just kind of work on a couple lines at once. So it's definitely doable. It's just, it'll change the way you play, possibly.
Will there be subtle tie-ins to the video games or books? Just some fun nods or references to previous Elder Scrolls works? Yes. 100%.
Yep.
I will not guarantee that we will make an arrow to the knee reference in this game. I will say again, that is a strictly Skyrim reference. And I know that that's like every comment that's ever been made tongue in cheek since the beginning of the universe. That is a Skyrim specific reference. And again, this game is set in the second era of Tamriel, which is the time that the Elder Scrolls Online takes place, which is a completely different section of Elder Scrolls history than when Skyrim, the video game, is specifically happening. So those are some of the things that we do have to take into account. We're trying to make this game authentic to the time and era and et cetera that it's set in. So we'll just say that much. How many hours would a one-off playthrough take, and how many hours would a campaign playthrough take? Thanks for the awesome games. You're very welcome. Very welcome. I think what we're saying on the campaign is 2 hours plus a half an hour per player.
Yeah.
So per session, and again 3 sessions. Now session 3, generally speaking, is going to be shorter. You're typically going to be experiencing the kind of the end dungeon and final battle of the game. So that one,
it's kind of 2.5 sessions.
Yeah, 2.5 sessions is probably a slightly more accurate way to put it. So. So if you were playing solo, one player, you can figure about 7 to 7.5 hours for a full campaign is the idea. And then obviously add more to that based on your player count, essentially.
I'd say 5. It's 2. Well, I guess 2.5 per session. 5. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. 7 is about close. Right. The main thing is when you're looking at a session feels very complete in and of itself. Like you're in one region, you have an objective, and you can get sidetracked by plenty of different side quests as well. But when you complete that objective, like there's certainly a timer going, and when you finish that, that's our aim, is that you have a good sense of accomplishment for that session. And then if you elect to continue with a campaign, then you're completing that session either in that existing region or moving to a new region, and then you'll have an end game.
Correct.
So
yes. Yeah. Can you expand a bit on how different the 3 kinds of combat are and why? So that's a really great question.
It is.
So I don't know if you can. I mean, you might have seen it on the page, but we've got this little arc up here on your character mat, and you use a peg to kind of switch between different combat styles. And the reason that exists. So what we toyed with a whole bunch of different things here. We were trying to figure out how do we simulate, your standard with your basic sword that everybody can do in the game, and your basic two-handed axe, and your basic magic, magic blast spell, that a lot of people just sort of auto spam essentially. How do we simulate that without putting 100 different basic swords in the game, and 100 different basic spells in the game, and 100 different et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is really where these combat, what's the word I'm looking for?
The combat forms, but
forms.
Battle
That's
forms.
it. Forms. Battle forms. Yes.
Yeah. But I think what they're getting at here is, or trying to ask, is the 3 different clash, delve, or dungeon.
Oh,
that's my guess from this question. Kinds of combat.
3 different kinds of combat.
That is.
Got it.
You think?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah.
Let's rewind and forget I spoke.
That's okay.
But this is cool too, and we'll talk about that if you want.
Yes, we will.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No. It's all good.
So clashes, delves, dungeons.
Yes.
Let's talk about why each exists.
Sure. Well, the idea there was that clashes happen generally above ground, and the kind of the simplistic way of equating it would be like you can kind of see what you're walking into. So you have kind of your entry tile, and you're coming into this clearing, and you kind of see the lay of the land. You know what you're up against, and you can already start to plan for it, even right down to your placement of your characters and where they're going. So that's the one feel. That is a combat style that we're used to. That's what basically what Bones is. But it's something that is, the enemies are all placed, they're moving, you're moving, and it's a big clash, basically to the death. Like you have to resolve it one way or another. Either they're going to win or you're going to win, and that's all generated by a card, an encounter card that kind of sets that scenario up, or a quest step. So, yes, that would be your main.
So you got a brief story vignette,
Yep.
and then you've got a setup for typically. Well, I shouldn't say typically. Sometimes it's non-combat, sometimes it's combat. But yeah, you draw these cards, but if you do draw combat, it's going to give you very clear instructions on how to set that up.
Yep, it's going to define how many enemies, where those enemies go. It's also going to potentially give you some difficulty scaling there for your higher player counts.
Yep.
In two different ways. One in the amount of XP that you've earned as a group, but also right on the card, it will sometimes say in this situation, if there's 4 players, you're not just taking out that, you're taking out everything, or you have to. The second type of combat would be in a delve, and that is, I don't know if we want to grab a couple pieces, but like this, you're revealing.
If you want, I can cut to the top down.
Yeah, that's great. Cut to the top down.
And you're going to see all this when we do the gameplay demo after. But yes, so
this is something where these cards are going to get revealed, and as you reveal these, they're shuffled and then revealed, so at random. And then, thank you. And then that tile is going to get placed down, and you're going to start venturing into this delve. As you place those tiles, the enemies are going to spawn, and so this is a much harder thing to plan for. You also have a bit more of a serious pressure put on you from a timing standpoint, because delves you have to venture into, and that takes a while to venture through. Clash, you can kind of go hard and finish it sometimes in 2-3 rounds, sometimes not. But a delve, it's more challenging, and therefore fatigue is going to set in, and that becomes almost as big or a worse enemy than the enemies themselves, because you're going to get damage from that fatigue very quickly. It's a mounting fatigue that does more and more damage every round that you're in combat. Right. So that would be the second way. Things are revealed. It's a lot higher risk reward in that you get to keep all the treasure you find. So you might come out of there with a ton of loot, or you might have to use that loot to keep alive. The other big difference is that you can flee a delve at any time. So if you can get out of aggro or threat range of your enemies, you can flee that dungeon or that delve, leaving behind potential XP that you would have gained if you had explored more. The last is the dungeon, and that is basically a combination of the two. So it's above ground, it's below ground, it's whatever we want it to be within the quest steps, and it builds on itself. You're going into and down and through, and there's tiles covering other tiles sometimes. But this thing is also kind of a hybrid in terms of how it works mechanically. So there are things that are known and populated ahead of time. There are also things that are revealed or not activated until you trigger a certain step or a certain progress point within that dungeon.
Right. So the reason that these exist, why do these exist? It's to try and get at the best parts of the Elder Scrolls. To be totally honest. So part of the Elder Scrolls is traveling across the map and traveling across the world and just encountering like monsters and interesting things along the way, right? And you don't always know what you're going to encounter, and so we kind of simulate that with these encounter cards that you're drawing. The delves. We wanted delves to feel mysterious and dangerous and unique every single time, and we wanted to be able to flavor that by region. We never wanted you to be able to fully know what to expect, because that's the fun of delving in Elder Scrolls games. It's, what am I going to find in here? But am I under-leveled for this? I don't know. It's going to be tense. And, there's definitely a really, really evil vampire down there that I am not prepared to fight, and I got to get the heck out of here. But I did manage to snatch, like a few pieces of gold on the way out and like whatever. And then the other thing that we really wanted to make sure is that we represent like the big set piece battles. And so that's really what those dungeons are about. We're presenting you with something that we've pre-designed. There is there's sort of a set difficulty to it. So, if you've failed a bunch of encounters previously, we don't punish you for that along your journey, really. But if you arrive at the final dungeon really, really underleveled, you may get your butt kicked a little bit. So, on the other hand, this is also what allows for the potential over leveling that people like to do in Elder Scrolls games too, where if you're really successful on your journey, you're going to come in and be able to really do some damage. So, the three different types of combats and adventure that's happening here, it's really designed to get at the best elements of the Elder Scrolls without trying to homogenize it all down into one singular system that doesn't quite answer all of the questions that and all of the experiences that you're looking for in an Elder Scrolls game. So also just mention, in case this isn't clear, so you have these randomized encounters, but every quest that you're on, and you're going to take quests based on the guild that you work for during any given session, your quest does have a hard and fast narrative through line for what you're doing. So you're going to be on your way to various places. You're going to potentially when you arrive at and when you complete your objective for your quest, you will open up your region gazetteer, and there will be a very concrete narrative portion that you're reading as well that's going to help fill out the broader narrative of the entire game from the perspective of the guild that you're working for.
Yeah, that's
so
really cool.
So for example, if you I'm not going to get too much into the plot because I'm not an Elder Scrolls lore expert by any wild stretch of the imagination. But again, the major, Deslandra's plot is to cut off access to the realms from which magic flows, right? If you're the Mages Guild, it's kind of a big deal. You're not going to have access to magic. If you're the Dark Brotherhood, do you even care? I mean, so those are some of the questions that we're looking to examine. It's not this single A to Z narrative arc that you're going to play through once and never have a reason to come back to. Every time you pick up this game, you're going to grab, or for a new campaign anyway, you're going to grab a new character. You're going to have a chance to build new skills, new races, new classes, etc. And you're also then going to be able to go and experience the storyline again from a unique perspective, and that's going to change with every guild and every region, which is really, really cool, and opens up just a myriad of replayability. So,
Yep. I'm excited about that too. The idea that you're going to be able to come to a situation that you vaguely have seen before in maybe a previous session, but with a different guild, and you're coming at it from a whole different mentality. So, one time you're freeing a prisoner, one time you are the prisoner, one time you're, and so it's just it's telling this story a few times. Yeah, and it's really cool.
Yeah. Can you speak about replayability? Okay, I kind of just did. So we covered that one accidentally. I didn't even see that one waiting for me, and I'm just that intuitive. Among the character creations aspects, class, race, skill lines, etc., what do you feel makes a character feel most unique?
Can I answer this?
Yes.
I would say
because I don't know what I would say. So please do.
I mean, so there have been some changes in the recent with how and when you gain certain things, like your class. That's something that now you're selecting right up front, which has made for a really cool feel because you have time to build into it. What we found was in players' first session, there was enough going on that wasn't a huge priority to like be trying to think through, plan for, tick boxes on or get requirements aligned so that you could gain a specific class. So now we're giving you that choice up front, and now you get to decide how it's going to work for you. It's going to determine your innate. It's going to determine some of the things that you can do with tenacity, which is basically the version of a miss when you roll dice. So there is that aspect, but I would say that it's your character and how your skills are building toward one another. So again, you probably have got this from the page. You'll definitely see it in the playthrough. But everything that you're building, your attributes, all your stats, and all of your skills are kind of vying for the same spots on your character mat. And we wanted that to come through in a way where if you really want to train in health, you're giving up something to do that, and therefore it's eating up spaces that you could have a brand new flashy skill line, slotted, and only can build it too deep because you have all this health, which is awesome to have lots of health. But there's constantly, and at the beginning of the game, there isn't any trade-offs. You can slot things so they're not across from one another, and you feel free. And then by middle game, you start to kind of calculate a bit, and by end game, oh my goodness, you're like, do I really need this skill, or can I, and so I would say that for me is what makes the characters feel the most unique, is by like looking at you, looking at me, and saying, all right, what do we need for this end? I think I'm actually gonna, crazy as it sounds, I'm gonna drop this and pay again for more XP to slot something else here, because I haven't used this in 30% of my battles.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Yeah.
I don't know
that's a great answer. No, I think that makes sense. It's kind of everything, because everything informs those decisions to an extent. Like, again, your class is going to inform what skills you choose. Your race is going to inform what skills you choose. Certain races may force you to slot, as he was referring to. You might have to slot health and basic attack across from each other, which is going to make every decision on like, do I get basic attack or do I add more health? It makes that decision point really, really painful. That might be informed by your race. So it's a hard question to answer. There's a lot going on, but just the strategy of building your character right here on your mat is that's really where it's all at. I don't know if that answers that question or not, but there you go. We are very close to breaking the $1 million mark.
And that means like I have a whole bunch more stretch goals I have to load in.
We may need to send JC away to update some stretch goals here momentarily. Question for Gillum. How easy is it to save your game to come back later? Very easy is the intent. Now we don't have this quite fully figured out yet, but the intent is that basically you'll load up all your. Whoa! Incredible.
That's amazing.
Honestly,
that's amazing, everyone.
Honestly,
wow.
I don't even. It's wild, man. That's faster. That's faster than any campaign we've ever ran before. Thank you to all backers and everyone watching this. This is nuts. Again, whether anyone believes this or not, again, man, you just don't know. You just don't know.
You don't know.
There's a lot of people out there who feel that crowdfunding has peaked and is on the down slope and on the downswing, and so with a giant campaign like this, you just don't know. But sorry, what was I asking? What was I? Oh, so but the intent is that basically you'll load up your mat with the dice in it, with your pegs in it, and your cards. Place it in a tray. Slot that right back into the game box, and you'll be able to take it right back out. So again, we don't have a functioning example of that yet. We've got a lot of ideas that we'll be playing with, but the intent, obviously, is to make that super, super smooth, super easy, and super convenient, so that campaign play is. The idea that four characters could stack right on top of each other with the tray. So incredible!
Okay.
We have some sort of elf in the workshop who has updated our stretch goals. This is
There's
incredible.
not that many left that are like ready to. So I still am gonna have to
be careful out there. If you're updating stretch goals, you may run into things missing graphics. Okay, is the playmat and character card graphics final or just work in progress? If so, when can we see final graphics for these? So character cards are, I mean, nothing is final.
Right.
Absolutely nothing. So one of the things that we did for this campaign, previously, if you've followed any chip theory game campaign historically, we tend to bring things to crowdfunding earlier than many other companies. Oftentimes to that product's campaign's detriment, because we're still figuring some things out, right? What we did for this campaign, the intent, rewind 2 years, was we were like, what if we had a fully playable demo kit that had a full rule book and everything, and we printed 100 of those and we sent them all over the place. That didn't end up being possible for a number of reasons. And so instead, we did sprint, though, to have about 5 or 6 playable demo kits that we could demo for content creators in person, which we've done at conventions, which we invited some folks here. You'll see some of that video later in the campaign. So to do that, we needed everything to look final-ish, though we still have, again, we're looking at delivering this game, late next year. There's still a long way to go in terms of like finalizing absolutely everything. So when can you see final graphics for anything down the line? I don't have a great answer for that. I mean, a lot of the artwork that we're showing is pretty well locked and loaded. I will say that. But there's still a lot of things. Some of these things on the mat, and I don't know if you can see them or not. A lot of these things on the mat aren't even labeled. So like this is up here. Are we on the top down right now? I don't know. Okay. Yep. So this area right here, this is for extra XP. We don't even have like numbers up here because we didn't know, like, will that be a 1, 2, 3? Will that be a 5, 10, 15? Will that be a 0, 1, 2?
Yeah.
We don't know. So these combat forms aren't labeled. This the tenacity track. The word tenacity might still change, so we don't have that labeled on here either. Fatigue. This is your cooldown track. Again, it's been called fatigue. It's been called cooldown. It's been called like stamina meter. There's like. So there's still lots of things that need to be figured out and finalized, but we have a fully functioning and very good feeling demo kit in front of us that now we're gonna, as we develop more and more content and as the game gets further along into playtesting, that's when we'll start to apply, quote unquote, the trim to all these things.
As far as graphic design goes, I mean, it's definitely a lot closer than it is further away. Like there's a lot about this that we're really, really liking. So, as we go through and define in a more specific way, like you said, the numbers and getting things fine-tuned, it is fine-tuning. There are other aspects that aren't nearly as complete, like the map is one that is just, it has a long ways to go. It was kind of a placeholder to start us on, what could we do? How do we want to do this? Do we want to be traversing via hexes, or do we want to be traversing via like grid paths or trails? And that's all kind of in the works still. So
I got a panicked, not panicked, that's an exaggeration. But I got a message from our contact at Frosted Games, our German translation partner, yesterday, and they're like, we just showed the trailer for the game, and everybody thinks everything looks amazing except the map. Everybody's complaining about the map. The map's not final. It will be updated. Don't worry about that. That's coming. The map has been actually, as the back and forth with ZeniMax on this project has been, the map has been one of the more challenging things. Simply because when we conceptualized this, we were like, we want people to be able to go absolutely everywhere in Tamriel ever. Yeah. And then they were like, whoa, slow down, cowboy. We haven't even come close to revealing all of, even most of the regions.
Right. Remember the time period you're in.
Yeah.
It's kind of like,
They're like, we let you go to Morrowind. There's a bunch of Morrowind even that we haven't let players see. Like we can't like slow down. So there's been lots of discussion about how to best handle that, and so that's still one of the pieces that's in progress. Mechanically, it's sound, but we're still figuring out how that's going to look exactly.
I would also just say that there are what we're kind of trying to be critical of is we want that to be a meaningful experience. We don't want the map to be something that is kind of just another tracker of sorts,
right.
you know? And so the fact that you can go anywhere, that has to stand for something that is significant. And so we're still talking about what does that mean from the key locations that you're seeing on the current map to the spaces that don't have anything but are on your way to one of those locations. Does that just mean drawing an encounter card? Currently, yes. And that has a really cool experience behind it. Do we want the map to be doing anything more for that?
Right.
So there's just, it's in later stages of questioning that, but it's like, it's good questions. It's kind of like, it's that elegance piece, again, kind of just saying, hey, a lot of this stuff is working. Is it all absolutely necessary in order for this to feel like it's moving at a good pace for people and not just, mindless work?
Yep, 100%.
So,
yep. What's the ETA for delivery? We are saying we are planning on delivering it September 2024. That's the ETA. Again, we feel that is a conservative timeline based on how far along a lot of the mechanics and everything of the game are. We will keep you all posted as things come to fruition. Again, this is also one of the things that we're also trying to factor in. I don't know if I mentioned it. This will probably be the largest print run of any game we've ever done, especially because of all the language additions. So we need to build in extra time for manufacturing on this one and fulfillment compared to any other game that we've ever done. So anyway, how many expansions are you currently planning to produce after this current campaign? Lots of them.
Well, it will probably depend. Like we have each of the official regions identified and like content earmarked for going in to each of those. So and again, they're not necessarily the exact named regions that some might be familiar with for certain Elder Scrolls games. It's more along the ESO timeline. So just keep that in mind for like Western Black March or or whatnot. But but a lot of those regions, all the regions are in various stages of planning and figuring.
Right.
That's not to say there wouldn't be other potential expansions, like we mentioned the crafting expansion, which we're really excited about. And then we're just like, let's get this thing dialed in before we go there. And so but there's some really cool stuff happening with that already. So
does the base game come with multiple campaigns? If yes, how many? Again, you get to kind of choose your route through the campaign. So that's a as phrased, that's a challenging question to answer. But every guild has a full like 3-session campaign that you can play through in each region. And there's how many guilds in the game? Lots of guilds in the game. I think there's 8.
We're unlocking. Right? Oh wait, I don't know if we've said.
Dang it! Silence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've said too much already.
Right. But you figure. I think seven or 8 guilds times however many regions are in the game. That's and then figure you can path through this. You can switch guilds between sessions. So there's, you have a lot of different options. There's a lot to play through. And then when you factor in the fact that you can play through you could play through the same quest and the same campaign, theoretically, make all the same choices, but your encounter deck would be different.
Right.
Your delve deck would be different. The loot you draw would be different. And hopefully, if you're not stuck constantly being a stealth archer, your character will also play completely differently. So there's a lot in this game. We're not messing around and we're not joking around when we say this is the biggest, most ambitious base thing we've ever put together. There's so much gameplay in here. It's huge. Any chance of ESO voice actors reading the story in an app for us? So Foreteller has reached out to us. And we have failed to connect as of yet, just because of all the busyness ahead of the campaign. I'm not promising anything. I'm just saying, like, we are in discussions and looking at what that even looks like. I don't know the finances behind it at all. I don't know the commitment on our end behind it at all. But that is something that we are certainly investigating. We'd love to take a look at that. All that stuff, ambient music from the game, like we're gonna look at all that kind of thing because we want to. If you know us, we're all about adding all the extra stuff that we can into anything. And that's the benefit of that is we don't need to fit it into a box, and we don't need to manufacture it, which is also we don't need to ship it either. That's a nice thing. What do you use to determine initiative or turn order?
So right now, the way it works, you're placing your units or your characters on the board. You get a first player token based on your stamina, and then that determines if you're going first or not. We wanted there to be some level of choice, but that you have to build to it, and then for it to just kind of make sense that this character is going to go first because of their choices. So you do typically have initiative. You're making your moves before enemies, but encounters change that. Certain enemies potentially change that. So there are things that tweak that rule.
That is also, I will say, that's not, at least in all my experience playing this so far, first player is not super consequential in the way, or it's not nearly as consequential as it may have been in some of our previous games. If I kind of know what is potentially being asked in the question behind that question, I feel like does that matter as much? It doesn't. It's not quite as impactful in this. You have a lot more movement options in this game. You have a lot more, depending on some of the other things that are going on with your character build. You have options. So
I would say though that you could build yourself toward that being really beneficial, or the opposite, kind of like what we were experiencing. Like if you invest in skill lines that are more crowd control based. Like obviously you want to be going quicker, and so there is ways to build or accidentally build the wrong direction, and that's for the player to kind of figure out what's working.
So we got a bunch of questions that are not related to Elder Scrolls that I'm going to try and breeze through. Can you reveal anything about your upcoming web store, April Fool's sales, or updates? Absolutely not. Good try. That will come on Saturday, and you have to wait. What will be available in the Pledge Manager after the campaign? We intend to offer everything in our catalog that we have in stock. I will say the one thing I will hedge on, which is the very next question, is that's actually a question about Elder Scrolls Trove Chest. Okay, so anything that we have in stock, we will likely offer. I doubt we will offer Too Many Bones Trove Chests, both because of the shipping cost on them and because we kind of need to make them to order like once a year and fulfill them. So, but Too Many Bones, Hoplo, Burn Cycle, Cloudspire, 20 Strong, all of that should be in the Pledge Manager and available for you to add to your pledge, and it will all ship free along with your Elder Scrolls pledge.
Amazing.
Are there any plans for a Elder Scrolls Trove Chest? No. No, there are none. Stop it. People love the Trove Chest. If this ends up being long term as successful as Too Many Bones, nothing's off the table. I'll just say that.
That's a good way of answering.
We're not planning for one right now. We have not started early engineering on one. But if this game has
for yourself.
If this game has the legs that Too Many Bones has had, certainly we would look at something like that because why wouldn't we? Because that's who we are. Any plans for oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to read something.
Oh, fine.
No, go ahead.
Great. Any plans for a higher player count, or are you likely capping it at 4? So if you're not familiar with chip theory games, which many of you are, I'm sure, but we give you a lot of choice as a player, like a lot of choice as a player, and that does tend to make 4-player games of any of our titles run long. And for that reason, I don't think we would ever look at anything more than 4 players here, simply because with the amount of stuff going on, with the amount of options that you have as a player, the amount of decisions that you're constantly making, it just tends to make the game drag, and it doesn't end up being enjoyable for everybody else on the table. There's too much lag between turns and that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, and there's a sweet spot to how many dice are doing how many things to how many enemies. It's just like there's only so much you can build into health totals before it feels either really punishing for smaller player counts, and those dials are a little bit you have to be careful turning them too much or too little.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Can we expect anything for this game at Gen Con? You sure can. We will at least have this here, here or there. This this here demo, we will have it at Gen Con, likely in an updated form. So again, we meant,
Right.
so like, for example, there's a couple things, there's a couple balance tweaks that have already happened. So both of these guys actually have, or gals on the other side.
Mhm.
There is both female art and male art on every race card.
I don't think it's top down.
Thank you for not switching to the. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's both male and female art on each for each race, and same on the chip. You can flip it to either side. So we will have probably an updated version of this demo kit at Gen Con that we will be at least demoing in our booth. It's a tricky thing. So we have shifted recently to having all of our demos at Gen Con be handled by Double Exposure. And we send them games, like well in advance so that their demo folks can learn. Again, because the rule book for this is still in development, we have a full rule book. It's all text. It is all text. That's not a great way for anyone to learn a game with as many moving parts as this thing has. So because we can't confidently send it to somebody and expect them to read a novel and learn how to play it with no illustrations, the demos would probably be limited to what we can show off in our booth. And there's limits to what we can do to that end too, just because of the amount of hustle and bustle. We can't necessarily have somebody sit down and like play a full game of it. We will be showing certainly as much as we can at Gen Con, however. So yes. Okay. And can you explain what the character record is used for? Do you need one sheet per player, or will you offer additional notepads as an add-on in the future? Well, one thing I'll say, regarding with any of those types of things, like so the Victorum, Hero Pad, etc., we will offer printouts, like free printouts on our website. So like, you don't have to worry about like going through it and never being able to play the game again or something. But
it was just there's a couple things. One would be tracking certain quest accomplishments, keywords that you're given. Things that we may or may not want to just put, like there's a lot that's being put into these gazetteers and the quest booklets. And if there's an instance where we don't want you to have to go back into the booklet, find the correct guild, find the correct quest step to find or remember the word that you gained for being successful in a certain piece of that, we'll lift that word out and have you write it in there for quick reference. But also just the fact that, because you're building your characters, it's kind of nice to be able to give them a name and, some personality there. So, so that's another thing that would go in that.
You have to be able to name your character something ridiculous, or are you even playing Elder Scrolls? That's kind of, exactly. Yeah. So if nothing else, you can write your name really large on the,
that's it. That's all it's there for.
It's a giant name
It's a
tag.
name pad.
Can you give an example of the content we can expect in a gazetteer? You can expect lots of story. Again, those hard story elements for each of the quests are contained within the gazetteer. So it operates a little bit as a choose your own adventure book in that respect. All of the available things that you can do in the towns of a given region, along with beautiful artwork for that town, are included in the gazetteer. So you can expect that. Those are the two main things. I don't think I'm forgetting anything.
No,
so if you open to and I don't think I have one in front of me. It's filled with lorem ipsum for the most part right now. But so if you open up to a page, you'll see like a big picture of the town that you're in, for example, or any key landmark within that region. It's not necessarily a town. It might be again the dungeon layouts and that kind of thing for the final act. So you'll find a nice big piece of like mat art for that area, your options of what you can do in that specific area, and also like a little explanation of some lore and story behind what that town is about, what that landmark is about, what that dungeon is about, et cetera, et cetera.
We kind of want there to be certain aspects to the town that you can engage with if you want to, town square and whatnot that will, like, you can visit quest boards and gain your side quests at that point, or trainers and whatnot. But there's also we kind of want to give you a feel of something that's kind of happening in that town, not every town, but many towns, something that's happening, kind of almost like a current event piece to the story. And so that's something that you will
the NPC mumbling in the middle of the town square that you go and they have an exclamation point above their head and you go check it out. That kind of thing. We want to create those kind of moments. in the towns. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of them you will be able to ignore, and some of them you won't. You might end up being, forced to battle, or some crazy thing like that.
Yeah. Does the art book have any text, story, or is it pure art? So what we're promising right now is pure art. So basically Bethesda, ZeniMax, they have a deal with a lore book company that handles all of their lore books specifically. Right. And so this is an art book from a formal sales perspective. We are currently not sure how much text we're even allowed to put in it.
Correct. Yeah.
We'd like to offer some text in it, and if that happens, we will talk about like languages, translations and that kind of thing for it. Right now, what we're promising is an art book specifically, and this game has a ton of art in it. So if you are a fan of the Elder Scrolls franchise and you love delving into the lore, and again, all of this art, it's original art, and it has been through the ZeniMax and Bethesda approval process, which means that they are giving it their thumbs up as well. So this is, if you're into this world, if you're into this franchise, this is going to be a really cool keepsake.
I'll just add to that. That is actually one of the more just surprising, but also very exciting aspects to this that I wasn't sure going in we would be able to do. Like we were preparing to need to do more paint over type stuff, like grab stuff from that exists,
grab screenshots,
and then paint over or illustrate over it. And so the fact that we've been allowed to do this kind of art for this game has been really awesome. And the fact that a lot of the art that's being generated for this is going on a fairly small chip, as far as like the enemies go. The art book is our opportunity to blow that up into, to see it in all its glory. So, that would be what its main focus is.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to try and, how many we got left here? How many questions are? Oh, there's still a ton. Okay, I'm gonna try and rapid fire a few of these just because I do want us to get to the playthrough.
Yes.
And then I've left our poor staff to fend for themselves in the comments for a long time, and I'm usually the front line of defense there. So, okay, any other games that inspired some part of this game during development, mechanics or otherwise?
Other games, I mean, obviously this was inspired by Bones, but you can see elements of Cloudspire in there,
and Hoplo,
and Hoplo too. Just like the whole. This was a really good candidate for a lot of the different types of mechanics that we have in our other games, and that's why we went there with it. So I don't know what this Swiss cheese map has other than it's been inspired by other than Bones, but certainly this whole dynamic of building out the skills comes from.
It's a truth. I mean, truth be told, Bones is at least Too Many Bones is partially informed by the Elder Scrolls. We take a lot of influence from the video games that we've played growing up. And so it's weird to be like, the Elder Scrolls kind of influenced Too Many Bones to a degree,
the skill trees
and now Too
whatnot.
Many Bones is now in turn influencing an Elder Scrolls game. It's kind of funny that way.
I solo TMB using 3 characters with the complexity of character development in this. Will this be or still be possible with 3 or only 2?
None of us have ever tried soloing this game with 3 characters, so I honestly cannot answer that question. If you're capable of soloing Too Many Bones with 3 characters, though, I think you could do it here. It's going to be a brain burner, but I think you could do it. So is most of the customization in the first game? How much does your character get better in game 2 and 3? No, most of it is not in session 1. I would say there's an equal amount in session 1 and 2. I would say the 2 things that are big decisions though that only happen in session 1 are your race and your class decision. So and then I would say session 3, not a lot of customization happens in session 3. The Dark Elf Under races doesn't have strong typical features like the ones from the games. It's just a deliberate choice to have them represented in art with softer features. No ruby color eyes. I don't know the answer to that question.
No, I would say that wasn't. I mean, each of our artists are able to kind of interpret the art as they are inspired to. So that would have been an artist's choice, and then obviously vetted through ZeniMax. So
Will other content creators showcase gameplay videos of the game, or is it only in-house video gameplay? So for this campaign, so again, because we wanted to teach people the game, we didn't want to hand them a super long rulebook. We did have people in-house to teach them how to play, and we filmed gameplay videos, so we'll be releasing portions of those gameplay videos. You can find there were lots of the folks that we have had in from Jeremy Howard at Man vs. Meeple to Alex Radcliffe at Board Game Co. We've had a couple TikTok influencers, Casey and Jason, Brain in a Jar and Easy Cat, and that's actually the first gameplay video we're going to post. Features those two actually playing through the game. Nick Murphy from the Brothers Murph. A lot of them have posted impressions and that kind of thing. We did not give them permission to film their own entire playthrough while they were here. And again, that was partially just a function of we wanted to make sure that nothing leaked ahead of time, and that we were able to make it as shiny as possible for when we released it. And they didn't have all their best equipment here. They flew from all over the country, that kind of thing. So we captured those moments. Certainly we're aiming. Again, we've demoed the game for something like 60 different people now, I think, between all the conventions and that kind of thing. So none of that is from a desire to hide anything. And in fact, I think if you search for impressions of the game out there on the internet, I haven't seen a single negative word from anybody who's demoed it, to be totally frank, at the risk of sounding arrogant. So that's what I'd have to say about that. Are some characters more multiplayer Tink-like, or are they all soloable? Again, you have full control over your characters, so that's from a race standpoint, they're all about again, if you build to their strengths, they're all soloable.
But like, as far as will you have pets or that type of thing, there are items that you could gain that are pets, and there are also skill lines that have certain feel. We've got conjuration and whatnot, so I won't spoil that too much, but like, yes, there are aspects to that of other things that you're controlling.
How does losing the campaign work? Can you, if you lose too many times in the middle, do you fail? Can you fail forward? What is it? Death. So the end game, again, happens in a giant pre-designed dungeon, and that has a set sort of expected difficulty and experience, group XP that you're looking for. But that's what you're gaining throughout your adventure that controls the types of enemies that you're drawing. Is you're gaining group XP. You may actually have opportunities to gain individual XP that doesn't uptick your group XP, and those are valuable because obviously that helps you get more powerful without the game scaling with you. But if you fail your quest, what happens? So
Josh? if you're in a typical encounter and you get party wiped, you're going to get reset back to minimal health and whatnot, but you're not going to lose any momentum necessarily, because again, things are scaling with you based on your group XP,
as opposed to the day of the game you're on.
Correct.
So this question again is a veiled reference to Too Many Bones. So I'm just
that said, like we've said, there is an end game that has a hard cap on it that is going to punish you if you're too far behind. There's also the aspect of quest steps, and in a quest step, if you fail like a battle, let's say, for that quest step, that's where you will likely gain a keyword that represents that failure, and then you could then move on to the next session, but you're going to be carrying that keyword with you, which means the second session is going to be harder, or the final battle is going to be harder, I should say. So there are certain ways for us to reintroduce that.
Possibly harder, possibly just different. Again, depending on the nature of the quest, depending on the guild, depending on the region.
But we certainly want you to feel like you have a good chance to progress, and we didn't want to just cut that experience short too quickly. So there are ways to kind of work your way back into being viable.
But failure
after a failure.
Failure does not scale up the difficulty.
Correct.
Correct. Beyond your group XP, the way that it kind of does in Too Many Bones.
Yep.
What are your favorite unique gameplay mechanics here that your past games haven't used? We've talked a lot about the character mat.
Yep.
So for me, it's the character mat, and just how we're balancing strengths and weaknesses by putting things opposing to each other. that's something that was called out by every content creator that played it. Was just like, oh my gosh, that is brilliant. We love that, and I love it too. But also, that was one of the things I spoke into early in development of the game. So I'm also proud of it a little bit too. But I don't know.
Yeah, the skill slotting and selection, absolutely. This character, Matt, I would say for me is the same. That's the one I would pick. And then we just haven't done a lot of the delve. Tile revealing
dungeon crawl kind of situation. Yeah.
So that was a really fun aspect to see how that would work its way into and with some of our other mechanics that we're known for.
Yeah.
So
the other thing that gets called out a lot and that I'm also really, really excited about is the whole concept of fatigue in this game.
Yeah.
So we've got all these little cream cubes that are fatigue. So throughout this game, you've got a cooldown track. So I'll put this here. This is a really important mechanic within the game, so that's why I want to call it out, even though I said we were gonna answer everything really fast from now on. So you've got this cooldown track down here at the bottom. Basically what happens is anytime you roll a die, anytime that you roll a skill die or a standard proficiency / attack die, you're going to roll it, and then if you use it, it's going to go into cooldown, or even if you don't use it, actually. It's going to go into cooldown. And this mark means at the beginning of my turn, I'm going to get 2 dice back, and then these are going to move over. But you can take actions in the game that are going to generate fatigue. And so what happens is you might choose to try and, make some really crazy, risky move and take on just a ton of fatigue, and then roll these dice. And then these are going to take forever to come back to you. But this is another aspect that you can level up throughout the game. Correct. So you can spend 3 XP, and now you can get 3 dice back at the beginning of your turn. And then you can spend 4 XP, and maybe you'll get 4 dice back at the beginning of your turn. So you're gonna find ways to mitigate that fatigue and take calculated risks with that fatigue. And in dungeon delving, eventually you start to get over fatigue, which are these black cubes, which again, as these accumulate, these do damage to you at the beginning of your turn.
And they don't leave your map.
They don't leave. They kind of stay over here.
So once you trigger them, like when they recycle.
Yeah. So that again, that over and over and over and over again, everyone who's played this is like, that's so cool. And this is also, so 2 things. This one means that just leveling up your standard proficiency, your standard attack, doesn't help you in nearly the same way that it might in some of our other games that I won't mention because I'm not supposed to mention them. Because they go into cooldown. So right. And they can only do a max of 2 damage, and that's it. But they do generate tenacity, so they're very useful still. It also means that your skills become super important because they can come back to you. You can't sit there and spam them forever because they have to cool down. But they become much, much more powerful than your standard proficiency dice. So it's really important to build a cool character with cool skills. We really encourage you to dive into those various skill lines.
The end of the game being linked to keywords seems really interesting. How much can we expect the end game to be based on this from campaign to campaign? So all the campaigns will be using this keyword system. But how you gain keywords is a little more open-ended because there are certain side quests that might allow you to generate a specific keyword, and so it's not always just a keyword gained from your first session and one from your second that then combines and changes the end game. That's there, but there might be other ways of gaining those, and those will also then have an effect on your end game. So.
Oh my gosh, there's so many still questions. We got to wrap this up, guys, or we're never gonna get you to a playthrough. But will the fatigue dice be blank in the final game? TBD. We might find a reason that you occasionally roll them. We'll see. So then we need to give them values on certain sides. Who knows? I'm trying to find really important ones that we maybe haven't talked through, at least at a global level. When you get skills back from the fatigue track, do you get them back in order, or do you choose freely? You get them back in order. It's a very important part of sequencing and being successful in battle. Are character dice global or character specific like bones? They are global. Any chance the Elder Scrolls could be a 20 strong deck down the road? I'm looking right into the camera and telling you there is nothing in development right now. We needed to see how this game went and this campaign went. We would love to do one someday, certainly. And again, part of the whole ethos behind 20 Strong is to reuse amazing art that we have and put it on nice cards and that kind of thing.
Right.
So we'd certainly love to. We have not talked to them about that at all. So there's nothing, literally nothing in development, but we would love to. With most stretch goals already having been crushed, will there be additional secret stretch goal containing, let's say, horse armor?
There's so many stretch goals.
There's way more stretch goals. This guy's got to get back to his computer so he can unlock some more. That's also why I'm trying to wrap up this stream. We just talked about fatigue, so we did that.
Tiles are
double-sided.
not double-sided because when you double-side these things, if the mats are small, they become very, very slippery. We don't want you constantly adjusting and readjusting your mats. It's valuable real estate. We realize that, but the gameplay ease of having that stick, it's too important. So yeah, not double-sided.
This is a good question. With 2 players, are both using the same guide, or are there different story arcs, one for each? You do have an opportunity to take on individual side quests, but you are experiencing this game as a party.
Correct.
You'll make decisions largely as a party.
Yeah.
You may have different town actions that you may choose to take individually, but in terms of the quest, the guild, etc., you are taking on this as a party. We have to keep it. Elder Scrolls is all about exploring everywhere all the time with whatever you want to do. We do have to constrain it a little bit to make it work as a board game. That's just will there be an upgrade or stretch goal for miniatures? No, there will not. We're just not a minis company.
Yep.
We have done brass mags. They worked really well for Burn Cycle, but not for this campaign, especially with the amount of customization that's available. It just doesn't quite work. Will you have a beta rulebook available in the campaign? Likely not, again, and that's not because we don't know how to play this game. We do, and we can show it. We're going to demo it in just a couple minutes. We're going to teach you how to play it, actually. It's just there's so many things still in active development that we don't have a lot of the art and illustrations and figures and that kind of thing done to explain how it works. So it would be a long text document and your eyes would roll back in your head, and it would be that. So will the Pledge Manager prices and free shipping be the same as the campaign? When will the PM start? Generally speaking, we launch the Pledge Manager about a month after the campaign ends. So we're not announcing a date right now, but generally speaking, that's when it will start. We are not guaranteeing that free shipping and the same prices and everything will be available in the Pledge Manager. That's not a threat. That's just to say we don't know. We don't guarantee it. Depending if we unlock $5 million worth of stretch goals. I don't even know if we can come up with stretch goals to go that high. But if we unlock every single stretch goal in this game, we will then take a step back with the contents of the box being known and say, like, okay, moving forward, does that price point make sense, or do we need to up it a little bit? So I don't expect a dramatic price change from campaign to Pledge Manager at all. That's not what I'm saying. It'd probably be to the tune of like $5 or $10. But there is certainly a chance that when the game releases, the MSRP is much higher than what we're saying here on the campaign. There's been examples of that before where we thought Hoplomachus Victorum was going to be a $110 game. It ended up being the most expensive game we had ever made by the time we were done blinging it out, and it was a $150 game at the end of the day. So certainly, if this game continues to crush and sell and etc., we may be looking at that with the amount of content that we're cramming in.
And again, I'll just say, like, that is usually due to stretch goals, or that's a big significant part of it. We do try to make stretch goals significant. And we have a 1.5 out there right now that is literally there's magnetic pieces that snap in, and you have your counters that are on cards currently into this 3D piece that sits and looks really cool. That is not a cheap thing to add to the game by any means. So like that's a huge unlock that then just becomes part of the game's cost.
Right. Are stretch goals smoke and mirrors? Are they pre-planned for? I mean, to a certain extent, like we expected we would unlock UV spot finish on the box.
Yep,
certainly.
that's true.
And that was a stretch goal.
Yep.
We expected we would unlock it. Absolutely.
Yep.
But we are still one of the rare companies where, especially when you get into the higher numbers, the stretch goals truly are stretch goals. They truly do cost us money to add into the game. And again, I would point to Hoplomachus Victorum as a prime example of that. Full disclosure, we expected that game might do like 400K, 450K on Kickstarter, and ended up almost doing $1 million.
Yeah.
And we just kept throwing stuff in the box because let's party, right? Like, this is awesome. Everybody's excited. Let's make it as great as we can. And then again, you see the price tag that ended up associated with that decision, and there we go. So, all right. Last couple questions. Who has an idea for mini chips and why you think that mini chips are better for this kind of game? These are not. Well, I mean, so the base chips are not mini chips.
Right.
These little chips are small simply because they need to slot into a mat.
Yep.
That's really the only reason. For that. So, yeah. How is the enemy AI designed? Do they behave situationally?
It depends on the situation. So yes.
So yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
There's cards that will then queue up certain things that enemies will do. There's delve cards that will force enemies to work in a certain way, or that will add relics to that they're carrying. So it's usually spurred on by that versus the keywords that are the abilities, I guess you could say, of the enemies themselves. Enemies will perform certain ways through those types of abilities, though, like an enemy that forces you to run up to it to damage it, so you can't damage it from at range. But like, will that enemy act differently in a different situation? Yes, when it comes to native abilities. So native abilities are those that will be only like certain creatures. We wanted to have enough enemies that when you're fighting in Black Marsh, it feels like you're fighting things from that region, and yet we couldn't include so many chips that every region has this huge chunk of chips that you're not using.
We couldn't have a
play.
unique enemy roster.
Correct.
A fully unique enemy roster for every single region. That just from a componentry standpoint, that just did not work.
So you'll have a wolf that will have that native ability, and in certain cases it becomes a frost wolf, or it becomes
a poison wolf.
A poison wolf.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, that's where that would change, and that enemy then feels very different when you're fighting it in one region versus another.
But specifically as it relates to AI, each enemy chip has a target on it that will tell you what it's going to prioritize in terms of like the weakest hero on the map. It might hit 2 heroes. It might go for the strongest hero, etc. So all of that is a bit situational, but it is locked to that enemy, generally speaking.
Cool.
So, all right. Whew. Okay, I apologize for a few of the questions that we were forced to skip over. We do want to get you to gameplay, that's super important. So we have Salem Scott, one of the developers on this game, and we have our COO Andrew Chesney standing by. We are going to take a brief break while we get set up for that gameplay. And again, I want to remind you, Andrew Chesney does not know how to play this game yet. So you are going to be learning right along with him, and we are going to prove this thesis that we've been throwing around, that this is our most accessible and easy to learn game. You'll see if that holds up. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for putting up with our technical issues at the beginning. Thank you for backing this game, and thank you for your enthusiasm. We will see you throughout the campaign, and we will see you later on in the comments. Take care. We'll see you soon.
We're live.
Here
We
we
are
are.
live. Do we have audio?
Audio check. Hello there. in
Hello,
wonderful
hello.
YouTube
Oh,
land.
hey, look at that. Well, it's a good day in Tamriel. Hello, everyone. I am Salem, and I am joined here by Andrew Chesney. And we're going to play some Elder Scrolls.
Woohoo!
Now, Ches here does not know how to play this game. So that's correct, right?
Genuinely correct as well.
Okay.
This has been kind of around the office for the last 12 to 18 months in various forms, and I've deliberately stayed away from it because I have too many other things to be doing in my job and like getting the current production runs out. So this is I've seen it from 6 or 8 feet away. I've looked over people's shoulders and I've heard conversations, but I have not played this in any way, shape, or form. So I am the test subject for this this demo playthrough.
Perfect. I do also just want to clarify as well. So this is that demo kit that we sort of made ahead of time. So naturally, as this game is still in development, there might very well be some mechanics, especially like specific stats, of course, like enemy stats and things like that. As we, do more and more play testing, those numbers will get adjusted. But I just want to clarify if anyone is watching this in the far future and they're like, wait a minute. That's not how I'm currently playing it now that I have the game on my own table. So
Yeah,
anyway, I just wanted to put that out there that things may be subject to change. But for the most part, this should hopefully give a very clear understanding of what kind of game this is. And yeah, things like that. So we will just go ahead and jump right into it. So
What do we do first? How
what
do we
do first?
start a
Well,
campaign?
well, like with any good Elder Scrolls game, you start with your character. So the first thing we're going to want to do is select who we are in
Sure.
this world.
So we have 2 race cards here, right? Is that
Yes.
That's what we've currently got made, and there are more in the starting game?
Correct. I believe we have all of the sort of the core races that you could pick to play as, like in the video games. And then there is as Josh Wagos is sort of pointing out, there's going to be a male and a female side.
Yes.
And then I believe we already hit the stretch goal because there's 2 of each. And so that means like if you're playing a 2-player game, we could both play as Argonians if we wanted to. But before that stretch goal, it was going to be like, okay, well, one of us should probably play as a male Argonian, one a female Argonian, so we don't get them mixed up. Like, especially when we're looking at the battle map, be like, wait, was that you or me? With that stretch goal hit, I believe those are all going to be now unique pieces of art.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, if you play as 2 male Argonians, they're going to look different. And you're going to be able to be like, hey, yeah, we're 2 Argonian brothers. And we're just trying to open a bakery,
We can open a bakery in this. That's amazing.
Oh, okay. No, I said too much. I said
oh my
too
gosh.
much.
That's the stretch goal for 5 million. You
I
heard it here
do
first,
know.
yeah.
There is a side quest where you have to deliver a thing of meatloaf to a guy because he's like, I miss my mother's meatloaf, and you're like, oh well, we'll go get that meatloaf, and then the mother's like, that, if he really loved my meatloaf, he could actually stand to visit instead.
I do miss your mother's meatloaf. It is true. So
anyway, we're getting off topic here. So the first thing we're going to do is select a character. So for this, we just have the 2 at the moment.
we do. We have the Imperial and the Argonian. I do love the idea of playing some kind of hard-hitting knight. So I'm going to choose the Imperial based on artwork alone.
Yep.
Because I don't know what it actually does in the gameplay. So do you want to be Imperial as well, or would you like to be the Argonian?
I got to be Argonian.
Okay,
like
fantastic.
especially the other side. That's like one of my she is so cool.
Yeah.
I love that art
That's pretty
so
cool.
much.
Okay, very
so
cool.
yes, I will be Argonian.
Let's go there. So let's put
right.
those on our things.
So here, I'm going to gesture to this to make sure we switch to that camera. This one here. This is the character map. But before we jump into that, so like normally when it's in our play area, like we have our race on that side.
Yep.
And then we're going to have our class on this side. So we do have 3 classes for this demo kit. I do believe that these 3 classes are just sort of like, they are kind of like demo classes. So I believe they'll not be titled this in the finished game. But for the purposes of this demo, they're going to be things like the mage, the thief, and the warrior.
Sure.
But in the actual final game itself, these classes are going to be a lot more along the lines of the classes that you know and love from Elder Scrolls Online. So they will be like the name, the specific named classes.
Gotcha.
Whereas here we just sort of have these generic ones that we're working with the demo.
Yep.
So we've got the mage, the thief, and the warrior. There are 2 of each. So we could both play 2 thieves if we wanted to, or 2 warriors. But I will let you choose first.
Well, I think I'm going with my theme. I think I'm going to go with the warrior setup this time around. I do love hitting things in games like this. So I feel like somebody with armor and a big axe having a warrior is probably going to fit my my thought for this.
Sounds good. And I'm going to just explain my thought process a little bit here. So if like the people watching can start to, because you're coming at it brand new. I've been working with this game for a while. So, but I kind of want to show off just some of so like you've got the role playing kind of aspect. Like you're like, oh yes, I'm going to be this big fighter Imperial. I'm going to just hit stuff.
Yes.
And it's kind of like the role playing, like, don't care what the mechanics do. I just want to hit stuff, or like
figure it out afterwards.
Figure it out afterwards. Like I'm talking about like the min-maxing or like meta building, things like that. Whereas for me, so I'm going to play an Argonian. Now I picked her because she looks amazing. But she also has like this race ability called War Scales, which once per battle, she can essentially completely tank a hit.
Ooh.
Just brush it off, like no problem. And so, because of that, because I know I want to kind of lean into that, I'm actually going to play as the Thief, which has an ability where I can essentially kind of like drop a smoke bomb and, become undetectable. Because what I'm hoping to maybe then be able to do in battle is like rush up to people, kind of like alongside you.
Yep.
Maybe I can tank that first hit, especially if there's like a really nasty enemy we haven't been able to kill just yet. I'll tank that first hit, and then once that War Scales is gone, and if I'm ever in any danger, I'll just smoke on out of there, and then you can take the remaining hits. So I'm going to leave you alone in the fight, so I live.
I think that sounds fine.
Yes, it's going to be.
Question mark.
Anyway, so we've got the Thief, and I'll put that on the right.
Okay.
So now, as far as how we actually build a character out goes, so there is also going to be a race-specific type for setup. So, for example, for the Argonian, I can reduce my starting stamina by 1 to draw 3 relics and choose 1 to keep and shuffle the rest back into the deck. So it's essentially like, all right, do I want to put myself at a little bit of a disadvantage with my stats, but I get to keep a relic. Not only I get to keep a relic, I get to pick from 3. So it's not just a random one. So there's a good chance I'll draw something that I can actually get good value from.
Sure.
And I am actually going to go ahead and do that. But as far as like the rest of this goes, so one thing I just want to point out as well, that's already changed, all of these health stats. So this says 4 for the Argonian. Those have all increased by 1 across the board.
Okay.
So that will be 5, and we actually did update our little token to mark 5. So the way building out a character works, and I kind of mentioned this in the Q&A, but as we can get into more detail.
Yes, please.
You can slot these stats, so you're going to have 4, like sort of your starting stats. You've got your health, you've got your magicka, you've got your attack or proficiency, as it's alternatively called. Like I said, some of the naming things, and they mentioned this in the Q&A as well, things have gone through a number of different like naming things, so we're just sort of really trying to narrow that down. So I do apologize if I ever use the wrong term for something. That will all get ironed out.
The pitfalls of playtesting in games through various iterations, for sure.
And then the last one here, and then like same with the color too. Like you'll notice like, oh, attack's purple and this is green. Like those will all get cleaned up and consistent. Right. So yeah, this is like attack or proficiency. That's just sort of like your standard attack dice. They just do damage, but they'll still go into cooldown. They'll still
mainly physical attacks, your bows, your swords.
Yep. Yeah. Good point. Physical attacks actually, because magicka, you cannot use those standard attack dice for. And then the last one is your stamina, and that's both magicka and stamina are like kind of how many dice you can roll per engagement. Okay. So if you're doing magic-based rolling, it's going to be magicka. If you're doing stamina-based rolling, it's going to be stamina.
Okay.
Stamina is also how many spaces you get to move during combat, and that is not tied into like if you move, that does not cut into the number of dice you can roll. You just get to move.
Of course, because a game like this, you want to be able to move around the map and still hit things as efficiently when you get there.
And like with the battle map being decently large, but then especially when you get into delves or dungeons, and you have these big sprawling maps and you have to like, oh, I got to get over here, Okay, so where we slot these in, So we get to choose where we slot these in. And of course, once we start getting starting skills, we're going to have to slot these in places as well.
Okay, yeah.
And these are going to start to encroach in on each other. So as like I level up health, whatever I have here, I'm going to have less available stuff to grow. So if I really, really want to go into magic, I probably don't want to put magic across from something that
You want to go heavy
I
into
want to
as
go
well.
heavy into as well.
Okay, I like it.
So, but I think for my build, I think I'm just going to go right down the line. I'm going to just do just
Keeping your
like this,
options open.
keeping
I
my
like
options open for now. And then next, we've got, there they are. You've got these little,
Oh, they're wonderfully well sprayed.
what do we, so to any CTG familiars out there, I was told not to compare. I'm told not to compare our games.
It's not a game mechanic, it's a component.
But to anybody out there, these were the Scar tokens from Age of Tyranny that Chesney here did a lovely job of spray painting. All that work.
When you're
painting
playtesting,
miniatures.
you get components from anywhere you
Oh,
can,
yeah.
and yeah, you do whatever you need.
But yeah, these of course will be unique components for Elder Scrolls. So you place these to sort of mark your stats. So like if I've got that 2 Magicka, I place that up.
So that's the number of the level of your skill.
Correct. You'll notice the only one of these that has like an actual number on it is the health. That's because that's like starting health, so I don't have to put 5 tokens
Understood.
here.
Perfect.
But the moment I start investing in health, I'll start placing those.
Gotcha.
Also, I just want to clarify that you'll see there's like these numbers on the side here.
Mm-hmm.
Those are just for skill lines.
Okay.
So we don't need to worry about those for any of these stats.
Perfect.
All right, so stamina, I am going to take 1 less stamina, 1 fewer
So
stamina.
it says 3 on your card, but you're going to start with 2 to go for the
So
relic.
I get the relic. Yep.
Okay, I understand that.
Now, with the... Oh, excuse me. I got these mixed up. This is once again about the color thing. The color will change so it matches that. Because this is supposed to go here. And it does have the symbol. I was looking right at the symbol. I just decided to ignore it. Don't let your feet hit the camera stands, Chesney.
Okay, I will try not to. I've got very long legs. Apologies out there in YouTube land. I am 9'7".
Yeah, so since these are actually dice themselves that you roll, you just slot that in there rather than marking with a stat. So that just stays on your character mat like any other skill die. The last stat on there is cooldown, and that's going to be marked with like one of these little swords.
Nice.
So I'll place that there.
Oh, cool. It even tells you the level of your cooldown starting skill. I like it.
And then this down here is the tenacity. So as we roll misses, we get to build that up and then use it for class abilities.
Okay.
So that starts at 0. So slot that there.
And that always starts from 0?
At the start of the adventure, yes.
Sure.
Unless there might be, hypothetically, I don't know all the class abilities offhand, but there might be one that gets to start with some.
Okay.
And then up here, we've got the the overflow XP. So anytime we gain XP, we sort of have to spend it right then and there.
Right.
But you have like up to 3 XP you can sort of bank. So if you're only granted like 2 XP on something and the next thing you want costs 3, you can bank it up there.
Okay.
And the last thing here is going to be battle form. We don't need to get into this just yet because we're not going to be into a battle right away. And you get to freely choose where that goes at the start of every fight.
Sure.
But that kind of determines like, okay, are you in ranged battle form? So you can attack from range, or you're in magical battle form because now you can use those magic skill dice maybe you've generated. So like the skill lines, weapons that you get from like the item deck, things like that might require you to be in certain battle forms.
But you can change that at any point?
On your turn, you can change it in between any of like your engagements. However, changing it during battle gains fatigue.
Gotcha.
So it's
if
one of
you're
those
set up with a sword and a shield, you can't just drop it and cast a spell with no
Correct.
penalty.
Yeah, because you gotta put it away. You gotta take out your fireball hands before you can cast fireballs.
That's right.
All right. So the last thing we're gonna do, and I probably don't need to do this just yet, but I just want to show it off while this is up here.
Sure.
If I could have those fatigue dice.
You may.
So additionally, you always start, so we have that cooldown stat of 2. You always start with fatigue dice in your cooldown equal to your current cooldown stat. And that actually too, every time like when you finish a battle and your whole cooldown gets to clear out, that always sort of repopulates. It's sort of a way to make sure it's like, hey, unless you have a way to remove those like before a fight or an item or something, that is going to sort of provide a little bit of a gap between you getting your stuff back
Sure.
from that first turn.
Yeah, you can't just always spam your best skill
Right
dice
away.
and
Yeah, I
things
mean,
like
just
that.
keep getting
that's
it
good.
over and over. Yep.
Now, I understand that these are the plain components for playtesting.
Yes, we've
But
already hit the upgrade, right?
We have. I do believe we have marbly, swirly, amazing
very
versions of
marbly.
these now. So
Okay.
I think that was very pointedly shown to us before we started playing, that it's like, yeah, we have cool marble versions. I love it.
All right, so last thing I need to do before we can sort of get you all situated is we need starting skill.
Oh.
And so for the demo, we have 4 starting skills. 4 starting skills. We've got sneak. So if you want, so even though I took thief, I mostly took thief for the class abilities. Like,
Gotcha.
you know, so I'm really not playing super role play where you might be playing a lot more role play. And that's sort of like when people were asking, like, oh, does this game have role playing elements? It's got, because it's like your own character, it's got a little bit more freedom to sort of role play a character you want to play as, but by no means is it required. Like, so I am a thief, but I'm not even thinking of taking sneak just yet. Yeah. I'm going to take something different.
There are different kinds of thieves.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like,
You could be a banker. Oh.
all right. So
We'll edit that out. It's not live or anything.
It's not.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got sneak. We've got one-handed.
Yeah.
So that's going to be like a sword and shield. So
Sure. Yep.
that one's really good for doing for attacking and defending.
Attack and defend.
I know, in one
game. Oh my gosh.
Deep cut. All right. Anyway, we've got destruction magic. So fireball.
Yep.
Kind of stuff. And then we've got restoration magic, which is like the nice healing magic.
Aw.
It's all nice and sweet. So I'm going to take. I'm going to take destruction magic.
Nice.
So, and then this is where I'll choose to place it. So, like, I don't like. So, if I'm thinking ahead, especially thinking of like the long campaign kind of stuff, there might be a skill I want to invest more heavily than destruction magic. So, I'm actually not going to place it across from health. I'm going to place it across. I'm going to place it across from my proficiency or my attack.
Okay.
And now this is where these numbers matter, because you'll only start at level 1.
Yep.
And so there's like this little icon, like little line there that
That's pretty
points
clear.
to level 1. And then you also get to start with 2 level 1 dice. So let me get one of the
2 level 1
So
dice.
if you want
there
to
we
show
go.
that
Yeah.
off there.
Let's have a
So
look at the
destruction only
list.
has 1 type of die for level 1. So I just get 2 of those. I don't have to choose between 2 different types of dice. There's just that one. And for anybody taking a look at that sheet, you'll see that it's got like 3 symbols on it. That's the reference guide that tells you what the different symbols on the die mean.
Gotcha.
To sort of see like what 2 different dice look like, we could look at the level 2 dice down here.
Sure.
And that's going to be 2 separate dice.
Okay.
Okay, so then I get to place these. And then since this is a skill on the right side, those skill dice are going to go towards the left. So if I were to heavily level up my attack, they would start to conflict.
Okay.
All right, lastly, then I just need to get my starting relic. I'm going to draw 3. And we've got Scamp Crusher, which lets me take light fatigue to ignore enemy defense, which is really good because defense in this game can be very tough. We've got the Berserker's Medallion, which essentially lets you take a second turn.
Yep.
However, you have to die if you want it to let it refresh. So
That doesn't sound healthy.
oh no, not at all. And then the last we've got Fork of Horripilation, which is sorry, I was trying to sound it out. If your magic stat is even, act as if it's 1 higher. So I could use that, but I really want the Scamp Crusher because
Okay.
I know defense can be tough.
Defense.
All right, so this then
Defense.
shuffles back in.
Okay.
All right, and so now, does that all make sense? Because now we got to build your character.
I mean, it makes sense because you said it makes sense. So let's see how my character builds.
All right, okay. Did we want to move that?
Yeah,
Swap
let's
the spots?
let's slide this over.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we didn't design this like the dart mat that you can pick it up with all the dice in it, but I think it's pretty close. Oh, there we go. It does. It
Yeah.
stays absolutely solid.
It's mostly because of this fatigue. The fatigue one needs
Right.
to be like, whereas like if it's just these other ones, it's a little bit easier, and that's going to be good for like when you're storing it
Sure.
in between sessions.
Okay, so
So you want to be a warrior.
I want to be an imperial warrior, so nice and straightforward and big and hitty.
Big and hitty.
I am I'm almost certainly going to choose the one-handed proficiency. So
Okay. Let me get you one of those little tokens. All right, so you've got 5 tokens to place here because you got your other.
So I've got
stat
my
ones.
dice just
And
here.
then, what is your starting like option?
So the setup order, the one below. So I've got 2 things written on my my card. You can tell me what each of them means. I've got disciplined acumen. You have additional option for town action. So I'm guessing we're going to wait for when we go into a town to do that. So train. I get 3 tenacity when I train or something. So looking forward to understanding what that means. And then on setup, I may increase my hit points, magicka, and stamina stats by 1 each, and gain an additional proficiency skill. If you do, then they must be slotted as opposing each other. So health, magicka, stamina, and proficiency must be slotted. So that means they're encroaching on each other because I get more of them.
Correct.
So I can start with more options, but it means I can't just go super crazy on them through the game.
Yes.
Okay, that's there's pluses and minuses to those.
Yep.
I think I'm going to take the extra stats because it's offering it to me, and I think in most games like this, you should take what they offer and see how it works out, and then decide if it's not good.
Sounds good.
So my health is 1 higher than it says here.
Yep. So that just base health is going to be 1 higher, so it's going to be
So
4,
that's 4.
and then you're going to get a +1 to that health.
Oh.
because you're doing
Of course,
this startup.
yeah. So I
So
get
that'll
plus
go
1 to
like
that.
that.
And then my stamina, and I can put these in any order I want. I just have to put them opposite each other.
Correct. Though, due to the way the numbers are going to work out,
Yep.
Unless there is one stat that you're okay with sort of not getting full value from,
Yes.
because stamina is going to be 4, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
Which means anything you post next to it will only be
Okay.
2. But if you put stamina here, then you could get that full value. Does that make sense?
It does. It does make sense. I'm gonna leave it where it is,
Okay.
and I'm then gonna put magicka opposite, and that's gonna be my one.
Yeah, and if you're
selected.
if you're sort of thinking like, oh, I'm not going to invest in magicka too much, then this is a totally great option because then it allows you to both build these 2 out.
Right,
much
and that's
larger.
my proficiency.
Correct. Let me get you one of those, and you have 3 because of the +1.
Attack with the +1, yeah, I get up
Wow.
to 3
Look at you
proficiency.
go.
Boom, 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 and I'm going to have that as my one opposite the health to give me the most amount of room to move into.
Sounds good.
So I want to hit things.
All right,
And then I have a little
got the little
sword which I've
swords.
just thrown
Nope.
away. So let's see if I can find that.
I've got more swords over
There
here.
we go. Now we found it, and that's on 2 for my cooldown. So I get 2 of those, and then so tell me. So this is my my one-handed choice. So as we can see on the overlay here at the moment, the subject to change obviously with all graphics, but very easy to spot that this symbol came from this. So that kind of helped me there.
And also you'll notice that what's the word I'm looking for? Reference sheet has that green background. That's to let you know that it uses stamina, whereas, for example, the destruction has the blue, so it's like
For the
it's
magicka,
gonna be magicka.
gotcha. So it's attached to the stamina die.
Correct.
right
So
there.
all of these skill line reference sheets are either going to be green or blue. They also do have the symbol at the very bottom as well, which sort of like tells you what like battle form they need. Or no, sorry, not what battle form. I forget the word, but like what of the 3 types it falls under as well, which that's for like trainers.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
So
we'll
you
worry about
got-
trainings later.
Yep.
So, so my sword, we did that, and you gain 1 additional proficiency skill.
Which was this here. Yeah.
That was that one over there.
Yep.
Perfect.
Because these are skill dice.
Perfect.
They'll work the same as any other kind of skill die.
Excellent.
All right, and then so you're going to start with 2 level 1s. Now, like with destruction, there is just the 1 option for level 1 dice.
Sure.
Also, sort of for anybody curious, like with the class cards and race cards, there are 2 of every class, or say, excuse me, 2 of every skill line available. So if we both wanted to take one-handed, we could have. But there are only a certain number of dice per skill. So there are 7 of the sword and board dice, which is this level 1 one-handed die.
Yep.
So more than enough for both of us to take that, for example.
We couldn't both go to level 4 or
Yes,
more on
yeah.
that.
Whereas like as you get to those higher level skill dice, there's only like 1 level 4 one-handed die.
Okay.
Something like that. So you can't have 2 people who are like doing the exact same build.
Sure. Please, may I get some?
Yes, more
I need one
swords.
for my tenacity of.
Tenacity sword.
I feel more tenacious than this, but maybe I'll get that in a bit.
And there's your overflow XP.
Yep.
And I'll just put this in one-handed for now.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay, so is that my mat now?
That is your mat.
Fully started.
You
Okay,
are
so I can
fully
drag
started.
this.
So last thing then we need to do is get ourselves our little character chips.
Okay.
And then give ourselves our starting health. So here's your character chip.
Thank you.
Here's
That's
my character
fine.
chip.
There we go. Let's put these in
And
there.
you've
So
got 5 health, and I've got 5 health.
directly, from the. Yep. Oh, thank you very much. Boop, boop.
Oh yeah, and also too, in case sort of anyone is new to our games, one of the most common things we love to do is we'll sort of use a chip to represent like your character.
Yep.
And we'll get into enemy chips to show that off in a bit here as well. But then we've got these sort of red health chips to mark how much health you've got.
Gotcha.
And that's a really nice visual indicator too. So like if you're looking at the complicated battle map, there's a lot of things going on. It gives you that quick visual shorthand of like, oh, that enemy is almost dead because they're really low to the ground. Or
Gotcha.
I'm almost dead because I'm really low to the ground. I got to use my smoke bomb and get out of here. Let you take the fall.
Yeah. I mean, that
Anyway.
sounds exactly like what you were talking about earlier. So
All right, so now that we've got our characters, we would sort of then decide which region we want to go to. We've got Black Marsh already selected here.
which is my favorite region actually in the game as well. So that's really cool.
Nice, awesome.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yep. So I don't know if we want to show that off. So that's sort of like what a world map looks like, and it does lift like so. It's got Black Marsh, but the areas you actually get to visit, like the different regions of Black Marsh, are lifted from Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah.
So that was sort of like when Gilly was mentioning, like, oh yeah, there's still mysteries in Tamriel that even the mainline games haven't shown off yet.
Right.
And so we're sort of like, all right, yeah, we'll stick to where we've already explored. But so then, if we were to go to Morrowind, for example, Morrowind would include regions that are in Elder Scrolls Online. So it's got Vardenfeld, and it's got Deshaun, and I shouldn't have tried to flex my knowledge here because then I forget that third one. I gotta feel like an idiot
I'm
when somebody
impressed
tells
already,
me what
so
it was.
no.
I've been there. I've done things
You've
there.
been there?
I've personally,
Wow.
in real life, I've been there.
Well, that's what playtesting does for you.
Yeah. Anyway, so and then once you have a region, you select a quest, and the quests are going to be tied to the guilds.
What
so like
is our quest?
yes. So this is the Gazetteer. And so every region's got its Gazetteer. And a Gazetteer is just kind of like a little guidebook. This has all of the towns we can visit and what they can do, but it's also got all the quests. So we are going to be doing the Undaunted quest line. The Undaunted are sort of like a group of treasure hunters that are all sort of like wanting to go into the deepest delves of the world and find all kinds of good loot. All right, so I will go ahead and read the introduction here. Undaunted. It belongs in a museum. You've picked up a contract with Cyrodiilic Collections, a historical society attempting to open a museum of Argonian artifacts in Blackmarsh. The current relic being sought by the society is particularly hard to obtain, so the group has hired the services of the Undaunted to bring it back to light. Anything else you plunder in the process, of course, is yours to keep. The target in question is an ancient Argonian tome, said to contain wisdom about how to harness a rare natural resource native to Blackmarsh. Cyrodiilic Collections has learned that the book is located in a complex cave system below the city of Stormhold. The organization is light on details, but there are a few historians scattered throughout the region who may be able to help. So our starting location is going to be in the town of Lilmoth. And we've got these little beads here. They will not be beads in the final version. They're going to be more along the lines of these here. And I don't know how, if you want to, so like that a little token. So they're going to kind of be similar to the mini chips that we're using for like our stats and skill line tokens.
Right.
So, but we've just got the beads for now. So we're going to start in Lilmoth, and then also each region is going to have sort of a unique NPC mechanic. It's like other things roaming around the map that you got to watch out for. Oftentimes they might be like agents of Deslandra or cultists that are trying to upset your day, things like that. Or they might be even specifically tied to certain aspects of that quest. Like, for example, I know the Mages Guild quest line in Blackmarsh involves tracking down a bunch of beasts that seem to have been infected with some mysterious thing. And of course, that's part of the mystery of that quest line. And so the NPC chips then are like, hey, these are the beasts rather than like the cultists.
Okay.
All right, so unless stated by a specific quest, the NPC markers represent a roving group of cultists that can be defeated by the party. At the start of the first day, roll a d6 for each marker. So I'll give you that.
I can do that.
And then place it at the landmark type rolled below. Place the first marker at the closest landmark rolled, second at the farthest. So what did you roll?
I rolled a 6.
I rolled a 6, so that's going to be a structure, which is sort of like villages, farms, you know, kind of like things like that. So the cultists are going to go to the closest structure.
Which
So
is
that's
the Deep Swamp Forge.
all right. Deep Swamp Forge. All right, we can give that another roll. So yeah, like villages, towns.
Another
It's another
6.
6, another village structure.
I'm going to roll
But they're also like if you're familiar with Elder Scrolls Online, sort of like the forge locations might be one of those places, things like that.
We've got another one at Hootentzell.
All right, sounds good.
And then the last one is a
But there's
3.
only 2.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stretch goal.
More cultists.
More cultists make the game even harder. All right. And then we're going to, we won't bring up this part yet, but I'll just sort of show it off for the camera.
Sure.
There's also instructions on like what happens if you interact with the NPCs. So if we were to ever come across one of those, or if they run into us, because there might be actually symbols that tell them to chase us, we're going to have to fight them.
Mm-hmm.
But depending on what landmarks they're close to, that fight might either be harder or we get a better reward for doing it.
Sure.
So we actually kind of want to fight them while they're close to those structures because we get extra experience points.
Okay.
Okay.
Do that.
So now, I believe we are ready to jump right into it. Do you
Nice.
have any questions before we get started?
How can I hit something, please?
Okay, so I love your enthusiasm. We're going to jump into day 1.
Yes.
And so we are currently occupying the town of Lilmoth. Now, for day 1, you start, you don't have to go to that starting town.
Sure.
However, towns are very, very valuable to get you sort of situated, get you started on this quest. By no means is it required. If you just want to go like, no, we're rushing it. I actually need to read what our quest step is. We might want to know what we're doing, right?
I mean, that's kind of what we're here for.
That's what we're here for. Sorry, we fit in great with the Undaunted. Okay, so our main quest objective is we want to travel to Stormhold, and it's recommended we do this by day 11, which is like essentially like the last day we have on the quest. So
Sure.
This is our final. So that is like the end goal. We got to get to Stormhold because we are going to begin to delve. That will initiate the end of the quest.
All the way to the
So
northern
Stormhold's
tip of
all the way
Black
up there.
Marsh.
So we also will have some of these sort of generic, just kind of standard. Once again, not going to be beads, but tokens that you can use to track things. So that includes like quest steps. All right, so we can put that one up there. We have a side objective as well. Research the caves below Stormhold by traveling to Stone Wastes or Percolating Mire, spending a group town action and discarding equipment equal to party size. Recommended to do this by day 6 if you choose to do so.
Sure.
This option will make the final delve less challenging.
Okay, so we've got Stone Wastes just here.
And Percolating Mire up
Percolating
there.
Mire. That
All
makes
right.
me want more coffee. I like that one.
What?
Percolating Mire. It sounds like you percolate coffee, right?
Oh, do you?
I don't know.
Oh, in a swamp?
Well, depends which kind of coffee you like.
I was trying to come up with a joke, but I can't.
No,
I'm
we like
not
Folgers.
funny. So, okay. All right. So, we are starting in Lilmoth. And once again, this is sort of back where I was. We have the option to just go for it and just get moving. So when you do like the overland travel phase, you get to move, depending on the region you're in, will dictate how many spaces you get to move.
Yep.
We get to move 3 spaces for Black Marsh, which is, I believe, a little bit less fast compared to other regions. And part of that is because it's a marsh. It's a big black marsh.
Harder to traverse.
Harder to traverse, yes. However, as we're moving around, you can always choose as a party to move additional hexes at the cost of gaining light fatigue. So essentially, be like, we can push ourselves further through this swamp, but we can really rack up that fatigue track by doing so.
Okay.
Alternatively, we could choose to visit Lilmoth here for day 1, just help us get situated, grab a bunch of items, maybe train some skills.
So that would take the whole day. And
That would be the day, yes.
Sure. I think we should look around the town.
All right, let's do it. Because we want to show off how towns work as well.
We want to show off that. I want to see what the town does. I want to see if there's any extra cool kit I can add before I go smack things.
You will get something cool. Trust me. I know what you wanted, and you're gonna get it. All right. Okay, so here is kind of like what a town will look like. I don't know why I'm holding it up. I can put it down here. Put it down here. I believe these will get a little bit more consolidated space-wise.
Yeah, there's much more work to be done on
Yes.
this. Yeah.
And then, of course, like it'll have like a little bit of information, like lore. As one of the Joshes said, it's mostly just lorem ipsum, which is just sort of autofill text. So unfortunately, I cannot read that right now. It will not be...
You mean you didn't memorize the background of every town?
Well, I know Lilmoth is like a big market town. They've got a lot of shops, which leads me into our city details, which we have astounding selection. For each item you want to purchase from the shop, purchase 2 instead. It also does have places like a guild hall, which I think that is a mechanic that will be getting changed. But on the other side, it's got like a quest board. Quest boards are where you can get side quests. We unfortunately do not have any side quests for our demo. But how those work are sort of like, it's going to be like a tarot size card. And it's got a bunch of like requirements of how you can complete it. They might tell you like, hey, during your battles, kill a bunch of beasts. Sure. Or it might be more specific, like go to the southernmost ruins of your region and fight these cultists and steal their tomes, things like that. And then it gives you bonus rewards. Next we've got is the shop. And the shop is going to tell you how many items are going to spawn and how many relics are going to spawn. And when you take a town action, so we're both going to be given 2 individual town actions. So you've got 2, I've got 2. And this is kind of like the currency. There isn't gold in that strict sense. The way I like to think about these is almost like you're cashing in notoriety. Like we show up at Lilmoth and they're like, oh, you're those adventurers. Like, please take some of my items. And then there's also trainers. And training is very important because that is how you can potentially get higher level skill dice down the line. So we started at level 1 for our respective skills. If we wanted to increase those, this is where we do it. This is also where we get new skills. So if I wanted to pick up one-handed, for example, or you wanted to pick up, stealth or sneak, this is where we could do that.
Sure.
The last option is the town square, and these are going to vary from town to town. So this is Cyrodiila Collections, which is the museum we're actually working for. So this is where they're based, or they have a outpost here. You may trade in 1 relic for 1 experience point. This does not count against your experience point total. So group XP is kind of like how the game scales. As we get more XP, we're going to spawn more enemies and stronger enemies. This would let you gain an experience point without actually increasing that. All right, so let's go ahead and let's populate the shop here. Sure. And if you want to put these over, draw 6 of those and lay them out in a grid for the close-up camera. Oh, you flip cards that way?
Why do you do it that way?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do it the other way.
And these will also, of course, have full art and everything.
I don't know. Stretch goal.
No, that's not a stretch goal. That's just gonna.
That was the $1 stretch goal.
The $1.
There's a barnacled crab.
I told you were gonna get something you wanted.
I was in the chat earlier talking about Team Crab, so I must.
High aisle.
It's a stretch goal. No, not everything has to be a stretch goal. People. Okay, so we have a barnacled crab, we have a steel maul, a Falkreath meatloaf. Talking about meatloaf.
The meatloaf.
Stinkhorn tonic, old Mary orphan gruel, and a U Inferno staff. So without going through every single one of these, so in this there isn't gold per se.
Correct.
This is just, we get offered a number of things and we're trading in either notoriety or whatever it is at this point to just take some, and we're allowed 2. We said here, right? We purchased 2.
So 2 per town action. So normally when you take a town action, you just get to buy 1 item. But because of this town selection, we get 2, which means if there were 4 items you wanted, you could take all 4 because also your inventory is capped at 4.
Okay.
So just as a heads up though, because if we get into a future battle and you want to go lockpick and grab some items that just show up on the clash mat, you would have to discard something if you're already at 4.
4, so 4 items is the maximum. Well, is there anything else for me to do in this town apart from peruse the shop wares, would you say? Otherwise I'm gonna...
So, unfortunately, this Lilmoth, they're not really super well known for their combat.
Sure.
So, because they are like a market town, they only have a level 1 combat trainer, which your one-handed is a combat skill line.
Yep.
And so it's already at level 1. So you actually can't train it further because it's already at level 1. So the only other thing you could maybe do is get a Magicka. I know, I'm getting to that. You think I was naturally transitioning into that and you had to
Quiet on set.
Yeah. If we could please leave the talking to the talent. Thank you very much. No.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself.
There's 150 more people just tune out. There we go.
Oh, yeah. And we just... Okay, so...
I'm not going to train into any other skills right now.
Yep, because you do also have your Imperial ability.
So this is where I can have the options to think. Cool. So my training, I can gain 3 tenacity, and that is just a whole action.
That's one of your 2 town actions.
Boom. And tell me again what tenacity would do for me.
So tenacity is essentially like a resource you can then spend to do these like class abilities.
Sure.
And normally those are going to be generated like anytime you would roll essentially what is a miss.
Yep.
Which is marked by like the little tenacity icon,
Yep.
which is a kind of, it's an icon, but it's like one of those icons that's like, it's a non-icon icon because it is a miss.
That's the regular one.
And you would still put whatever die you rolled into your cooldown, but then you'd gain a tenacity.
Sure.
And then you can cash it in during your turn to do one of those like class abilities. And you can do multiple different ones in the same turn. You just can't do the same class ability twice in the same turn. That's like really the only restriction. Additionally, one other aspect that's really important about tenacity, since we're gaining it outside of battle here, that implies that it does not ever go away until you actually spend it.
Nice.
So you could then, in a battle, try and like farm tenacity before you end that fight because it's not going to clear. It's not. It's going to stick with you until the next. So whenever you use it.
I'm in for some tenaciousness.
All right. So you got your tenacity there,
and then I'm not going to go through all of them because I'm just going to take the barnacled crab
Figured you would.
and a steel maul
Good pick,
because
good pick.
it says weapon maul and I want to hit things. So there we go.
Now keep in mind that weapon does have this little icon at the top, which is the heavy weapon icon.
Sure.
So that means when you use it in combat, if you want to actually get its ability, you have to be in the heavy weapon battle form.
Gotcha.
So just putting that out there.
Oh, that's really awesome.
All right. For me, I am going to take the Stinkhorn Tonic, please.
You would. I don't know what that means.
And then I will take... Well, I would take that staff because but I already have the Scamp Crusher, and the Scamp Crusher is just sort of a tool. I don't need to be in a specific weapon type. So I am going to take the...
Would you like to remove fatigue or gain HP?
I'm going to take the meat... Or no. I'll take the gruel.
The gruel.
The gruel. Thank you. And then for my second action, I'm going to increase my destruction to 2.
Okay. And that came from the training that we were
Yep.
allowed in there to do level 2. Okay. And these go to the bottom of the pile?
Bottom of the pile, which you've got.
I do have it. There we go.
All right. Okay, so
that
any
seems
questions
like
on towns?
No, that was a fairly straightforward day of shopping.
Yep, and because we were learning, towns are really meant to be like, as you start to get familiar with what you can do in towns, obviously each town is going to be different, but they're pretty quick. Like, it's like just sort of, what do we want to do? Oh, shop or do this special.
Yeah, I mean, that was my very first town ever, and the choices I had were pretty straightforward. Yep. I think, the number of items you look at and reading those is going to be the thing that takes the longest, and I think that's probably quite straightforward once you're in it for a little bit. So, no, love it.
All right, so that does mean we're going to move on to day 2, but before we do that, we're going to have to move the NPC chips. And so how that works is every encounter card is going to have a little symbol at the top. So even though we didn't do an encounter card, we still draw the top card and resolve it based on its symbol. And so that symbol there is kind of like a little dot in brackets, right?
It sure is.
All right, so that is, unfortunately, we're going to have to reduce our party movement by 2 on our next day.
Oh, no.
And the NPCs are going to move 2 hexes towards us.
Oh.
So we just go like 1, 2, and 1, 2. So essentially we're going to get bogged down in this marsh.
The puns are real.
I mean, was that really a pun? I just put an emphasis on it to give it the illusion that I was saying something clever.
Okay.
Had the cadence of a joke, but if you read it on it's...
Nobody spoke.
All right. So then that encounter card is then discarded.
Okay.
Or put to the bottom, I should say.
Okay.
All right. So then we move on to day 2. Oh, and one other thing too I should mention. I don't think this has been shown off just yet, but we've got like this group XP counter, which stretch goal, that little cool fancy magnet thing. I'm super excited for that. But we started at 2 XP because it's taking into account those 2 free dice we got at the start.
Sure.
Okay. And I'll get into how we spend XP once we actually get some more to expend.
Gotcha.
But that means like it doesn't start at 0, because then if we were going to go into the first fight with 0 XP, 0 times no matter player count means 0 enemies would spawn, and that's not going to work. So you do start with that 2 XP. Okay, so we get to move. We only get 1 free movement though. Any additional movement? All right, we're just going to do that.
Well,
Let's
that's
just do
our
it.
1 free movement. Do we want to?
We could, like, for example, if we wanted to fight those guys and get some bonus XP because they're close to a structure, we could spend 2 fatigue to get there.
Let's do it. Show me how you spend fatigue.
Yeah, let's do it. We're experimenting here. We're showing off. Where's my fatigue dice? Okay, so we're going to push ourselves. So we got our 1 free movement, but then we're going to move 1 more. So that's going to, we're both going to gain a light fatigue.
Okay.
And then we're going to move 1 more as well to fight these guys. And so we get another light fatigue. And so, because we are interacting with the NPC chip, we are not going to draw an encounter card. We're instead going to consult what it tells us to do.
So that is the encounter.
That is the encounter today. All right. So, we're going to probably want to move this over a little bit so we can set up our clash. So if you could grab the big clash mat there.
Oh, excellent. The field of battle.
All right. So, we're going to have to do a clash, and what we're going to have to do is conquer. And I sort of showed this off before, but kind of looks like that there.
You're probably not in the camera, it's fine.
Probably not, no.
It looks like this.
Yeah, it looks... all right, so we're going to set up some loot chips, because this game has a way that you can actually get loot during battle.
Oh, wow.
So we got like that.
Random chests.
And then now we're going to have to calculate the number of enemies that we're going to spawn here. So the way you do that is you take... Hello. Oh, okay. The way you do that is you take the...
You are, in fact, a key grip.
The group XP counter multiplied by the number of players. And so we're group XP of 2. So 2 times 2. We're going to have 4 enemy... Essentially have 4 enemy pool value to deal with.
So the day of the encounter...
Not the day, the group XP.
The group XP.
Yes, which they're both 2 today because of certain coincidence.
Gotcha.
But, all right, so if that NPC marker is within 2 hexes of an outlaw landmark, which it is, we're going to have to add 2 to the enemy pool. So if we had 4, it's now going to be 6, which means we're going to have to deal with a 5-pointer.
No.
If the NPC is within 2 of a ruin landmark, which it is not... Nope.
And the ruin is the little...
sort of the crumbling...
construction. No, that's 3 away.
Yes, we're good. They would have extra health. Plus 1. And if the NPC is within 2 hexes of a structure, add 1 XP to the encounter reward, which we're going to get 3 XP from this. So 4, actually, is what we're going to get if we live.
So that's what we're fighting.
If we can win.
If we can win.
All right. So...
I feel good.
We need the enemies, and I believe they're going to be in those 2 bags. Is there no enemies in there?
This one and this one.
Ah,
these are the big ones.
These are the big ones. Okay, so we don't need the big ones. We just need the... So if you will go ahead... Oh, we should probably... All right, so guys, we're going to take a look at that little diagram, and we're going to spawn the first enemy just there.
Here. And
it's going to be
anything in this bag?
Anything in that bag, but place it on its 5-point side.
Okay, so there's a little 1 at the top and a little 5 at the top, so I'm guessing that's what that means. So let's put it under here. So we have a Voroplasm.
All right, and it's got its health is in the top left.
So health is 4.
4, okay. Underneath it is going to be its like aggro or like its threat range. Which
I heard egg roll.
Egg roll. It's egg rolls.
it's aggro. It's threat range.
Aggro. Yep. The purple banner is like its attack. That's how many proficiency dice it'll roll when it attacks.
Okay.
And then the last one is its defense. And defense is like how many points of damage you have to deal to it before you can start removing health, and that's every turn.
Sure.
So every turn you got to factor in that defense unless you're dealing true damage.
Sure.
All right. So that is going to go...
Just there?
Yep. 4. So there. And then because we have 6, it's going to be a 5. So now we need 1.
We need a 1. So we got a 5 and a 1. That does indeed make 6.
Oh, that's actually not so bad.
So there we go. The next one we have is a Bosma Bandit.
Ooh, how much health?
In Feeble 1, he's got 4 health.
4 health.
Threat of 3, 1 attack and no defense.
Ooh.
He seems squishy, although he does have a bow.
Does have a bow, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's there.
Oh, is he there?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Moving things.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Know
he's
where
going to
it
be
is.
ranged because he's got the bow, which means that's going to be his range is his threat.
Gotcha.
For melee units like the Voroplasm up there, its range it's melee, so it's adjacent. But what its threat is essentially how far away can it see you?
Right.
Because enemies are not going to automatically be active. They're only going to be active if they see us. If they aren't at full health,
So this is like when you're riding around and you see an enemy creature, you can decide whether to skirt it or get in its range, and it rushes at you.
Yep.
I love it.
Yeah, so they'll activate if they're also not at full HP. So it's like if you shoot them from afar, they'll be like, oh, something's up, and they'll engage in the battle. They'll also engage in the battle if they see if there's like an ally of theirs that is injured as well.
Sure.
So essentially, like if the Voroplasm sees this Bosmer bandit get hit, the Voroplasm is like, oh no, Steve's injured. I gotta get in this fight, and it's gonna hop in the fight. Yeah,
The plasm
not canonically named Steve, but
No.
all right. Okay, so we can go ahead and jump right into it then. So we're gonna spawn somewhere on these entrance tiles,
Sure.
as well as whose turn order is gonna be based on who has the highest stamina. So we both get to take our turn before they get to take their turns.
Okay.
So you're gonna go first. I'll go second.
Yep.
I'll just hang out right there. So we're already essentially in. So we're probably not going to... and for the most part, because the Clash map is a little bit on the smaller side compared to Delves and Dungeons,
Sure.
usually in Clashes, you're going to just get right into the thick of it. You're going to, there might be some strategies where you can like maybe keep one of the farther spawns away for a chunk of the fight.
Yep.
But for the most part, things are going to spot you. It's when Delves and Dungeons where that threat range becomes a lot more dynamic.
Sure. And is there anything I need to think about when it comes to the terrain on the tiles? Is it slower through anything? Do I need to stop for any reason?
Nope.
Apart from that.
Clash mats, all the tiles are going to sort of work the same unless an encounter says otherwise.
Okay, perfect.
Delve tiles might have specific Delve cards that'll tell you things change how it works.
Sure. So anything that in kind of like influences what you're going on will be on top of the mat, not the actual mat itself.
Correct.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right, and then I got myself the little skill reference sheet.
Reference card. Yep.
Oh, you got one as well.
I got
So,
I don't know what
for
I'm looking
example, Enfeeble, it's got Enfeeble 1.
Yep.
After attacking, after it attacks, add Light Fatigue to the target's cooldown. The other one's got Native. So Native is kind of like a skill we added to try and have a lot of enemies sort of give regional flavor to them.
Gotcha.
So like, for example, if you fight a wolf in Skyrim versus a wolf in Blackmarsh, those wolves are going to be a little different because they're from different regions. But the chip is the same. So region is going to be defined by your region's gazetteer. So for this one, all native is going to be Infect, which is target takes true damage equal to their current tenacity. So with your 3 tenacity, you probably don't want to get hit by that Voroplasm just yet.
I trained for this.
Right.
Okay. And so we go first, and again, explain movement for the first time.
Correct.
So where am I getting the
And we're
the
gonna
movement value from?
Just sort of set this with that stretch goal, like the magnetic little things. This will have a nice little home in that little thing. But
that
for
goes
now,
with
we'll
the-
just
yeah.
that's the round counter.
Nice.
Okay. So on your turn,
Yes.
you can, for free, you can do your movement, which is up to your stamina. So you can move up to 4.
Yep.
You can also perform one free like engage, and that engage is going to be like a die roll. You can also do like class abilities as well.
Okay.
However, you are able to take additional engage actions at the cost of a light fatigue. So, for example, if you wanted to run up to this guy, and hit him, and you were capped at 4 dice or something because of your stamina, then if you didn't kill him, you could take an additional engage action at the cost of a light fatigue and then roll some more dice that you maybe have access to.
Gotcha.
Of course, you actually have to have them available, so they can't be in your cooldown.
Yep.
But you can take big swingy turns like that if you're okay with clogging up your cooldown meter.
Sure.
I'm actually starting to think us fighting just 2 enemies was a good call here,
Okay.
because I'm feeling pretty confident we can get through this.
Well, let's see. So,
All
so movement up to 4.
Yep,
but
and now movement, you can take before or after engage stuff, but you cannot break it up.
So I can't go 1, 2, fight.
All
and then
movement,
another two.
all movement is done at once when it's that actual sort of.
So I can go 1, 2, 3. Do I have to stop if I'm engaged a creature like that, or can I?
You can run past him if you want
stop
to.
there? I want to get closer to the treasure and
treasures,
far away
yeah.
from the plasm.
Yes, because all enemies will move 2 spaces.
Okay.
Max. 2 spaces max.
Treasure max. Okay, so I'm going to go there, and now I'm. When do I set my fighting style? Because that makes a difference for my maul.
That will be at the start of the battle. So if you want to quickly switch that, because
so that's what I want to do for the thing.
Okay.
I want to do big axe.
All right, your steel maul. Okay.
So steel maul, and my steel maul says if you only roll a single proficiency skill with this attack, set the result to 2.
Mm-hmm.
So that means I can just do a 1 dice.
Yep, you can just do a 1 die, set it to 2.
Becomes a 2.
Yep.
And explain again how I can hit it again. I would.
Yeah. So I assume you want to kill it, right?
Yes,
you
I'm
want to
going to try
kill
and
it this
hit
turn.
it.
All right.
How do I use my
So
dice?
your first engage action, and this
Yep.
is sort of like the free engage action you get.
Yep.
You're going to choose how many dice you roll. Because of the steel maul, you're only going to roll 1, right?
Right.
Because you want to set it to 2 instead of rolling.
Yes.
So you can set it to 2, and you just don't even need to roll it. Normally, you'd give it a roll, but here, you're just setting it to 2. Doesn't have any defense, so
Okay.
it's just going to take that.
Nice.
All right. That's then going to go into your cooldown.
Okay.
Now, since it's still your turn, you don't want to end your turn just yet.
Yep.
You can be like, all right, well, I want to take another engage action.
Yes.
So that's at the cost of a light fatigue.
Gotcha.
And now you can do your second engage action, which
Yes.
could be
Another steel maul.
another steel maul.
Just keep hitting it with this
Yep.
big maul. Why not? So
that'll then
I take one of those out, set it to 2.
set it to 2.
Do the 2 things.
Yep.
Kill
And
the
then
creature.
This guy will just stay here for now,
Gotcha.
just to just to mark that there is an enemy that's defeated, so that this guy would see it.
Yep.
Granted, he would have seen you anyway, and I'm gonna hopefully run in there and do some damage myself. So,
Okay.
but
I'm in.
and then that'll clear at the end of the round.
Sure.
All right. Did you want to do anything else?
I do not.
I don't know if there's really anything you can do at this point.
No.
Well, you could spend like one of these, for example, if.
So I've got such wonderful things as throwing a knife, quick draw, and wrestling, or an arcing swing. So this is 1 free proficiency skill against any enemy up to 3. So 1, 2, 3. It's 4 away, so I don't get it. So
Okay.
I will pass.
You could do quick draw if you wanted to,
Oh.
because your range is equal to whatever stat you're using for it. So
Sure.
if you're using archery, for example, or ranged weapons, your range is going to be equal to your stamina. And if you're doing magic, your range is equal to your magic.
I'm going to see what you do and then decide in my second movement. So
Okay.
I feel comfortable that I'm hitting the bandit enough, and I've got my back protected. And now it's over
good.
to you.
Plus, we don't want to kill these guys just yet, maybe because we want the loot, right?
Right.
Like we want.
Oh yeah, that's good.
I don't know. Like I kind of want to stay alive, so we just get the loot.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go. I only have 2 movement though.
What is your ranged ability?
Oh
then?
jeez. My range is not very good either because taking that stamina hit. Like I'm glad I got this. Don't get me wrong. I'm very glad I got this. In which case, actually, I'm not gonna have as exciting of a turn as you. So I'm just gonna go there.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna do because the most important thing at the end of your turn, clear dice from your cooldown equal to your cooldown stat.
Hit your cooldown.
And that's what. Yep. So
take those out and slide those down.
yeah. So that's.
I
So
love
even when you even when you don't have like a turn where you really roll anything, you're still getting to clear out that fatigue. So then you can maybe build for like bigger turns in the future too. So that's actually all I'm gonna do. So now they're gonna go. They're gonna go in order of threat range. Like what's their threat stat?
Order of aliveness in this case.
But yes, order of aliveness in this case. So this guy will activate because he sees both of us and he sees his dead friend. So he is going to go towards the strong. So he actually can attack any number of enemies
gotcha.
that he's next to, but he's going to go for the strongest.
Sure.
However, he would sort of disregard that if he could reach one of us.
Sure.
So he would just go like.
There's
you're
an order
closer.
of operations.
Yeah.
Go to the one you can reach, and then
Do the time.
try
Yeah.
some things.
So since he can't reach either of us, and we're both the same distance away, then he's going to go for the strongest, which ironically, we're both at 5 health, so we're both technically the strongest.
You can go straight down the middle and get in range of both.
Yep, so we're going to just have a move like that. Then at the end of the round, every defeated enemy is dead, so you can actually go ahead and...
Back in the bag, or do you discard?
Since we don't need to track it, you can go back in the bag. Okay. There might be some things where it's like you'll need to track like how many enemies died this encounter, or things like that, but We're not doing any of that.
I
So
might get a diary and record all the creatures I kill when I play
you're
the
gonna
full
name
campaign.
them
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
this was Jeffrey. No, Steve. Steve was his
Steve,
name.
yeah, can't change his name now. He's dead.
Sorry, Jeffrey will have to wait. Okay, then we enter round 2.
Okay, that's nice and simple. And then
I have a feeling I'll be able to just demolish this guy. So
Okay.
if you want to focus on treasure,
okay, let's go and get some treasure.
Yeah,
So again, I've
so-
got a stamina of 4, so I can do 4
Yep.
movement.
and the only thing that will sort of interrupt movement is treasure. So you could actually go. You were here, right?
I guess, yeah.
You could go 1, 2,
Oh, you're
unlock the
onto the
treasure.
treasure.
3, 4, unlock that treasure.
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
And we're part of the Undaunted. We gotta get the treasure.
Yeah, I'm going to
We
scoop it
gotta
up.
get the
I'm going to
treasure.
scoop it up. Okay, so
Okay,
that's
so-
2. How do I
Yeah,
gain
we're gonna
that
show off how lockpicking works now. Okay. Sorry.
What?
I'm
I
sorry,
can't just smash this open?
No. You would break the treasure inside. And that's
can't
what's going to
break
happen if you fail to
treasure.
open this. So,
Oh, okay.
if you want to put this in like the little highlight camera.
There we go.
And then, so, one thing I'll just point out, part of the graphic design is going to be swapped there. There's that 3 that's in like the star. You see there's like the little star in the top corner?
Yeah.
That number. That is going to be where the X is, and the X is going to be where the star is, because that will come up when
Nobody
we
will remember that.
when
by the
we
time
do
the game
relics.
arrives.
No, it's going to
Yeah.
matter when we do relics.
Okay.
But, okay, so the 3 in the diamond, though, that is how many attempts you get.
Okay,
So what you have to do is you have to roll the other 3 numbers
sure.
and lock them in. But you have 3 attempts.
Yes,
When you roll a number, you can sort of just place it on the card to lock it in.
sure.
Additionally, you can choose to mitigate the results that you get by 1 by gaining a life fatigue. And
Okay.
you can do that as many number of times. So if you need a 6 and you roll a 1, you could take a ton of life fatigue to bump it up to that 6
Sure.
if you wanted.
So I need to get a 3, a 4, and a 5.
Correct.
And what is the significance of the star again? Is it nothing?
We'll get to it.
Okay,
That's for relics.
Fine.
For relics.
Okay, that's
Yep.
only for relics. Okay,
All right,
that's
so go
good.
ahead and give it a roll.
Okay, let's roll it next to it so I can do the thing. So I've got a 3, a 3, and a 2. And I get 3 attempts.
Yep,
So I
you
can
can
just
lock that
lock
3
in a 3. And then I get to roll the other 2 again. So I need a 4 and a 5. I get a 4.
Okay.
And I can change this by just 1 or by any number.
You can. Well, it's by 1 at the cost of light fatigue. So you could take
Sure.
2 light fatigue to bump that up to a 5.
So the question is, do I think I'm going to be further or
Because it
closer?
doesn't wrap around. So if you
Right.
roll a 1, that would you'd have to gain 4 light fatigue.
I feel like I will take 2 light fatigue
Sounds
to
good.
do this right now because
Perfect.
I do that. There we go.
There you
So
go.
2
And
light
then-
fatigue, and I
Okay. And
open it up.
You open it up, and so the chip's going to get removed. The chip will get removed regardless. So even if you fail to open something, you essentially destroy the chest, and it's like
I have a hist sap potion,
sap.
and I can discard it, and I roll any number of free proficiency skill and heal equal to the hits rolled. So it's a really good healing one.
And just since we've seen that term come up a couple times where it says free proficiency skill,
Yep.
that is going to be a series of proficiency skill dice that are not part of your character mat. So they're going to have a different color to them.
Sure.
They do the same thing for the most part, like same points of damage, but they're not going to ever go into your cooldown because they're just sort of like free ones, you know. So it's
Gotcha.
like, for example, your warrior thing lets you roll a free one. Some item, weapons, things like that will let you roll free proficiency. That just means it's not part of your skill dice.
Okay.
All right.
I like it.
Okay.
And
So
then
you
that
got
was
2 more movement left.
And then I'm going to go and
All
stand
right.
on
Now we're
Golden
going to show
Dragon.
off relics. So relics they're going to work the same way with one exception. Where'd you put your dice? Okay.
Over here.
The number in the star, you have to lock in first before you can lock in any other number.
Sure.
But when you lock it in, you get that die back to roll. Now, just to be clear, though, if you roll a single 3, you can't lock that 3 into the mandatory one and then immediately relock that one.
Sure.
That one will have to be rerolled.
So that's how I get to the 4 because I have to do this one first and then do the other 3.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So
And
I'm
you got
looking for
3 attempts.
I got 3 attempts. Here we go, people. Let's try and get this. Let's hope this is good. So I do not have that, but I can use a fatigue at this
You
point.
can. Yep.
So I'm gonna change a 2 to a 3.
Okay.
Put in
Getting
the
real
fatigue,
tired there.
and now I take this off,
Correct.
and now I'm going for a 2, a 3, and a 4, and I can't lock in anything else whilst I do that first one.
If you had one of those other numbers, you could, but it'd have to be a separate die.
I did, but
You already
I
picked
them
it
up
up.
now.
Ah,
So there we go. That's fine. There we go. A 2 and a 3. Let's put them on the right dice. 2 and a 3, and I'm going to change the 5 to a 4 and take another fatigue
All right. Sounds good.
because I want to just open these things on and move on.
Yep. Okay. So you get it.
So, okay, that's fairly straightforward. I like that. But there is definitely something there in terms of its effect on my character now. I'm
Yes.
I've run around and opened some things. Okay, we have a Berserker's Medallion. It's an accessory. And this would put me up to 4. Can I share equipment at some point in between rounds?
In between days. Like
In
at the
between
end of
days.
the day, you can trade equipment. You cannot do so during combat.
Okay,
though.
so this one is if Berserker's Medallion is the right side up, you may flip it upside down and take 1 free turn. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. If your adventurer is defeated while Berserker's Medallion is upside down, flip Berserker's Medallion the right side up. Okay, so it's basically a way for me to take extra turns and hopefully not get hit whilst I'm down.
To any attentive viewers out there, you'll probably be like, wait a minute, that sounds familiar. We've heard that one before. That one was part of my original 3 draw. We do not have all of the relic cards in this demo copy, so... Or the items. Yeah, we do not have all of the items or the relics in this demo copy. This is just a small sampling.
It's plenty for me right now.
So that's why that came up again, is because we've already gone through the 5 relic cards that are here. But there are going to be more in the actual game. Okay. All right.
So I've taken my go.
Okay. So, and I mean, like, if I'm pretty confident I can take out this guy, you don't have to do anything else.
Yep.
But just so people are aware of something you could hypothetically do.
Yep.
So even though you already used all your movement and you're not next to him, so you can't use your maul because that's adjacent. You can't use your sword and board dice because those would require you to be adjacent and in one-handed. You could, however, switch to ranged weapon, so like archery, because essentially everybody has a base version of all these weapons. So like you don't need a bow in your inventory in order to switch to ranged and attack from range.
Sure.
But chances are those items are going to make it better. So one thing you could do, if you wanted to, is take a fatigue to switch your battle form to ranged weapon.
Yep.
And then roll that proficiency die against the Voroplasm. You could then also get the benefit from your warrior innate, so you'd actually get to roll 2
Let's
proficiency
do it.
die.
I can do
it?
this.
Yeah, all right, let's do it. Okay. So do you already have a fatigue over there?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, look at you. So
Doing all the things. It's great.
in case it probably can't show up on camera, and we probably don't want to move it, but his fatigue track is almost entirely full now. And okay. And so if you ever completely fill up your fatigue track, that it's going to start changing those fatigue dice to like over fatigue.
Oh no.
Which is what causes you to take damage at the start of your turn, and they also never clear. So it's like, if you really try to max out too much.
Okay, I'll slow down.
No,
a little bit
do
from
it.
now on. No,
I mean-
I'm not slowing down now. Wow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm going to change to
So change
archery. So that's the bow.
Yep.
Boo-boo.
And so now your range is 4. So
Okay.
you can definitely hit him.
Fantastic. And it is one of these, and I get a free.
free
what
one,
does a free
yes.
dice look like?
So they will look a little different. We're just
Okay.
using the same ones.
Just
Just
using the same
but remember, one of those is your free one, so
Sure.
it's not going to go into your cooldown.
Okay, so doing that and that.
Oh.
And I've got that and that.
All right. So you got a miss.
Yep.
So you're going to gain a tenacity,
Nice.
and then the other one would deal 1 point of damage, but it's got a defensive 1,
Yes.
so it's not going to actually hurt it.
Boom.
Which is why I was kind of hoping maybe you'd roll 2 ones, but you had to roll a miss.
I did.
But hey, good news though, you got your tenacity, so
Yes.
now you're up to 4.
Now
so
it can hurt me more.
if I don't kill it,
Well, you better kill it then.
I will try. Otherwise, I'll just go undetectable though.
Okay.
So
And if I wanted to trade in my tenacity at this point, that's even more fatigue.
no, you'd just be able to do that.
I'm going to try it again.
Okay, so one of these, let's just put that there. One of those is going there.
Sure.
This will go back to the supply because it was the free one.
So I'm going to use my quick draw and try and do
yeah.
2 more shots against it. So I take.
Sounds good. So that's going to go by 2.
So this is actually spending the number
Correct.
of tenacity.
Yep.
To,
So you're
to do
spending 2 tenacity to use quick draw.
that. Okay.
That's going to be 2 free proficiency, and you've already dealt the 1 point of damage for its health.
Oh, so this has
So-
perfect. So I do that and that.
Okay, so you deal 1 damage, and you gain another tenacity.
Oh yes.
So it actually only cost you 1 to deal that 1 point.
One of these goes into here.
No, because they were both free.
Because they're both free.
Both
Okay,
free.
I
Yep.
like it.
And then
Oh, I see.
yeah, so that's to make
something.
sure,
Perfect.
like, and because with these going to be like the free proficiency ones being a different design and color in the final version,
Yep.
it's going to really help you make sure, like, okay, my proficiency stat, as it were, is
Sure.
3 because that's how many of those skill dice
That's
I have,
That's there.
and so that's why it's going to make sure like these ones are the only ones ever actually on your
Love
map.
it.
Okay, so you dealt the 1 point of damage. Awesome. So
Haha.
you got to experience some
I'm
more features
almost
there.
exhausted.
Yeah.
Now, but,
All right. Okay, so then I'm gonna go. Well, my. Oh, sorry. I meant to. All right, I didn't do that So I'm not going to cheat, though. I'm going to accept my mistake and take a light fatigue to switch to magic. Well, actually, no, I'm going to go up and I'm going to hit him for 1
Sure.
with my 1 lonely proficiency die. Then I'm going to blast him with fire.
Yeah.
Sorry, force shock. It's force shock.
Nice.
Okay,
So
I'm going to move.
close. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to do my free engage with this. Okay,
Okay.
1. I'm going to use my Scamp Crusher tool, though.
Yep.
Take a light fatigue to ignore up to 2 defense on an enemy. So I only
Nice.
got 1, so I get to ignore it.
So that hit
that's
actually goes through these.
Yep, so that's going to go through and hit. This will then exhaust. Then I'm going to take a light fatigue to switch to magic. Magic weapon.
Gotcha.
Take an additional light fatigue because I'm taking another engage.
Nice.
That. And then now I'm going to roll both of these.
Gotcha. So that fatigue really does add up pretty quickly, but it does allow you to do many, many things.
All right, so, this is actually kind of the best I could have hoped for. Because there's this symbol here.
Yep.
That is going to let me gain 2 tenacity
Yep.
and a light fatigue, which that's fine. It's going to clear at the end of the fight anyway. But then the other one is deal 2 damage to your target, which is exactly what we needed.
Huzzah!
So that's going to
Imagine
defeat
that.
it. And then that's the end of the fight because we killed all the enemies.
Yay.
So unfortunately, we don't get to like go for that loot. So that's where it's like sometimes if there's one guy left alive,
Sure.
you can be like, all right, let's keep him alive so we get all the loot. But I think we're okay. We're sitting pretty good.
We've got
with
enough loot.
All right. So then that will go back into the bag. We'll take our characters. Now we're at full health because we crushed it.
Yes.
I do really think it was a good idea actually for us to fight only 2 enemies, because if the enemy pool was 4, it would have been 4 weaker enemies, but more enemies. So that's a little bit harder than if you get those nice thresholds of like, oh yeah, 6, because that's just 2 enemies. But you get a chance to recover health up to your recovery stat.
Sure.
And that's true if you died too. If you died in combat, you need a full party wipe in order to actually like lose the encounter.
Okay.
But if one of us died, then we'd
We're
heal
just
up.
knocked down. For
Yeah.
a while. Yeah, that's fine.
But then your entire cooldown gets to clear.
Our entire cooldown.
Yeah, so another good reason too, like if it's like, it allows you to like kind of end the battle with a giant flourish if you want to.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I
You
mean,
got
I've really
to do
pushed-
that whole
Yeah.
you know, everything goes back, and then you do get fatigue dice back in your cooldown, equal to your cooldown rate.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions?
No, that was all pretty straightforward. Having only 2 monsters and the pointy one not hitting me was pretty straightforward. So
Yeah.
I like that.
It helped us ease into it, like it to show off the mechanics.
I do have a lot of items.
You do.
Although you have three out of 4.
I mean,
well,
I'll take
so-
one if you want to give me one. But we're gonna gain. So we're gonna gain 4 experience points.
Yep.
So bringing us up to 6.
Yep.
So before we decide to trade any loot, I'll just sort of talk about how experience works.
Yes.
So we probably don't want to move the map too much, just because now it's got a bunch of stuff in it.
Mhm.
But on the top of the mat, there's going to be like these numbers that are sort of going in across. And that is how much experience it costs to unlock something to put in that square.
Sure.
So if you wanted to up your health, it would be 1 experience to do so.
Yep.
If you wanted to do it one more time, it would then cost 2 experience. However, on the flip side, if you're going this way for your attack, it would be 2 to get your next attack die, and then 3 if you wanted to go one further. So the farther upgrading you are down the skill line or a stat line, the more expensive it's going to get.
Understand.
Additionally, you can choose to upgrade your cooldown, which I believe the amount is, and this is one of the more recent things that changed. So, but I believe it's going to be, it's the cost is the stat it's going to. So if you are going to move it to 3, it costs 3 to move it to 3.
Yep.
Then 4 to move it to 4.
Yep, that makes sense.
So it gets really expensive, but as you can see, like when you're filling this track up on some turns, having 6 cooldown is insane. Plus, like 6 cooldown is also going to be like 6 health recovery at the end of the fight.
Yeah.
You know, so it's worth it. It's just very expensive as you continue down. Okay, so we've got 4 experience points to spend.
Yep.
Now, any that you don't spend, you can choose to bank.
Sure.
But you can only bank up to 3. So you have to at least spend 1.
No, so I am going to spend 1 on a health.
Okay.
And 3 on a cooldown, because I seem to be getting through my cooldown pretty much, and that's my 4.
Sounds good. I am going to spend 2 on a Magicka, because I want to have a little bit better range.
Yep.
And then I am actually no. I'm gonna do it on stamina instead because I want to get into the fight because I want to use those war
Yeah, because
scales.
that's extra movement as
Yep.
well.
And then if I'm getting closer into the fight, I don't need as much range for my magic. So I'm gonna spend 2 for that, and then I'm gonna spend 2 to get this level 2 die for destruction, Wall of Elements.
All of elements.
And that is going to be this one. And the reason I'm able to get a level 2 die is because my skill line is at level 2. Whereas
Gotcha.
if
So
you
you've
wanted...
already pre-trained to that level.
Correct. Where you, for example, if you wanted another one-handed die,
Yep.
you would be restricted to another level 1 one-handed die.
So the actual level of the die is a difference. So different faces on there, different abilities of that die is different from a level 1 to a level 2.
So they're going to be completely different skill dice.
Yes.
So yeah.
yeah,
And so you'll see there's like the little corner in the top left. So that refers to what level it is.
Nice.
All right.
Okay. And now I've gone up to 3. Do I put an extra fatigue in
You
there?
do, yes.
Yep.
So same with like when you upgrade your health, you're also going to get health chips for that.
Aha, one more health chip, please.
Or one more.
I-
Oh, right,
I
because
took
you already
one
had,
more.
yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so then we clear that NPC chip. It's gone. We eliminated the cultists.
You
And
are-
I love that. I love the idea of those cultists. It was just this Bosmer guy, right? It was a Bosmer, I believe, just hanging out with his pet Voroplasm, and he's like, you know, the dark shall reign.
Running around. Yeah.
All right.
They weren't too big a threat. We got them.
No, we
Okay.
All right, but now our experience now went up to 6, which means the next battle it's going to be 6 times 2, so 12 enemies. So we're gonna have to deal not 12 enemies, 12 enemy points.
Yeah.
Which means we're gonna have to deal with a level 10. And like as you hit those points, like that level 5 was definitely tougher than the 1, but not too bad. But as you get to level 10s and then level 20s, they're just like, oh gosh, like
We got this.
really scary. All right, so we're going to move into day 3, but we're going to also cycle the card here.
Mm-hmm.
So day 3. And this is, it's got a little, I don't know if you want to show that off.
Let's have a look. Captive audience.
And so that's got the little point arrow
That's
thing.
You lot.
And that's going to be roll a d6 and refer to the Overland map compass, which we actually don't have printed at the moment, but I know what it is supposed to be.
5.
So 1 is due north, I know.
Yep.
So 5, so it's going to be southeast. West. I thought you said west.
West.
So we're going to stay put, but all NPCs are going to move 3 hexes in that direction, which is just the 1. Did you move 3?
3. Sorry.
Yep.
When
Okay.
you said just the 1, I just moved 1.
Sorry, just the
I can only have
one.
one number in my brain at a time, apparently.
All right. And then that will get moved to the bottom. Okay.
There we go.
Yep. And then just so people are sort of aware, this deck, like the encounter decks, are usually going to have, because as I'm sort of, I already know what this next card is because I can see it, and then I know what all these encounters are because there's going to be like a cover card though, so you can't quite,
Gotcha.
you can't be like, oh, we know what's next.
Yeah, well, the
But,
story's next, yeah.
but just to sort of point out there to people who might be like thinking about these decks, these encounter cards, things like that, they're meant to be sort of a spread where most encounters are going to be some kind of peaceful from this deck. But there's a good number of clashes, like that one we just cycled was a clash one. There's a couple delves, so delves are sort of like these a little bit more rare because they usually take a bit longer too, because well, you can always choose to leave a delve, but if you want to fully explore a delve, they're going to take a little bit longer. And then so it's going to be where the crux of like the combat is going to be like, are you engaging with the NPC chips?
Yep.
And the quests themselves are usually going to provide a good consistent level of combat encounters depending on the quest you're doing. Whether that's a couple clashes or maybe one really large delve, which will be the case for this one.
Yep.
But then there is still a chance you'll get some of those things in the deck here. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Nope, it's a good mix.
Because if it was nothing but combat, it
gets a bit exhausting.
Yeah.
In every way.
It also has like the nice benefit then of letting you gain experience, like more experience in between fights. So it's like you'll do a fight, you'll get to use your skills, you'll get your experience, but maybe it's just like, oh, I only was able to like increase my stamina stat by 1. That's not super exciting. But then if you get a couple peacefuls in a row, then the next time you're in combat, you're like, okay, I've increased my stamina.
Right.
I've gained these new skill dice. I've leveled up my cooldown. You've done all these things. So when you go from battle to battle, it's like the amount you can do between battles is like, the amount you get to be able to do
I understood.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I understood.
All right. Anyway, so now
Moving on.
moving on. We're now into day 3,
Okay.
so we can move up to 3 again.
So we've got 11 days to do this, and we
gotta
need
get
to
to-
decide whether or not we've got time to clear these to get up.
Now
to
we
the-
only have to clear one of those side objectives.
Sure.
I'm
We can't reach this one today, so maybe we just
thinking, yeah, I'm thinking
Book
we go straight north.
like the scene in the beginning of Baby Driver where we just like do a quick getaway. So 3 spaces.
And then that would put us safe from the NPC chip.
Okay,
Yeah. Let's do it.
done.
Okay. So, because we are not doing a town, we are also not doing a overland mechanic,
Mhm.
and we are also not doing a side quest or main quest, then we are actually going to draw from the overland.
Gotcha.
card.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Is it written in the stars? The night sky looks lovely at this time of year. As you take in the firmament, you become aware that you're not alone in your admiration. A friendly Imperial in a snug robe sits up from his station further down the hill and introduces himself. I'm with the Order of Stargazers, he says. The heavenly bodies are beautiful, but their grandeur is eclipsed by the secrets they can tell to those with ears to hear. He invites you to learn the ways of the Stargazers, at least for tonight. There's a whole new world up there, he promises. So we've got 2 options here.
Oh,
we should
nice.
show
Yeah,
off the 2
sure.
options.
So that's
like the front of the card.
Front. And that. So I mean, somebody said earlier in the chat that there's a lot of text on these, and that's because it kind of sets the scene. It gives you, 3 sentences. It's not a huge amount to set the scene, which is pretty important in these kind of games. And then the options on the back are stay with the Stargazer and learn about your star sign. I'm Sagittarius, by the way. I don't know if that's on the card. If it's an option.
I mean, it's we just use sort of more
Oh, okay.
general months.
That's fair. That's fair. Or decline the Stargazer. Stars are better served for navigation than horoscope. So declining is a shorter option, and that is add 4 to your next movement on the Overland map. That's huge.
So that'd be 7
So
unless
that's
we're impeded by this.
7. So yeah, that could be.
We could get there.
We could go pretty far, and that might help us if we want to like spend more time on a side quest or something later in the game, I'm guessing, obviously. And then the top one, which is staying with the Stargazer and learning about your star sign, advance the XP counter by 1. Each party member gets the benefit that corresponds to that player's birth month. So I would get permanently increase your proficiency stat by 1 if possible.
And I'm in June.
And you are in June, which means permanently increase your magicka stat by 1 if possible.
Ooh.
So do we want to... Oh, what?
So, I know we were talking about that 4 extra movement, and that's really good.
It is.
But this would only increase the group XP by 1.
Yes.
I would get an additional ability that would normally cost me 2 XP.
Sure.
And you would get one that also costs 2. Now, I don't know if you're planning on filling that with health or not.
No, I was planning on getting a proficiency there, so I'm pretty happy to say that, as long as you don't think the loss of movement will hamper us too much.
I think we'll be okay. It's only day 3. And,
Okay.
And since this is the demo and we do not have side quests, we have the luxury of not needing to go complete a side quest.
All right, let's take luxury.
All right. So we're going to stay and learn.
Yes, read the stars. Teach us your portent. So
I get an extra magicka.
Please may I get an extra white die? Thank you.
There you go.
And that goes in there, and I don't need to change anything else on my mat to show that I've got that. It's just the actual die.
Correct. And then
being
this
as
will
an
go
option.
up only by 1. Only by 1. So we actually essentially we both got a free XP point there.
I like it.
All right. It does have a symbol, though, for NPCs, and I think this is the one that, it's going to reduce our party movement by 2. It makes sense.
it does
we were
make sense.
hanging out
we
with
either
this
take this
Imperial,
one, we don't.
so we're going to reduce our party by 2 again.
Okay.
So we're only going to move 1 unless we want to take some fatigue, and then the NPC is going to move 2 hexes towards us.
So,
but we are still safe. This is what
now. What comes first, our movement, or is it the next day?
They're going to move 2 right now, and then tomorrow we're only able to move 1.
Okay.
Unless we wanted to take extra fatigue, which
maybe we do.
Maybe we do.
Maybe we do.
Okay. So then, because we actually completed this one, then it's actually discarded.
Okay. Nice. So,
all right. So then into day 4, did you want to trade me any loot?
I mean,
you were talking about that.
Not really, because you've got 3, so you can earn it.
Fine. All right. So now We get to move now.
We get to
do
move.
you-
So we get
just
to move
one, unless
and
we wanted to take some fatigue.
These, let's put these changing the.
Put the map here.
Is that the map over there?
It's like half and half.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Oh, geez, Rick. Right. So can we go into the slightly shaded area in the middle? What is that? Yeah.
So these regions they're not going to have sort of any innate like difference effect. They're more there to sort of like thematically divide up the region, because like in Elder Scrolls Online, Black Marsh is divided up among 3 sort of like mini regions.
Right.
So you've got like Shadowfen and once again I was going to try and flex my knowledge, but I'm blanking on the names, and
That's
I'm
right.
so upset because I've been there. Anyway, they also might have come into play for like quests.
Sure.
So like quests will be like you got to do
They're
all
just
these.
regular things for now.
Yes, they're
Okay.
just regular.
So let's go straight north, and then I think because it seems like the NPC moves 2 more often than not, we should probably push at least 1.
At least one more. I'm okay
One
with
more,
that. I'm
yeah.
okay with that. All right, so we both 10.
So
You got some
I've
cubes
some over here.
Some
Yep.
delicious cheese cubes.
Now I'm hungry.
All right. So, okay. Would you like to read this one?
Sure. Torrential hist rains. As you set out, a welcome wind is at your back. But when the sky quickly glooms and glowers, you know it's not just a change in the breeze. In an astonishingly short span, the darkening sky erupts into a cacophony of lightning and thunder. When it comes, the rain is hot, stinking, yellow-brown downpour that soaks you within moments. Oh dear. When it finally slackens, a rank mist rises off your swampy surroundings, cutting your visibility to mere yards. Simply continuing on your way will be enough challenge today. Oh dear, this sounds like it's going to slow us down again. I don't like this. So we have 2 options on the back. So let's put it over here again. We can follow the waterways, but step carefully. Or we can go, it's too risky, best to hunker down. I don't think staying put is
Yeah,
a
I think.
choice.
We've already done
we
that.
have an entire
We
quest
gotta
based
get-
around moving
we
across
gotta-
the entire, half a region. If we follow the waterways but step carefully, each party member may gain up to 4 fatigue.
Ooh.
Each party member who gains fewer than 4 fatigue must discard 1 loot or relic, if able, and lose HP equal to 4 the fatigue gained. Each party member, so if it's too risky, then each party member must place 2 fatigue and 2 skill dice of their choice in their cooldown. So
Oh, so it's not actually going to slow us down. It's just.
No, it won't slow us down, but it's we put dice.
I don't want to get rid of my items.
It gains fewer. So each party member may gain up to 4 fatigue. And you lose HP equal to. The
But do we
fatigue
get more
gained.
experience if we do that?
Is that what this?
Yeah,
this
that's
one
what
is.
the top
So
right
2
is.
experience and 1 experience. So I'll leave it in your hands. What? Oh, mighty Argonian.
May I see the card?
You may. It sounds pretty risky either way, but
I'm okay to best hunker down.
we just got some free experience, so I don't mind giving up a little bit of experience
Yeah,
for a safer
yeah.
route. So let's do that. So
Okay,
we gain
so
2
2
fatigue.
Or you could move any of these down if you want instead.
Sure.
But
Place
Oh,
2 fatigue
oh, no, and-
two
oh,
skill dice.
oops,
No,
oops,
it's both.
hey, that's both.
Um,
Ooh, that's.
I'm
Oh,
gonna do
actually,
that.
hold on. Now I got to rethink this.
Nope. Too
No,
late.
we're already doing it. Okay.
Too
Okay,
risky to
okay.
rethink it.
Okay.
Too risky.
All right. So
And then
we
we go
get
to 8.
8, and then we get an experience, which I think I'm just gonna bank for now.
Sure. And I don't want an extra level 1 one-handed, so I think I'm going to bank it as well.
Okay. All right, and then this is the one where we roll a d6 for the
Sure.
symbol.
So D6, and the 6 comes up as a
4,
4.
which is 2, 3, straight down. So good. Whoop, whoop. Hey!
Yeah, get
put some
out of
distance
here,
there.
weird cultist people.
All right.
Okay, day 5.
Day
rattling
5.
through them.
All right. We just want to just try to get there. Just
I think
go
so.
like 1, 2, 3, like that.
Yep.
Okay.
And the next one, over to you.
Illusions of grandeur. Psst. Your eyes dart back and forth until you spot a striped Khajiit furtively waving you over. In her hand, she has a small sack that she tries to press into your palm. Her ear twitches. This one has a new strain of moon sugar for those with open minds, she says. It is the purest the sea has ever filtered. Make you strong, make you powerful. Take it now and tell others of Khajiit and her wares. Stepping back, you appraise your new acquaintance. There is ample evidence she may have sampled her own product, but a burst of strength in battle is always useful, provided the side effects aren't overwhelming. We got 2 options here. Each party member must place their choice of 1 to 5 skill dice in their cooldown meter. Oh no! And then we just did that. And then gain number of tenacity equal to the number of dice placed in cooldown.
Sure.
So you feel strong if a little disoriented. Or we can just say no to Moon Sugar. Place a stun status effect in your cooldown meter. Which essentially means on the first turn, because what's nice about stun though is it's only ever going to be 1 turn.
Sure.
But what stun means is like you cannot move and attack, like move and roll dice in the same turn. So you're essentially a little bit hamstrung in that regard, where it's like, okay, if maybe you have long range, then maybe you can get away with getting somebody with like a bow or magic.
Right.
But normally you have to move in, and so that's the downside. Is your first turn is usually just going to be movement.
Okay.
But we gain 2 XP.
Sure.
Oh
Let's do
gosh,
it.
our next fight is going to be brutal. All right, let's do it. Okay. So we both gain a stun. Let's see.
No, it looks like we're going to be fighting before we get to a village or train up. So holding out for that, and we get 2 XP. So I can't put that up to
Oh my
4.
gosh, look at your track.
I know.
So we're getting 2.
I mean, yours isn't too far behind.
No, I know. Kind of. So that'll bring me up to 3. I'm gonna go ahead and up my recovery,
Sure.
but that means I am gonna gain another cube.
So I'm gonna store mine up to. You can hold up to 3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna store that because I want to actually train and then get some better dice on my one-handed skills and stuff. Or maybe get to. If I can get to 4, I might get my recovery even better.
Sounds good. And this one is a new symbol.
Oh. The new symbol.
Oh, they just moved 1 towards the party.
Okay.
So we gave ourselves distance. Them moving south was very good.
Yeah,
for
that
us.
was very good.
Okay.
Okay, so we've rattled off a few days of gameplay. I think I was a little bit worried that because of the first and the couple of days were like pretty long. Now we've just rattled through the next 4 days.
When it's like 12 days, it's like, okay, but most of those days are pretty quick. Most of those days are going to just be like, all right, we're just hopping into it's. That's not to say there aren't a lot of battles, or there's like, I know we've had a stretch here of peacefuls, but like, for example, for this quest in particular, this is a quest that builds up for that final, because like the delves are already going to be a little bit longer, and this one has an even longer delve.
Okay.
So this is a quest where it's like, oh yeah, you're not going to be doing a lot as much in the earlier steps.
Yep.
But then once you get to the end, it's a lot longer. Whereas there's a bunch of other quests like the Mages Guild one, where you have to fight the beasts 3 different times. So you're constantly going, all right, fight the beasts here, then here. And the beasts change each time you fight.
Yeah.
So it really depends on the quest. And the encounter cards are sort of just meant to like give you a little like excitement, a little bit RNG of what's happening in between those quest steps. Adds a little bit of flavor.
Yeah.
A lot of
force fights on you, or force the NPCs upon you, and
Yep.
things like that. So that's it's a good difference.
All right. And I think for this next day, we can make it to that.
Yeah, let's do it.
We are going to have to
jump in.
Okay, so let's go to it. And this is Percolating Mire.
Percolating Mire. So this is an actual quest.
This is a quest step, yes.
Quest step.
So I will read.
So we're not
quests.
going to the card.
I mean, we are going to the town as well.
Right, but we're not going to an encounter card.
Correct. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
All right. Do you want to do a?
No, you carry on.
Dang it! I always lean too much into my Argonian voice, and it hurts my throat.
You're all good. My throat's still recovering.
All right. So we have gone to research the caves.
Yes.
Okay. The elderly Argonian woman you tracked down is happy for the company.
Not many people are in the market for tales of the past these days, nor do they care for the future, which the past can foretell and interpret, she says. They only care about the now.
She explains that the tome is a codex of uses for the minerals colloquially known as Stormhold crystals, rare, volatile rocks that can be found deep underground in the Shadowfen region, particularly in the area of Stormhold.
Some believe that these crystals can harness the power of evil itself,
She explains.
Anyone...
Don't laugh. I was doing fine until you chuckled. And
Thanks. No, I'm losing it. Anyone who possesses that book must carefully store the secrets within. Wazowski.
That's close.
Before you go, she provides you with some old map fragments that help make sense of the area's labyrinthine tunnels. She also gives you a word of warning.
Some black-robed folks were here only a few days ago, asking around about the codex themselves, she says. I didn't tell them much. They seemed a bad sort. But if you want that book, you better be ready to fight for it.
Ruh-roh.
Quest objective, travel to Stormhold, day 11. Recommended by day 11.
Yep.
Upon completing this step, your next day will begin a delve that will initiate the end of the quest. All right, so in order to, sorry, I got these steps mixed up. We were supposed to do this town encounter first. Because in order to actually do this, we have to discard equipment equal to party size. So essentially this was, sorry, I skipped that part. It was right here. I just didn't read it.
You're too busy.
I was too busy
doing the
prepping for
voice.
the Argonian voice.
Right,
yeah,
okay,
or the,
okay.
the Roz voice. Okay, so we do have to do that. Essentially, we're paying this researcher to be like, what can you tell us?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have to discard up to 2.
So 2 each? Or
No, just 2 total.
2 total. Okay, that's...
Which,
I'm
the
gonna-
Hiss Sap, yeah, I'm thinking the Hiss Sap.
Yeah, let's give up that.
And then I'll give up my Gruel.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
But-
not giving up the crab.
No, don't
Can't make me give up
Don't
the
give
crab.
up the crab. Okay, we do have to. So that was that was spend a group town action.
Yep.
That means we both spent a town action doing that, which means we
Gotcha.
do still have one more town action we
Okay.
can spend here.
So again, nice and clear on here, if I'm reading this correctly, we will be offered 2 items in the shop and 1 relic.
Yep, and you get to choose one.
And then the training can be
Ooh, you could train to
level 2.
You could train your.
I'm going to train to level 2. So that's exactly what I'm going to do.
And
then spending XP, is that an action or is that...
so
something
that'll
that-
be like at the end of the day.
Okay,
You can
perfect.
do that.
But it's not a town action to spend XP. It's an
Correct,
end of day
correct,
thing.
yep.
Perfect.
As for me, you know what? I kind of want to see if I can get something good back.
Oh, sure. You got... The options are a Nightwood Bow, Nord Mead, and a Fork of Horripulation.
That's the one where if my Magicka stat is even, it's increased by 1?
Yes.
That wouldn't help me anymore.
No.
What's the Nord Mead do?
Gain X tenacity, where X is your stamina stat. So you could get 3 tenacity as a discard, or you can get +2 range for the bow attack.
I'll do the Nord Mead.
Okay. There we go. And they can go to the bottom of those.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, so now we're at the end of the day.
Yep.
Did you want to spend your banked one?
I do want to spend that. So I have to remember, obviously, that's for the blank one there. So I'm going for that, and it's the same number for the whole row down.
Correct.
So I'm spending 2 to get 1 more. So
Or are you doing it top to down for your banking? So you had 3 banked?
I did, yes.
Oh, okay.
As
So
you do yours.
I do it the opposite
Sorry.
way, which is why we're going to put numbers on there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that's a good
So
point.
I'm going to move that to be consistent.
So you
then.
know where it is.
yeah, yeah.
Please may I have a level 2 one-handed?
Yes, which one? I think there might be a couple options. No, it's just the one. Never
just
mind.
the one.
Shield
Just the
charge.
one. Shield charge.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
And does it matter where I take these from? If I'm taking my skills when I roll them, that would always be there because that's where I learnt it.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So then we got this one.
Yep.
It's going to move 1 towards the party.
Yep.
And 2 towards the party, and we can only move 1 space.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll only move 1 space then.
In the next day.
Okay.
All right. So should we just
Yeah.
make our way there?
Let's make our way.
Okay.
Unless,
All right.
do you need to go to a town for any reason? Do we need to?
Um.
I don't think we do. I think now that we've just done it, I'm happy to go straight in. And we can't do anything with our fatigue at this point, correct?
Correct. Alton Coromont. We do have a town on the way.
Ooh.
Alton Coromont. Do they do anything interesting? So this they have a set sail option. It's essentially like a fast travel option,
Okay.
but it would send us to the south of Blackmarsh. Now there is a town in the south of Blackmarsh
Yeah.
that sends you to the north of Blackmarsh.
Sure.
So we could have taken that. If
Now you tell me about the boat.
So it's, part of this game is exploration.
It is.
And so even though you're freely allowed to take a look through the gazetteer, you can't look through the quest steps. The quest steps are meant to be hidden. But like all of the towns, yeah, you can take
They've got a
look,
reputation.
you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
You
made me walk all this way. We're not getting a boat back down there. No.
I'm not the type of person to look. I like.
No, me too. Me too. Yeah, I'm very much
And-
the discover as you go along.
so-
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we could go to Ultimate Core Mount, but
Nope.
I think we're good.
Let's
So
go
we're just gonna
straight
move.
to the
Okay.
end. Right.
All right. So this was the.
Put that there.
That was the card that we. Yeah, because that was the one that we got the symbol from.
Correct. So
So we're
we're
gonna
going to
do
the
this
bottom. Okay, so one space forward, and then
Do we want to? Oh no, we should probably clear this out.
yes,
We got to stop taking fatigue.
correct. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
Is it my turn? A pirate's death for ye. The presence of Alton Cormont has always guaranteed a lively culture of pirates and smugglers in Blackmarsh, but most of their tall tales of legendary buried treasure in the region have been nothing but idle talk at late-night saloon. This map, however, seems a little more real. You found it clutched in the hand of a decaying orc skeleton, and a quick perusal of the area reveals that the landmarks line up perfectly to show you the mouth of the heretofore hidden cave opening.
It's One-Eyed Willie's rich stuff.
It is. There's likely plenty of booty inside, but if anybody else finds out about this, you're liable to have a passel of plunderers on your hands. I love the alliteration. Well done, Ryan. So we have two options. You follow the map to an underground hoard, which
That's
all
gonna be a
loot will
delve.
be relics.
So then it's got that symbol there. Which
Yes,
means it's
this
going
is
to be a delve.
So let's put this down here so you guys can see. Nice and simple options on this one. So all loot are relics, and again, I'm guessing all these, so please tell me if I get things wrong.
Yep.
And then the secondary option is someone hardier than you would pay good money for a map like this, and each party member may draw the top of the item deck. So we can either do a delve, and so that gives us the option to then clear out all this and get some relics, or we can just draw the top one. What would you know?
I kind of want to. What's nice about delves? So, in order to actually complete a delve,
Yes.
unless otherwise specified, the base objective of a delve is to fully explore it.
Okay.
And when we go through this delve deck, there's going to be sky shards that we can sort of reveal and pick up.
Yep.
And once you have picked up 3 sky shards, the delve ends. Like,
Sure.
not that it's like it's just you can't explore anymore by
Gotcha.
chance. Like
Yep.
you still have to
It's
make
the
sure
extent of that cavern.
yeah, you
or-
cannot explore anymore. But each sky shard grants an experience, regardless as to whether or not you fully explore the delve or not.
Okay.
And then you complete the encounter. So the encounter reward might have an additional XP. So it's 1, right?
Correct.
So if we fully explore the delve, we would get 4 experience points for doing so.
Love it.
However, as you explore the delves, there is no cap to the number of enemies that can spawn.
Ruh-roh.
So it's as opposed to like the enemy pool where it's like, oh, we will only fight 1 20-point enemy
Right.
in a clash. The delves could continuously spawn more and more and more and more.
Okay.
But what's nice is you can choose to leave a delve at any time.
Gotcha.
So if we wanted to, for example, maybe just go until we find 1 sky shard or 2 sky shards, or maybe not any, and we're just in it to maybe clear out our cooldown track and then move on. We can do that too.
Okay.
The only restriction though is in order to actually leave the delve, everybody has to be outside of the threat range of active units.
Gotcha.
So it's essentially
you can't
like
be being chased by a monster at the time.
it's
you can
like
fast travel. I like
to
it.
use a Elder Scrolls bit of like text is like you cannot fast travel when there are enemies nearby. So that's like there are absolutely situations where you might go through a delve and then you get swarmed and surrounded,
fight your
and
way.
all of a sudden it's like, oh gosh, we can't even fast travel out, and then you might die, and then you don't get any experience, and then you might have burned a lot of loot to not die. Anyway,
And
we're doing it,
the
though.
final battle of this one, getting to the north, is that what kind of battle would that be? Is that
that'll be a
delve?
delve as well.
So the question is do we want to do this delve to do that, or should we just go straight into that delve?
I think
we can do this one.
let's
and
do,
keep it
but
clear.
just maybe like we'll just play it safe. We'll just do like 1, maybe 2 rooms, see if we get lucky with a sky
Sure.
shard. It also is going to spawn relics instead of normal items. That could be cool.
Okay, I'd like to do that.
Yeah.
Let's do
All
it.
right. So we won't need this. We can just get that out.
Eat it out of here. Or put it over here, nice and
Sounds good.
gently. And then, which bits do we need for this?
We do not know yet.
Oh, it's
It's a mystery. All right.
Okay.
So we're gonna start in round 1.
Yep.
We will start here.
Yes.
Now, if we start on one of these 2 tiles, which I believe we probably will,
Yep.
it's going to auto-explore. So that's what this little tunnel icon means, is that's in a spot to explore.
Yep.
And so that means the first one's going to explore, which we've got ourselves the Spore Chamber. When revealed, each adventurer must either drain a proficiency die from their mat. So draining in this game is it's off of your mat for the duration of this battle. So it's not going into cooldown. It's going off to the side until the battle's over.
Okay.
So drain a proficiency die from their mat, or add a Bane status die to their cooldown, which Bane is going to cause 1 true damage at the start of your turn until it cycles out.
Sure. And I've got my crab says when a negative status effect dice will be placed on you, you may place 1 damage on this card instead. Can I do that?
You can.
I'm going to do that.
You're going to do that. I'm going to just drain this. I just have the 1, so I'm going to have to deal all my damage with magic. So
Sure.
you're going to have to kill things for me. Okay. Well, we're hoping we're not.
And how do we place
so this
said tile?
goes there.
Thank you.
All right.
Well done, crab.
So the way delves work, like where you place them, is you're going to have to match a tunnel with a tunnel.
Sure.
Like with a doorway with a doorway. The only thing you can't do, because this would essentially soft lock the delve, is do this, for example, because then this tunnel is connecting to this,
Right.
and this one to this. So you need a freestanding tunnel in order to keep exploring.
Sure.
So if we do this, for example, then we can explore that way.
Yep.
Or if we do this, we keep exploring that way.
Let's bring it this way, because
okay.
I think that's where the camera is.
Sounds good. Additionally, there's that grid with the skulls and the player numbers. So we are 2-player.
We are.
And
there's 1.
It's gonna, yeah. So where enemy pool matters though is if one of those cards were to ever spawn more than what your enemy pool allows for, you only spawn up to it.
Sure.
So that means if you get brought into a delve very early game, you're not going to have a card where it's just like, oh, it spawns a 20-pointer and you've got 2 XP solo. You know, like it's not going to spawn that 20-pointer. But usually pretty quickly, that restriction goes away because we're already at 20. And so we would have to come across, for a 2-player game, you'd have to say it's going to spawn more than 20, which I don't even think happens.
No.
I could be wrong. But so we're going to just have to spawn. So if you want to draw a 1-pointer.
1-pointer. Here we go. Let's go with, we have a Nord Bandit this time.
All right. How much health has it got?
It has 5 health. An aggro range of 2, 1 attack, and no defense. And it has steel. Steel as in it will take something, not the iron price.
So yeah, it's just in here playing a game of Brass Birmingham.
Right, that's right. Which, for the record, is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a good game. It's a good game. Before attacking, roll a d6. If result is higher than the target's current HP, that target's controller discards an item, if able. So he wants our stuff.
Oh no!
I don't want to give him our stuff.
No.
Or is it give her our stuff?
It's a her.
Yeah, I don't want to give her our stuff. We worked hard for all this. We gave it to the Argonian lady.
Exactly.
All right. So she spawns. There's additionally, we'll grab that card and put it over by here to mark. So the first time there's going to be a trap.
Oh no.
So the first time one of us moves in, which is going to be you, unless you want to kill it from outside.
Right.
It's going to be a poison blast. You're going to have 3 attempts to try. It's essentially the same as lockpicking.
Sure.
To disarm the trap. Otherwise, each adventurer gains 1 over fatigue.
Okay.
Which is that really nasty.
Yep. So we can set our
battle forms. I'm going to stay in magic myself.
Well, mine's on ranged right now, so I think I'm going to try and take it down from where I am.
Since we are now in a delve, there is a kind of concept of line of sight in this game.
Okay.
And it's primarily like you can attack anything in the hex group you're in.
Yep.
And you can attack anything in the next connecting hex group.
So not a secondary one.
So if there was another one down the line, this would essentially be like a narrow passageway. Sure. And you're like, oh, I can kill anything in the narrow passageway, but there's a bunch of rocks in the way. You know, so even if it was like a traditional line of sight, it still would be considered not.
So physical pieces and neoprene is what the barriers. Okay, like it. Okay, so if I'm going first, I can either, because I'm stunned, I can either move up to 4 or do some fighting.
Yep. And
So
if you moved, you could move in there and keep exploring and
Sure.
spawn more enemies.
I want to get rid of this bandit before it steals our stuff.
I like it.
So I would like to use my my range. So again,
Okay.
how many dice am I allowed to throw?
You can throw up to 4, but these ones require you to be in one-handed. So you could roll those
So
3.
I'm just essentially going to roll these 3, and I
you
get
get
1 free proficiency skill
your warrior.
from my warrior. So that's the free one, and there we go. So I've got let's check them over to here. So I got 2 misses, which is 2 tenacity, and then I got a hit and a double hit, so it's 3 points of damage.
Nice. And I'm
And
pretty sure you
then
could probably use one of those.
I have a lot of tenacity, so I'm
Yeah.
going to do a quick draw and make a free another range attack.
Okay, so make sure to put 3 of those in your cooldown here.
Yeah.
And I'll give you one more just so we make sure. Oh, so you can't. Yeah, you can't take.
Yeah, I am literally at the top of my thing. So I got 3 more hits.
Oh, nice.
With my free quick draw, so that costs me my 2 2 tenacity from there.
Yep.
Well. So those go away.
All right, nice.
Okay, I'm pretty exhausted, but I feel like we did good killing the bandit.
Yeah, we got the bandit out of the way, so we don't have to worry about losing anything. Granted, our health is pretty high too, so it's like
It is, yeah.
it's harder for them to steal if your health is high, because
Okay,
All right, so don't forget to clear your.
so now I do that.
Yep.
Go down.
Nice. Okay.
I love that. So simple.
And it's so satisfying to
I
watch
know.
these big
and
then
the stun stays there until that's cleared. as
no,
well?
that comes off at the end of your turn actually. So it's only a 1-turn kind of thing.
Nice.
Which the main reasons like that is because if you stun an enemy,
Yes.
enemy status effects dice stay until they're dead, with the exception of stun. Stun is built into the rule that you take it off. Same with untargetable, and that's because like if an enemy got untargetable for the whole battle, that's a bad thing. Or if you were to stun an enemy for the whole battle, you can constantly manipulate their AI to like constantly move to try and hit you, and then they're like, "Oh, I can't hit." That would also be
Rubber sword syndrome.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So
go,
my turn. I'm going for it.
Yep.
Oh, so first things first, I got to do this. So if you hand me those 3 dice here.
Poison picking die. So 1, 2, and a 3, and you've got 3 attempts.
I'm just built different. I'll take that fatigue to get a 3.
Yeah. So you rolled a 1, 2, and a 2, so you're going to use a fatigue to do that.
Yep, to get a 3. Let's go. All right, so that is done. And since there's really no other remaining information we need on this card, we can just sort of flip it out of the way so we don't and like get rid of it.
Okay.
Just so we don't needlessly
Keep referencing it.
because there are some delves where they'll have like active things going on.
Sure.
And so those are delve cards you want to keep by it. So anytime there's like, okay, we've gotten everything we need to know from this card, you can just sort of remove it.
We're not going to set off a poison trap every time we come back
Yes,
into
correct.
the
It's
set.
just the one time.
Okay.
And this would help us remember that too. All right, so then that was 1, 2. So I'm not going to explore. Ooh, we got ourselves a sky shard, which is the blue thing there.
So the blue symbol at the top, and then it says fume riddled depths. So we have a 2 rows of 3, which is that one in front of you. And then we have, it's got a 5 symbol there, and Magicka cannot be used by adventurers on this tile or any adjacent tile.
No!
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No!
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll do all the fighting as usual. And then it's got spreading fumes for 3 shards, immediately reduce all adventurers' tenacity to 0.
Oh, so that is if it was the 3rd sky shard.
If it was the 3rd sky shard. Okay.
So it does have a sky shard, which there'll be little like sky shard token things.
Okay.
Because in order to actually get it, you have to physically go into that room. So what spawns though?
Gotcha.
For a 2-player?
For a 2-player, it says a 5 and a 5.
5 and a 5. So, and just as a clarification, this enemy has no bearing on our unit pool now. So like, that's what I mean when I was sort of saying earlier about how delves can have no, like essentially no limit to how many enemies can spawn at a delve. So like, if you were to just spawn enemy after enemy after enemy after enemy, the total enemy pool value of all the enemies you spawn in a delve could be way higher than your normal enemy pool, which is why there's sort of like a push your luck. How deep into this do you want to go? All right.
Okay, we have a spider with 4 health who is a stalwart native. He's got 3 attacks. He's pretty strong, but he's got no defense. And it looks like he goes for the weakest. And then we have a skeever who looks like a big, horrible plague rat. And it has 5 health. It does have some defense, and it's got rush and native.
Okay.
So a 4 and a 5 for health.
Remember that native in Black Marsh is that they are going to deal true damage equal to tenacity. So
I need to use my tenacity.
I might go untargetable here, so I apologize if I just
Oh,
completely leave you.
Smoke bomb. And then, so rush. After its first movement, if this unit cannot attack an opponent, it moves a second time. So the rat will be hitting us or attempting to.
The good news is, though,
There's good news.
yeah, there is some good news. I could hang out where I am right now, put my smoke bomb down, and this corpse will block their way.
It can't move over the.
And so that they'll just be hanging out there while you could maybe get ready to like.
I like it.
You can have a turn to like get some stuff off cooldown, or maybe roll some like you can do quick draw. There's okay.
I like it. And Stalwart is any for the spider. Any turn this unit takes damage to its HP, including true damage, the total loss is reduced to 1. So any turn, the whole turn, or individual attacks.
So its whole turn it can only reduce. So in the duration of a turn,
You can only take 1 hit.
it can only take 1 hit.
Oh my gosh. So that's going to take a minimum of 4 hits.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. That's horrible.
But okay, so here's all right. I have to stay put because if I were to move even 1 space in, they would channel down this way. Then I would be trapped. So I'm gonna stay put. I'm not gonna move 1 more.
Yep.
Do we want to try and kill these things, or do we maybe like? Oh yeah, because if we want that sky shard, we have to at least get in there, and that rat's gonna move there. So yeah, I think we're gonna want to try and kill these things. So I am gonna go ahead and use my Stinkhorn Tonic. I was kind of hoping to use this for the final battle.
Do we put anything on these to start, or are they?
Is there a chest icon in the enemy spawn? There is
Oh, no,
not.
no.
So sadly, we're not even getting value of the pirate treasure. No wonder Chester Copperpot died. Okay. So I'm going to use my Stinkhorn Tonic to place a Bane die. I think even though the rat has that defense, and Bane would, like the Bane deals true damage, would go through it, we can burst down the Skeever.
Okay.
We can't burst down that spider.
No.
So any of that, so I think I'm going to put it on the spider. Bane. Which one of these is Bane?
The blood spider.
Because it's like it's bleeding. All right, so that was my Stinkhorn. Threw a stink bomb at it. Fart in a jar.
Spiders don't like being caught in a jar.
Especially when you fart in it.
Fart in a jar.
All right. Okay, I'm going to end my turn there, though. Do I want to... I can't use... Yeah, none of my... Oh! No, that's a lockpick attempt. Okay. I'm like, that's not going to help me. All right.
You can unlock the jar.
Unleash it every... Okay, so that's going to... So I cleared out my thing.
Yep.
So now they're going to go. This one, rat's going to go first.
Yep.
So the rat is going to try and get to you. Oh, sorry. I'm going to use this. So just to read exactly what my text is. At the start of each battle, place an untargetable satisfy die here. It was already there.
Yep.
You may move that die to your chip at the start of any turn.
Sure.
So it's one of those things where you can hold off, be like, am I going to be okay here? But like you can't wait until an enemy activates and roll its dice against you and then like smoke bomb.
You have to have decided first.
You have to have decided first. But if maybe like, for example, I was going to be like, well, let's see how hard the rat hits, and then I'll do it if the spider goes next. But they both roll 3, so no, I'm just going to put it down. Okay. So now I'm untargetable. So they're not going to go for me.
Yep.
I'm not considered a valid enemy to go for. So this rat wants to try and get to you, but it's going to move 1 and goes, there is something in the way here.
Okay.
And it's stuck. So I'm going to clog this up, so it's not going to be able to attack.
Is it going to gnaw its own leg off?
Oh, gosh. Maybe. So it's going to just hang out there.
Yep.
The spider here, so once again, it's melee as well, since neither of these are range, plus you'd be out of range anyway,
because I'm 2 pieces of neoprene away.
So it's going to take 1 true damage because of that Bane die.
Yep.
And then the round's going to end, so this will clear.
Nice.
All right. Put that back in the bag.
Thank you. Okay, so does your stink bomb wear off?
At the
I'm not gonna say
at the start of my next turn.
Okay, so the question is...
Oh,
do
you mean my smoke bomb?
Your smoke bomb, yeah,
it'll
yeah,
come
so-
off at the start of my next
Too
turn.
many bombs. Do you want me to try and go and hit the rat, in which case you're going to need to get out of the way first? Or...
Which I can't do because you're first player.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, you've got the higher stamina.
In which case, I'll have to run around it. So, or do I want to try and go over the top and get my free proficiencies at crit wrestle? So my warrior abilities, I need to do these because I've used my proficiency dice in here now. I need to look at other ways of hurting people. So I can either use my sword and board or shield charge dice, which are in there, so I can deal 2 damage for my target for the sword and board in the active slot.
So yeah, so you
sword
can
and board.
You can use that in conjunction with sword and board.
Sure.
Because when you roll the sword and board, it'll deal. You can resolve that die first.
Okay.
So you'll roll it, deal its damage, place it into your active slot as it tells you to do, and then resolve the shield charge to get that bonus damage.
Okay.
Additionally, that is still an attack, so you'd still get to use your warrior innate.
Oh, nice. And they're both.
This is gone.
Yeah. These are both. I have to be next to the enemy. Is that right?
Adjacent, yes.
Adjacent. Yep. Okay. So let's use my stamina to get adjacent to 3. 1, 2, 3. I can go 4. I'm going to try and go around, and then that way.
Okay, so we did step in here, which means we gain a sky shard.
Huzzah!
So you can place that on our encounter card to just track how many sky shards we've gathered.
Yep. Okay, and now I can do some sword and board action. So I roll that first.
Well, you choose how many. Well, first of all, you'll have to switch your battle form.
Yes.
So that's all.
Switch that to
A light fatigue. To
there.
Yep, to the one-handed. Boop. Or to the light weapon, which is the same symbol.
Yep.
But like if for example, this is not the same symbol, so that's where the difference is. Okay. Now you can choose however many dice you want to roll. Keep in mind this guy can only take 1 damage though.
Right. So I get a free proficiency. I'm going to do the sword and board and take my free dice.
Take your
even
free
though
die.
it's I might get too much, but we'll see how we go. So I got 1 of those. So deal 1 damage to the target and then place it in the active slot. Explain to me the active slot.
Active slots are these 4 little slots up here.
Okay.
They're essentially where dice can hang out until their additional effect might trigger. So, for example, for these ones, they're going to kind of be like a defense. So the next time you would take a point of damage, you can exhaust that die, put it into your cooldown to ignore that 1 point of damage.
Gotcha.
There might be others that are like, so they're kind of like reactionary skills that you sort of prime.
Yeah. Okay. And I can't do anything else to that because it's already taken its 1 damage this turn.
Do you want to use any class abilities?
In terms of these, so I would have to change to, if I want to do a quick draw on the rat, I would eat up more fatigue again. I'm getting a bit worried about that.
No, so it's make a free change.
Oh, make a free change.
Make a free change.
Oh, this is great. That's why the warrior's good at fighting.
That's why the warrior's
Let's do it. So, and then roll 2 free proficiency skill dice against the target enemy.
So then make sure to actually spend it too.
Oh, yeah. Yep. So it goes from 3 to 1.
Yep. And you don't get the innate because you already got that.
Boop.
Oh, nice.
It is 3 hits.
3.
And it's got
1, so 2 damage then.
1 point of defense.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Okay.
So I ran over, slammed my shield into the spider, drew my bow because I'm an awesome fighter. Now what are you going to do?
Well, I can't use magic because of this.
And I do my cooldown at this point, correct?
Yes. Yep. Oh, and we should probably put that card. So this is what I was talking about as far as cards having some level of like, since this is like people in it can't use magic,
Gotcha.
and people in adjacent tiles can't use magic. So
Yeah, that does affect the thing.
okay.
Okay, perfect.
So my turn.
Yes, it is.
All right. So I'm no longer untargetable. I do have something I can do though. Let's see. I'm
Crying and running away isn't an option.
No. I'm gonna use my Nord bead as I'm just burning through my items. So I gain tenacity equal to my stamina, so that's gonna be 3 tenacity. So I'm up to 5.
Don't get hit.
Don't worry, I have something I'm gonna do. Oh geez. All right. So let's see. This will deal 3 damage. So that won't kill it. Okay, so all right. I can kill the spider. I can kill the spider. So I'm going to. This is gonna look really funny. I'm gonna move.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. The reason I did that Oh, wait. I can kill the rat. I'm going to kill the rat.
Okay.
All right, so... Okay. All right, here we go.
Combo coming
Here we
up,
go. All
people.
right, combo. All right, so I'm going to use one of my number 1 class
Yes.
ability to sprint. Immediately move up to 3 hexes.
Right.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Then I'm going to use
confused.
my normal. Don't worry, it's going to make sense. Then I'm going to use my normal movement
Yeah.
to move 3. 1, 2, 3. So I have moved 6 spaces. Correct.
Correct.
I am going to then use Burst Forth. Deal X damage to an adjacent enemy where X is the total number of hexes you've moved this turn, up to a max of 5. So then
So
I
you're
can
basically
spend
just running around.
I was building up momentum, like, ooh, here we go. And then
Okay.
I'm going to go in with the Falcon Punch and kill that rat.
Cool. So you needed to get to 4 because of the.
I
one
needed to get to
defense.
4, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And now I'm going to take a lot less damage when this spider
Yeah,
hits
spider
me,
does.
which the spider's going to go for the strongest, so it's going to go for you.
Okay. That was its strongest.
Um,
singles.
All right, so then clear this out. Woo, there we go. Yes.
Okay. Come on, Spider, do
Let's
your
go,
worst.
thief. Oh, I have my war scales too. Actually, yeah, if you want to just like step away and not be adjacent, I can tank it with my war scales.
It's fine. We can take this.
Yeah, no, I'm
We can
just...
keep going a bit further.
All right. So, it's going to go?
Yep.
Oh, right. No, it's going to have
'Cause
to.
it's gonna
You're
have to
right.
make
I
it,
thought
yeah.
you still had a turn for some reason, even though no.
Nope.
You've been first this whole game. Okay, so it's going to take 1 true damage, which means now we can pretty much just ignore it because it's going to die at the start of its next turn.
Yeah.
So it is going to attack you for 3.
Yep.
It's also going to use native, so you're going to take 1 true damage before it even.
And then 3, and I take 4 more.
4 more, so you can block 1 of it
Yep. So 1. Oh, that comes down to.
Yep.
Does it come down to here or into here?
down to there,
Down to there. Perfect.
and then so 3 damage then.
3 damage, and is there anything I can do? Nope. That's for other things.
Woof.
Fine. That's fine.
You're
Okay.
fine. All right, this guy will clear,
Yep.
and we move on to round 3.
Back in the bag. Now, do we want to push on for one more
So
room?
don't forget, I can't use magic
Right.
in this room, and this hypothetical room will spawn. And because I drained my I drained it off of my map. That was my bad. I drained my 1 attack die, so I am, unless I can get more tenacity and burst forth again,
Can't do any more fighting.
I'm not super useful. So it would come down to you, and you're at 2 health.
You're terrible at this game. Okay, let's. But how? I will still recover a little bit of this. I just don't want to.
We'll fully clear our track.
Oh,
at
of course
the
we
end
will.
of
Because
the
we've
battle.
done battle. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna. So my idol growing up was Brave Sir Robin.
Okay.
So
You're gonna bravely
I'm
run
gonna
away?
bravely run away.
Who's that?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. All right.
And that was me being brave.
Okay. Well, I am also going to run away here because this guy's just going to die.
He's gonna die
He's going
chasing
to just
us.
die. So
I love it because that is exactly what you do in games like this. You put a curse on it and then
and
you
then
just
you
run
just run
away
away.
and wait for it to drop dead. That's
Yep.
exactly what we do.
All right. Yeah. So we could have kept exploring if we wanted to, but as I
yeah,
chickened
you're not
out.
really adding.
I chickened out.
And I also got hit
did
pretty
get hit.
hard by that one. So
Yeah.
down to 2 health is not really on my own going forward.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
Where there's like I mentioned too, if there was that situation where we could have gotten you just 1 space away from that spider,
Yeah.
and have it go for me, I could have war scaled it,
Yep.
and then maybe we'd be in a different spot and we'd be able to keep going. But this is where those delves really sort of lean into that push your luck, like, do we want to keep going?
Sure.
Do we want to get another Sky Shark? Because we're only going to get 1 experience from all this.
Yeah.
And
Plus-
I burned through 2 pieces of loot for 1 experience. So I'm already thinking, like, do we just cut our losses?
Yeah.
Or are we in that sort of sunken cost fallacy where, like, well, I spent 2 loot. We got to get more back from this. Otherwise,
Okay.
But yeah. All right. So now it's going to be its turn and it's going to die. So then it will go into round 4. Oops. 4. And this is then where we decide,
We're not going any further.
all right, we're outside of the threat range of all enemies.
Yep.
So we can just back up and leave.
Okay.
And we are also at the entrance tiles, but it's the whole fast travel thing.
Sure.
So it's like so there might even be those situations where you're exploring a delve and you're just spawning enemies after enemies after enemies, like a whole line behind you, and you have to like, I really hope that when we get to the end of this delve, I can carve out a little hole of safety
don't
to
have to
fast
fight your way
travel
back, yeah.
out. Otherwise, you'd have to go through just a nightmare gauntlet. All right. Okay, so we got the one experience from the Sky Shard we found.
Yep, and we get one from the actual.
No, because we did not. We did
that's
not
for clearing.
clear the delve.
Boo.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go up to 2, and we can spend that at this point. I would
yes.
like another level 2 shield charge.
Shield charge.
Shield charge. It's one with the shield and
yes.
the
Okay.
spinny.
There is 2 of these. Yep.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure there was actually 2. All right.
Okay.
So clear your cooldown track. Get your light fatigue up to your cooldown, and then you get to recover up to your cooldown. So you get to heal for 3. So you're still not at full, but
No, but 5 out of 6 is pretty good.
yeah. There you go.
Nice.
And I get this die back.
Yep.
Okay.
And are you spending your 2? Or are you doing more magicka? Are you doing... Do you want another?
Another one of these.
Yeah.
So that I'm... Well,
At least you can...
I can't take another Force Shock. Oh, no, I can. Yeah, I'm going to take another Force Shock, and I'm just going to go... I just hope, because we explored this one, it's
Yep.
going to go to the bottom of the delve deck.
Right.
So we should hypothetically not see it
Oh, so...
for the last delve. So
if
I
you
think
think
we're
that
okay.
the magic has been affected enough, then
I
yeah,
think so.
absolutely.
I think so.
Okay.
Because, yeah, these Force Shock dice, once I actually get to use them, are going to be really good. All right. Okay.
Okay, let's do it. So that was a mini delve in the cave entrance and straight back out again, which does happen.
We
quite
dipped
a
our
lot.
toes. We're like, no. All right. Okay. So now we go on to day 8. The symbol there is this one, which is
Oh, that was the pirate's death for ye.
the NPCs move 1 hex towards the party. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we put
Yeah.
enough distance between there.
Well, we sent them south.
We
as
sent them south,
We
yeah.
zigged when they zagged.
All right.
Okay.
So now we're here. We can move up to 3.
Yep.
Did we want to maybe go to Alton Cormont to shop before we go into the... Granted, we could also choose to visit this town because we do have a few days to spare. So we could also choose to go to Stormhold instead.
Sure.
So we can maybe move 3, do another Overland encounter, then go to Stormhold, spend the day in Stormhold, and then enter the final delve.
Let's, or we can go into the town now, avoid any other encounters, and then jump on the final mission.
We could also do that.
Let's do that.
Okay, we're gonna go do that.
I want to play it safe now that we've affected our cooldown track.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to pick up a whole bunch of fatigue for no reason.
All right. Oh, good call. Yeah, because if it was a combat, then actually, ironically, we'd maybe be okay. So the peacefuls, yeah, they're peaceful in that they don't have combat.
Right.
But they can be
Yeah.
Our,
That was a hard place to start.
that was a
the game,
very
yeah.
hard place to start. Okay. What am I looking for? Alton Cormont.
You're looking for Alton Cormont. Yes.
Lorem itsum dolor sit. I'm sorry. All right. Okay. So we've got ourselves quest board, which we don't have any side quests for this. So we've got 3, 3, and then 3, 2, 0.
Oh.
So you could, and you still have 2 experience, or did you spend that?
No, I spent that.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say.
Yep.
So now this is where one of those situations. This is a campaign game. So even though we're hypothetically about to go into the final battle, and we're not going to be gaining any experience before we do that, that could be a situation where it's like, ooh, level 3 trainers aren't super common.
Yeah.
I'm going to up it to 3 because next session I want to be able to start building that further out.
So you get 2 town actions, correct?
2 town
We're
actions.
not wasting anything with a team action. So I am going to train up to level 3.
Okay. And don't forget, you also have your Imperial option too.
Yes, exactly. But I think I'm going to look at the items in the shop and see what they've
Go
got
ahead
to
and
offer
populate
us.
the shop
We
here.
have a Moonlight
Ooh, it's
Heart.
another pet.
Oh, another stag. Can you have multiple pets?
You can have multiple pets.
Cool. So we've got some more meatloaf and the staff, and then we've got the Claymore of the Crucible, which is a legendary weapon. And I apply the damage results of all proficiency skills from this attack to each adjacent enemy, so that hits everybody at the same time.
And if we're going into a delve, you might
Oh,
very
that
well
might
get
be great.
You can't use it in conjunction with your steel maul. You can only use one weapon
Sure,
per
I mean
engage,
that makes sense.
but that could be up 4 proficiency dice against if you ever get swarmed. That could
Right.
be really
I mean, I
good.
could give you the steel maul, to be honest, because then you're rolling one
Actually,
and getting an instant.
I
2
kind of like
hits.
that idea.
The other options for relics are the Signet of the Worm, which is your magicka stats increased by 1
I can
whilst
use
it's in
that.
your inventory, and then the Fork as well, which we've seen. So I think, and we get just 1 item here, correct? which is
Correct,
a whole...
per town action, yep.
Okay, I am not going to take the tenacity. I am going to take the claymore.
Okay.
And would you like the worm? Is that one of your actions?
What are the single uses? They've got the Moonlight Heart, the Meatloaf, and the Staff.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend both my town actions taking both those relics, because what that's going to do is the Signet of the Worm is going to up my Magicka stat to 4.
Yep.
I don't place this thing there, though. It's just a sort of a
it's just always counts as
hypothetical,
one
theoretical.
more. Yep.
But that brings me to 4, which means I'm now even. So now the fork is going to bring it to
counts as
5. So
Oh
now
my
I have
gosh.
5 Magicka, which is good because when I got that last stat, I forgot that I wasn't going to be able to roll them all because I'm capped at 3.
just
But
capped
now
at
I'm
3.
not, and now I have lots of range. Let's go. I'm ready.
I'm going to hand you my maul.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do what they normally do, and I'm just going to drop it on the ground and hope you pick it up. It's easier than training, yeah.
Pick it up. Don't forget to pick it up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
I'm up to level 3. I feel like a real warrior already. This is added.
I'm a real warrior.
I know. I've got 4 proficiency. I've got my 4 one-handed dice in there.
Look at all this magic I got.
I'm only on 3 on the cooldown, which I probably would spend more on that. But I've just leveled up to level 3, so I can get some of the other skills, defensive posture and combat frenzy in the next session, which you may have to play tonight. Probably not live on stream.
I really want to. I love playing this game. I
know.
want to keep playing. Roll a d6 and refer to the movement. It's unlikely they'll catch up to us. Yeah. 1, 2. Look at them run away. And I'll also sort of clarify too that each region has a different NPC mechanic. So Black Marsh is all about movement because it's and like the difficulty of movement through a black marsh, through a marshiness. And so other regions will have like different kind of mechanics as well. Like so for Morrowind, for example, like Deslandra's like trying to go on these delves to uncover like ancient artifacts that are hidden all over like Morrowind. And so rather than the NPCs moving around, they pop up at the landmarks. And if you let them lie, the end game of those quests is going to be harder. Yeah. So it's just like, we got to go stop those, otherwise those quests are going to get harder at not the end game, like the Morrowind end game, like session 3, but like the last step of each of those quests.
Yes.
Have like hey, if this symbol activated, she's going to get, like, there's going to be this benefit, like that kind of stuff. Yep. Okay. So that one then is a lot more about going to them, whereas this we were trying to like skirt away.
Right. And I, from first playthrough, it felt like the map influenced our decisions in quite a big way on each turn, but it didn't dominate the gameplay. Yeah. It kind of like we chose to like run away. We managed to jump on one NPC when it got too close to us. Yeah. Which was great. But then we knew we could get away from the other one. So yeah, I think it's certainly added something without dominating, which is
also too like. There are only usually 1 town per region that has a level 4 trainer for one of the different things. So that is where then all of a sudden, like for session 1, you could probably get away with not going off course, sticking to your route. Maybe if you have a side quest, that's where, like we didn't have any side quests, so we had no reason to sort of go off track. But if you're, really wanting to I'm looking at destruction. I'm like, honestly, destruction might be my, if I thinking about future sessions, destruction is maybe going to be my bread and butter. In fact, to the point that I could even hypothetically untrain this to have 6 destruction. I would need to eventually want to get to a level 4 destruction. And if there's only 1 town per region that has a level 4 magic trainer, going to that town now intentionally is just like, well, if it was all the way over here, like I can't remember where that one would be. But like if it's over there, we'd be like, no, I have to go to like. So another way where the towns, like, they don't ever, like, they're not going to bog down, like, your time because they're pretty quick, pretty straightforward, but they still have enough of that sort of temptation to, like, you want to go to this town if you're doing this build. Or, like, for example, we started in Lilmoth, which let us get double items. If we didn't start in Lilmoth, that could very well be like, we got to go there,
Understood. Okay. Right, let's get this final battle on.
Let's go.
So this is day 10.
I think I already moved the day counter.
Oh, did you? Okay, day 9. So we're close. We had a little bit more time. We booked it.
And this is where like we could spend one more day in Stormhold if we wanted to. But I think we're gonna jump right into it. Now, why did I put that away? I need that. Okay. Okay. So we did make it easier because we completed the the side objective.
Yes.
And that's going to be very good because this last quest step is we're going to have to explore a delve, but we need 4 sky shards instead of 3.
Okay.
If we didn't do that side objective, we would need 6 sky
Oh
shards.
my gosh. That's a big delve.
That's a big delve.
So we need 4.
The good news though is since we there is 3 of each type of like the neoprene and then 1 of the big room.
Yep.
If you ever draw a card that you no longer have that type of,
Yep.
you get a free sky shard and then you draw the next card.
Okay.
So there is eventually going to be that point where, if you fully explore the delve and it's nothing but already explored, you've completely explored every possible tile in the game.
Yep.
But you were unfortunate enough to not draw cards that let you get sky shards, then you can essentially like, okay, well, we'll just...
The game gives you some.
The game gives it,
Yeah.
It's sort of like, if you got all of these tiles, you're good. You're good. You did your part. All right. Armed with your map fragments and newfound knowledge, you enter the cave below Stormhold with confidence in your direction and knowledge of your enemy's presence. You even manage to sneak up and eavesdrop on a few of them as they argue over where to go next. These better be worth it, an Imperial grouses as his companion, a diminutive orc, considers a branching pathway. What does she even want these crystals for anyway?
I don't really understand it,
The orc replies.
It's something about the crystal's ability to hold corruption. She thinks they might be useful to siphon off the worst effects of oblivion until a new plane can be established.
The two finally pick a route and wander off. Suddenly, finding this codex seems a little more significant than just picking up a decent bounty. Quest objective: initiate a delve. This delve will reveal 4 key locations, or 4 sky shards, before it is completed, rather than 3.
Okay.
All right,
Let's do this.
so got your starting battle form.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my starting, and keep in mind the round counter is still a thing, and we haven't gotten to
round
the
6.
sort of the fatigue rounds. But when that happens, at the start of those rounds, we both take an over fatigue, which again those do not clear, and they deal 1 true damage for each one you've got.
Gotcha.
And you add another one for each subsequent round of those fatigue rounds.
Oh.
So, we go, if we're in the first fatigue round, we both gain 1.
Yep.
And then at the start of our turns, we'd take 1 true damage. Then the next one, we get another over fatigue. And then we would take 2 true damage. So it's like, you got to book it.
Compound.
And the enemies do not suffer any negative effects.
Okay.
It's
on us.
It's all on us. Okay.
Okay, I'm started in my my big battle axe form because then I can use the claymore. Hopefully, we're going to open up with a whole bunch of enemies really clumped together, and I'm just going to go in there swinging wildly.
All right. So let's see what we got. Suspicious Pond.
Oh my gosh.
That's suspicious.
Super suspicious.
That's weird. When an adventurer ends their turn on this tile, heal them for 2 HP
Ooh.
and roll a d6.
like
On a 1 or a 6, deploy an enemy on the closest available hex. Enemy levels based on party size, so we would have to deploy a level 5.
Okay.
This is going to spawn 1 treasure, and treasures are going to spawn on the closest. I didn't mention this last time, but enemies spawn on the furthest. So, but there's no enemies.
Oh.
For now.
Okay.
For now.
For now.
For now. I guess either of these is the closest. So
Yeah, it
we'll
doesn't
just do it in the center.
Yep.
Okay. Because it could spawn enemies if we hang out there.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
So you go first.
Well, I feel like you have 4 items already. I have 3, so I'm going to go and I guess walk over the treasure, see what it is. Boop.
All right.
And then I can finish my movement after that. Correct. So grab the top one. What do I get? I get.
Oh wait, no. You don't know yet.
Oh no, yes.
You got
sorry.
a lock.
Oh my gosh.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah. What am I doing? So I've got a 3, 3, and a 4 to unlock. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's pretty easy though. That's like right in the middle.
Yeah, that's true. That is indeed right in the middle. But I roll a 1, a 2, and a 2. So I'm going to use 1 point of fatigue to change a 2 to a 3, and then roll again. Okay, a 2 and a 5. I'll change the 5 to a 4. And I'll change the 2 to 3. So I'm going to use fatigue to get there. And it's the Orphan Gruel.
Oh, hey, that's the thing that lets you remove fatigue, right?
Choose one. Remove 3 fatigue from your cooldown, or remove 1 fatigue from each adventurer's cooldown.
You can just be like, all right, well, just pretend this never happened.
So yeah, I took.
Also, like, why are you eating food that you just found in this cave?
It looks tasty.
What is this, a Bioshock game? Come on.
It's in a pond. It must be good.
It's like, oh, a candy bar.
It's a suspicious pond. And then I'm going to go to here, and then that does an exploration.
Ooh.
A vortex.
Ah,
Oh, it's got a
fell into another gosh darn vortex.
All
right. So I don't think we have enough of these, so I'm gonna since we're done with the map, I'm gonna just use these.
Yep.
So there's a shard in there.
And then we're level 2, so it's got a 1 and a 5.
Yep. And so you'll start with the highest first. Highest first is gonna go back there.
Which is the Argonian Marauder.
Ooh.
Which has got 4 health, weaken, and rush. Weaken we haven't had yet. Target loses 1 tenacity, so that's when it attacks somebody, I'm guessing. And rush is the second move if it doesn't make it to somebody. And that was a level 5.
Yep.
And then the level 1, which will go in the next closest one, is a Bosma Bandit. He's the bowman.
Hey, we fought this guy.
Oh,
He's
we
back
fought
for
his cousin.
revenge.
This is Jeff.
This is Jeff.
So
He wants vengeance for Steve.
All
All right, so I think you'll get to choose which of those two.
There we go. And so I have moved 1, 2, 3. Do I keep moving?
You
After
can if you want to.
exploration? So I guess I want to do that. And can I move even further if I do another fatigue?
No, that is just for the overlay.
Okay, that's okay. I was going to try and finish in between the two of them. You see,
Gotcha.
And then,
All right,
swing
so
and-
we've got one.
Yes.
We've uncovered one.
Okay.
Where
Where do you want to put it? Let me have it on my thing.
Yeah,
I'll do
you'll be the
counting.
tracker.
I'll be the shard counter.
All right, so what does this one do?
Units are immediately defeated if they enter the central hex of this room. Enemies will not enter the hex unless displaced by a player effect. So we're playing around the outside, so we can't do the center bits. That's,
Okay.
And then
That's
you can
interesting.
swim your way out for 2.
Oh, that's if
shards,
it was the second shard. Yeah.
Okay, nice. We could dive into a pool of vortex.
Ooh.
Okay. So I am now going to hit it over the head with my axe. I believe. Then place it. So I want to try and put some attacks out there that will hit it. So I've got a stamina of 4, so I can use maximum of 4 dice. Is that right? So I'm going to go for.
You'll have to switch to one-handed though if you want to use those.
Oh, these are one-handed.
Yep.
I'm on the 2.
Or the light weapon.
Oh
light
yeah,
weapon,
the light weapon. No, I just want to hit it with an axe. I can't do the arcing swing.
So you can just do your
I can
normal
just do
proficiency
my
then,
proficiency.
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go for 3 dice.
Okay.
And try and not use up everything. Let's go for it. So I've got a 2 and a miss, so I get 1 more tenacity.
Okay, so you hit it for 2, right?
And I hit it for 2.
Okay.
Poo-poo. And then if I wanted to, I could switch to my quick draw and do a shot. Is there any penalty for trying to, range attack something if I'm next to it? If I'm next to something else?
No.
And then the question is, do I want to move from that anyway? So I'll do a free change and then get my 2 free proficiency.
Okay. Yep. I just want to say, just make sure you don't forget to put the 3 dice
yes.
you rolled into your.
Yeah, no,
cooldown.
thank
Yep.
you. That's good.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah,
Free proficiency. Thank you. Off camera. It's another 2. It's dead.
Oh, it's dead.
Woo! Nice. Oh yeah, because that's my
Thank
proficiency of the
you.
first attack. I like it. And then my bow shot, which is 2. So I
did you
change.
All right. So did you take a fatigue to change?
No, it's free.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought you were doing another engage. My bad.
No. And then I got 4.
What the?
Go but it's got 1.
Oh my god!
What a
Let
shot!
me kill something.
Well, I remembered how bad you were in the last.
Yeah,
dive,
it was really bad.
So I thought I'd get it done efficiently.
All right. Okay.
Mwahaha.
So then you can do your cooldown.
And then I'll do my cooldown of 3. Boop. Okay.
All right. So then I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3. And I have a range of 5 for magic, so I can definitely hit this thing.
Wow.
I only need to hit it for 2, which is the minimum amount of damage. But if I roll this miss, so
You
I
want to try and definitely kill it or potentially kill it?
I'm gonna.
Do it.
Okay. Well, this will give me 2 tenacity. Okay. Yes, because if I even roll, I mean, unless I roll only this symbol.
Yep.
So it's a pretty low chance. But if I roll only these 2 symbols, then I can't. But if I even roll this, then I'll be able to sprint up next to it and use burst force to kill it. So,
Okay.
Because I'm just worried about that 3 damage it's going to do.
Okay.
Against you in particular. Well, does it go for the strong? Yeah, it's going to go for you.
So we're going to do a bit of a force shock to the face.
And deals 2 damage, which is the 1 defense in that, so it's dead.
I like it.
And I gain tenacity. So now here's the question. I am going to end my turn in here, which means I'm going to have to roll a d6.
Yes.
And that'll spawn a 5-pointer. Or I could use sprint to just safely get out of here.
That's a good question. I'm sure that's been picked up wonderfully.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sprint.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go 1, 2, and explore this way.
Yep. Okay.
So these are down here.
Dum dum dum.
It's a fertile bog.
Oh, that is a fertile bog.
Wow, we've got all of the these ones.
Indeed.
Okay,
How is that for camera, Mr. Cameraman?
I think we'll just have to accept
Thank
it
you.
for the delves are, by their very nature, unwieldy to film.
Right.
They cannot quite possess a ethereal nature. Oh, that's actually good because then.
Yeah, then we can get
okay,
that
so
one
I was
out
here.
of the
So 1, 2. I can move into there if I want to. There's going to be a 5-pointer spawned.
Oh.
I'd spawn it there, I guess.
Sure. And this 5-pointer is a Nord Marauder.
Ooh, how much
It's got
health?
6 health and 2 attacks and some armor. And it goes to the weakest one, so that's I think that's both.
All right,
of us
so
now.
that was 1, 2. I'll go there.
Okay.
Because he can only move 2.
Yep.
So that'll give me an extra turn. Oh, wait, he doesn't have rush, does he? Oh, he does have rush.
He has rush.
In which case, whatever, I'll move up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to have to do a lockpick attempt.
Yep.
To disable the edible mushroom. Edible mushrooms?
Question mark?
So I guess, is this me, like, I find these mushrooms and I'm like, I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna. This is just gonna be like
a check
can
to
I
see if they're
convince
edible.
myself not to eat these mushrooms? And I guess we all eat them because we're all gonna gain an over fatigue if. Okay. Okay. Well, there we go. 2, 2, and I need a 6.
Okay.
So I'm definitely gonna reroll
Come on,
this.
let's go. Oh,
I'm gonna reroll it.
Third attempt. Oh, 6!
Yes!
2, 2,
There we
6.
go.
Nice. Okay, so these mushrooms are not edible.
Don't eat them.
Don't eat the mushrooms.
And that's it for this card. There's
Okay, so
nothing
that
else,
was
so
done.
we can just discard that. Okay.
Okay.
Or I would go to bottom. Okay. All right. I'm going to just end my turn then. I'm going to clear this.
Yep.
And then now it's going to be their turn.
Yep.
So it's just going to be this guy, which he's going to go... Oh, he's got native as well. So I am going to take that true damage. Well, actually, hold on. Let me read this specifically.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to say consult the gazetteer. And like, I just...
Yeah.
Target takes true damage equal to their current tenacity. Okay, so...
You take 1 point of true damage.
Once per battle, when you would take damage, you may choose to prevent. So I'm going to see. I might use my war skills here,
Okay.
depending on how he rolls.
Sure.
So he's going to roll 2 against me.
I'll do that for you.
Yeah.
Maraud.
How much?
2 points of damage, so you take
So
3 total.
I would take 3 total. I'm not going to war scale that.
Okay.
I feel like I'm going to hit. There might be something very much worse.
Okay.
So I'm going to save it for when I'm like about to die.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I like it.
Then these clear.
Clear. And we go on to...
Okay.
Was that round 1? That was round... Yeah, you sprinted
Yeah,
up.
that was
wow.
right, yeah.
It's like you're so
Right.
far into the dungeon.
And then I think I made a misplay earlier when I said to just put those back in the bag. We put them off to the side, and it's only when we clear the bag
Gotcha. So we go through
in
all
an
the
encounter.
different-
But at the end of a battle, everything goes back in the
Gotcha.
bag. So it does mean like, hey, you could actually have a bunch of battles in a row where you fight similar enemies. So it's like it's not guaranteed you will see everything.
Gotcha.
So
But we do go through everything before we cycle back. Through.
In
a
like
go.
this, yeah. So
Okay.
it's at the end of the encounter you add everything back to the bag.
Okay, so round 2 starts with me again.
Yep.
So I guess I'm going to do a nice quick 1, 2, 3, 4. Now does the
Yes, that
trigger?
would trigger.
Do I have to stop?
Well, it would interrupt and then you can keep
Interrupt.
moving.
Okay, so let's do that then. So let's pull
Okay.
the card.
Oh,
What shape do we have?
so we can't do that shape because
Yep.
we've already explored it. So we're going to just gain sorry, no. It's
Do you want to take the next card to get the next shape?
rules question. So I know when you run out of tiles and you keep drawing, you get. But if I drew this shape, and we are already out of it, do we gain the sky shard right then and there?
That is how I've been.
Okay, okay. Okay, perfect. We'll be considered. Okay,
Done.
so yes, we get a sky shard there, but then we have to draw a new one.
Nice.
Okay, darkened hall.
So take the one on the middle top one over there.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Darkened hole. Let's go this way.
But I know the
Does it matter if they touch here or?
Oh no, that's fine.
Because we've got those two touches.
And so once these are actually connected,
Yeah.
this is now all
Oh,
connected.
perfect. Yeah.
The only downside of doing it like that is that would block off this if we wanted to go back and explore, but I think this is probably...
Yeah, we'll get that.
It's good to have that.
And it's better for the camera.
Okay, so, oh gee. All right, so we're going to spawn a treasure,
Oh, nice.
but we're also going to spawn... Oh, there's only one enemy hex in here? Okay, never mind. I was going to be like, we're going to have to spawn a 5, a 1, and a 1. But there's only
Just
one.
a 5.
Oh, I should have read the card here. Hold on.
Oh, go on. Read the card.
All right, so it's going to go face down first.
Oh, okay.
Ignoring, which means like it's not, we're going to even have to like rotate it once we actually flip it.
Yep.
But place this tile face down, ignoring door icons and attaching it with only one side touching the connecting tile.
Which it was anyway.
Well, no. Oh, yeah, because of the connecting tile. Yep,
Yep.
because this is not a connecting tile. When an adventurer would enter it, flip it face up, rotate and populate enemies and tokens.
Okay.
So we actually don't know exactly the layout. So
Gotcha.
we don't know there's only one enemy spawn in there. Who knows?
I
what could-
thought I saw a...
Okay.
No, I didn't see it.
All
Okay.
right.
Cool.
Okay, so we'll just put that there.
And I can finish my move. So that was 3, so to 4.
Yep.
And now I'm going to switch to one-handed. So that's a fatigue.
Yep.
And then I'm going to sword and board and proficiency and do... So this is each turn, so I get a free one from that.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Boop, I got some. So I'm going to try and hit it with quite a lot.
Wreck his day.
Come on. So, I've got 2 hits, one of which goes into here.
Okay.
And then my sword and board says deal 1 damage to your target, unless I rolled a 2 and a 1. So the other one says deal 2 damage to your target. So I deal 3, 4, 5 total.
And it's just got the 1 point, so 4 total then.
So 4 because of the defense.
Yep. All right.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Okay.
And I think that's all I need to do for now. I'll let you finish it off.
Okay.
So I do my cooldown. I want to try and have some simpler turns so I can cool down.
Yeah.
Even though these are still up here for defense, which is great.
All right. All right.
Are you thinking of exploring or are you thinking of killing?
I
mean, I can take a hit if you need me to
okay.
take
Yeah,
a
because
hit.
I'm just worried about the round. Like, if we don't get these last
Yeah,
two sky
no,
shards, that
whatever
round
we need to
counter
do
could-
for the mission.
All right. So I'm gonna flip this.
So, there is a real timer on this, which is something that's super interesting from a first playthrough. It's kind of like, yeah, we could spend all the time in the world and kill every single monster
One at a time.
one at
you
a
know?
time, and it would be very easy.
Yeah.
But then we would be 5 rooms in and
All right.
not too much
I'll
through.
get a 5-pointer.
Oh, 5-pointer. Let's see what it is this time. It is it's a skeever.
Skeever.
It's a 5 health rat.
Oh God, it's this guy.
It's this guy
Oh,
again.
he blocks the exploration. All right. Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
So that was 1, 2.
Yep. You wanna try and can you do lockpicking with a skeever in front of you?
I can.
Oh. Maybe you should.
Yeah, I'm gonna just see because like I don't have room for it, but if it's something better, if it's a single use that I could really use, I could
Sure.
ditch one of these.
Okay,
Okay.
so we have a 3, 4, 5.
3, 4, 5. There's a 3.
Yep. Doop. Oh. Reroll both. Go for it.
Yeah.
If you don't unlucky, though. So 3rd attempt.
Yeah, I'm
So that would take you 3 fatigue.
No.
So you've got a 2 and a 6. So a 2 to a 4
No,
is 2 and a 6.
I'm not doing it.
Yep. So we do
Okay,
not.
so
And
it
that
just
goes
breaks.
to the bottom of the pile. Don't even look at it.
Nope.
God, that's really tempting to look at it. What would we have got?
Yeah.
But no, we shouldn't.
Okay. All right. So
So that's the first one we haven't unlocked, by the way. I know I have been spending a lot of fatigue to open these things, but
how much does this skeever roll? It rolls for 3. All right. Well, I'll probably be war scale in this skeever then. In which case, I'm gonna roll these. So magic. Yep. All right. Oh wow, 4 damage.
4 damage.
So it's got the one. So 1, 2, 3.
Yep. So it's got a point of
Oh,
defense.
hold on. I'm going to use my Scamp Crusher to gain life fatigue to ignore it. So then 4 damage. 3, 4.
Still doesn't kill it.
No, I know, but that's okay. Or wait, actually, sorry. No, I'm not going to do that because.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Hear me out. So I deal that. What does this thing do?
I'm hearing.
Place a fear status die on target enemy and gain 1 light fatigue. Now, hold on. I might not want to do it to that guy.
Oh.
Well, let me see what fear does.
I mean, that would help.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I'm thinking fear. Unit cannot use non-proficiency skills. So it would not. It would essentially turn off his native.
Okay.
Which, yeah, I'm going to do that guy instead.
Okay.
Because I am in range, right? Because I'm in the adjacent, right?
Yep.
And 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Boom. So those down there. Now, this is why I didn't want to do that thing. Because I was going to have to, if I wanted to kill it, I have to switch to this.
Yes.
So I'm going to gain a life fatigue to switch to
There you
heavy
go.
weapon.
And then
Gain
you
another
go.
life fatigue because I'm taking a second engage.
Yep.
I'm going to use my maul that you so kindly gave me, switch it to 2, and kill it.
Nice, because it's already taken.
Because it's already taken the defense.
So, okay.
All right. Sadly, it is still blocking the exit, though, because it is.
For now.
It's giant rat. All right. Okay, and then these will clear.
Yep.
So I've got my magic.
That's good. So you saved me from 2 true damage, which
Yeah.
is awesome.
All right.
So,
And you've got that defense to.
Yeah, exactly, to absorb some if I need to.
All right, so it's going to take its turn.
2 proficiency dice, which it is allowed to do, and takes 2 hits, which I can take those 2 off.
Yep. You're good.
Put them into there. Okay.
Nice. And that fear stays.
Right.
Okay.
And then my gruel, when can I use this?
On your turn. So now we're entering round 3.
Okay, entering round 3. So I can do that at the start of my turn and get them back before I choose what I'm doing. Remove 3 fatigue.
You only have 1 fatigue. Do you want to use that?
Oh, is it only fatigue? It doesn't just take the next 3.
Well, it's because it's the fatigue dice.
Gotcha.
But you could do the remove 1 from everyone if you wanted to remove 1 from me. But
No. Okay.
then I would get this back a turns faster.
I know. Exhaust slots deal 2 damage. Ah, see, I didn't want to defend those. Now I can't do the thing.
I mean, you could choose to not. You don't have to resolve those active dice. So if you wanted to put them back and take the damage instead, you can.
No. So what other options do I have for hitting this guy at this point? Because I've used all my proficiency
At this
dice.
point, quick draw
Quick draw is this, so I could do that.
or knife throw, I guess.
Right. Which I'm in that, so I could do. Although I can do one or the other, can't I?
Yeah, because it's a free.
And it's got one thing, so it'd be.
You could also just like give him some space. He only moves 2, so if you just like run away,
Sure.
like sort of run up towards me.
And what's my range? I guess it does. I don't even need to do that, do I?
Yeah.
I can just run up to you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Or no, that
Yeah,
doesn't.
that was the connection.
That was the
yeah.
connection one, so that isn't another one going
Yep.
this way. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
We can kill him in a bit.
Yep. Okay. So my turn.
So then I get these 3 back because that's important. Boop, boop, boop,
All
boop,
right. Scariest part of delves.
boop. Do it. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, move me up. Okay, it's one of the 3. The Wandering Argonian. When revealed, find the level 10 enemy Argonian Stalker and put it into play on a vacant hex on this tile.
Okay, that's on you. As in.
Am I the Argonian Stalker? Wait, hold on. Make sure we can explore.
Oh, we want to explore a different.
Yeah, so if you...
There we go.
Okay. Well, actually, yeah, because no, I think that actually we could do this, but if we, depending on what we draw here, if we draw that, we are punished if you draw a tile that you can't place.
Okay.
So we want to
let's do
wait.
it safe.
Yeah, let's just do it safe. So
We got options.
Yeah.
We got options.
Okay,
Hopefully that's
so
still in camera shot. We'll be
if
told.
you, yes,
Tens are over there. Do you want to try and find it? What is
Yep.
it? The Argonian
the
Stalker?
Argonian Stalker. Element
Oh,
of surprise. When an Argonian Stalker is deployed, it takes an immediate turn. The
Ah.
nearest adventurer may choose to gain 1 over fatigue to ignore this effect. I think I'll just war scale it.
Sure. So
So-
6 health, please.
We're okay, 6 health. So I will let it. Come on.
Okay, do you want to finish your movement?
Oh right, yeah. So that was 1. Where's it go? It's gonna go for the weakest. So it's gonna go for me no matter what.
Sure.
Um.
So we want me to be able to come by you and hit it.
Yeah,
as well,
so- So yeah. If I stay put, then he'll block us, and we don't want that.
we don't want that.
Does this spawn a treasure? It does not. All right. So. Oh wait, no. When the Argonian is deployed, it takes an immediate turn.
Sure.
So it's gonna interrupt my movement.
Okay, so
So-
it comes towards you.
Yep. It's gonna come towards me. All right. It's gonna stun me.
Unless you war scale it, or is that?
No, that's
stun
gonna
anyway?
just be damage.
Okay.
Which one of these is stun?
Argonian Stalker.
Stun is
You
the-
definitely got stalked.
I
You
got-
should have seen it coming, being
got
Argonian
stalked.
yourself.
All right, so it's got stun, which it did, and that's going to roll 3 attack dice against me.
Okay.
I want to do the honors. I'm probably going to just war scale it anyway.
4.
4 damage. That would kill me, so I'm going to war scale it. So no. Whoop.
Okay.
All right. Now I get to continue the rest of my turn.
Okay.
But I am. Oh no! I'm stunned, which means I can't roll dice on the turn that I'm stunned. So
no.
I already moved. Or sorry, I can't move and roll dice on the same turn. I already moved the one
So
to
you
get
can't
in there.
actually
So
roll
oh
dice.
jeez. So I am truly properly stunned here. I could run away.
Yeah, I probably would run away. Maybe.
Um,
Who's it going for? It's going for the weakest. It's going for you after this with its 3.
but
attacks.
I can use my smoke bomb.
Yep.
In which case, I'm gonna just chill out. I'm just.
Does that stop me from attacking it though?
Well, you already took your turn.
No, but
Okay.
in the next round.
Oh, maybe yeah. So maybe I'll just move here so that
Gotta
we
think
can...
ahead.
Yep. Good call. Because that'll still put us at. Oh, yeah. We'll still have a turn.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's good. This is done then.
Okay.
Okay.
And that one's
Oh wait. Oh no. It can attack 2 people though.
okay.
So
Move further away.
well, because here I was 1, 2, 3 is the furthest, but then I would put me in range of that guy unless I sprinted.
Yep.
Should I just sprint away?
Yep.
Okay. It's gonna go for you. Are you gonna be able to survive that?
Yeah, go so.
3 attack dice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a warrior.
Okay. All right. I'll use my sprint, and I'm gonna go here to. I'm gonna heal. Because I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
So I get to heal, but I have to roll a d6. So I'm risking it. And I have a d6. There we go.
You may.
Thank you.
Oh, 1.
Dang it! All right, 5-point response. Oh, I took that risk.
That's fine.
Closest available hex.
It's a bear.
Well, I can still use my smoke bomb if I feel like I might be. Oh, jeez, 3 attack dice. Yeah,
3 attacks.
probably gonna use a smoke bomb.
With the riposte. It says, any turn this unit is damaged by an adjacent opposing unit, it will deal then the same damage number back, as long as it was not
So
defeated.
repulsed.
Riposte.
2.
So,
2. Okay. Well, I can't roll against it anyway, because. All right.
okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I got my healing though. So, all right. Enemies' turns.
Yeah.
Who's
We
got
only
the
have
highest?
2 shards. We need to.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so this guy's got 3, so he's gonna go last. And he, even though we're outside of aggro range, he will
Yeah.
activate because he's injured.
Oh,
So he
okay.
knows there's a fight going on.
Sure.
And there's like he knows where we all are.
Yep.
Okay, so but who's got 4? He's got 4. What's he got first? Is that 3?
Yeah.
Okay, so this guy's gonna go first. I am going to smoke bomb.
Sure.
So then he's gonna go for you, but he can only move 2.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
So
these
now,
guys.
yep. So we get to choose which if it's a tie.
1, 2. Come out towards.
Okay. And then
There.
the Argonian Stalker.
And then he just goes 1.
Yep.
Would he ever move the second
No.
one?
Yeah, they take the least number of spaces.
Okay, so 3 attacks on me.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, boy, you can take this. 3 hits.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Might be having to take my free turn with my Berserker medal in a second.
Oh, I forgot to do this. Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any more actions by the baddies before we do our round 4?
Nope, I don't think so. So round 4.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so I need to take this down now.
So this is like one of those situations where if we had opened like a separate hallway we could go down instead could maybe be helpful because that Argonian stalker is just blocking us.
Okay, so I get my 3 dice that are backed into there now, and my 1 free one. And let's just hit it. I'm already in the right things. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's got 1. So I take 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which ones come down into there?
You added the free one, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I only had 3 in there for now, and I've got 2. So I could do a quick draw on it to try and. I need to do something. Don't I
mean.
Yep.
You could, because you could try to quick draw it, and there's a chance that you get a 2 and a 1.
Yep.
You know, there's a chance. There's also a chance that if you get like a miss, then you'd gain a tenacity and then possibly be able to knife throw it.
Right.
So.
I mean, we've got to try something.
Yeah.
I mean, the other option is to run away, but I'm not going to do that right now. I can move afterwards anyway, can I?
Yes.
So I take a light fatigue for doing a second engagement action.
Oh well, because this is it. Are you going to do one of these?
Yes, but so that isn't a second engagement.
No, that's not.
Oh,
Yeah, class abilities are not engages.
So make a
engages are
free-
like proper dice rolls from your skill.
Gotcha. Perfect. So
Oh wait.
free change.
Oh yeah. Sorry. So I was going to be like, do this one first, but no,
No, I have to
that's
do it.
because then you'd have to roll a miss if you
Yeah,
want to do
exactly.
both.
So
So
2.
that spent 2.
Quick draw down to 1. Down to 0. Sorry. There we go. So I do get a miss, and I get 1 more thing.
Yep. So then, sorry. That chip's just gone.
Okay, we don't need it. And then I've got knife throw if I need it without take a change, right?
You would have to change, yeah.
Okay, so the question is, do I run away?
Where is a safe place to run?
Down here, because this is going to... I know, so that's at the lowest now, won't it? So this has only got 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So I would need one of it to miss there. So they're all coming for me at this point, unless you come and...
You're stunned.
Who?
You.
Oh yeah, you'll be stunned here, and yeah, because you were stunned when that guy hit you,
Oh, okay.
so you can't move. Yes, thank you. You helped us one time, so I guess this is retribution for helping us. So yeah, you
Oh,
actually
is that
can't
'cause
move
you're stunned?
because
Okay.
you did all your attacks.
Yeah. So I'll do my knife through then.
Yeah, might as well.
Boop. Boop. Come on, we got this. Oh, no.
No.
It goes back up to 1.
And you can't use the same class ability twice.
I just keep throwing knives at him. Okay.
You don't have any items to help you. Oh, Berserker's Medallion!
But I don't have, so that gives me these dice back, doesn't it?
That was really loud,
I know,
I'm sorry.
this was what I was waiting for to do anyway. So the Berserker's Medallion allows me to take 1 free turn after the current turn ends.
Yes.
So I was after my current turn, so it is before you get to do your thing.
Yep.
Okay.
So don't forget, you still get to
Do
clear
that,
that,
so
though.
I get the cooldown.
Because you will have to break through its defense once again.
I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll use the gruel, so we both remove the fatigue.
I don't have any, so you just
I'm
remove.
still going to do one anyway, because then I get 3 dice.
Yep.
Do.
So then you can remove both
And
the
this-
fatigue. So.
Oh, yeah, because I'm doing 3.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and now you could run away because that stun cleared. Yeah.
The stun
If
clears.
you don't kill this guy.
That goes in
which
there.
I'm hoping
that
you
goes in
do.
there. That goes in there. Okay.
Okay. So now this is your second turn, right?
So this is now into my
Okay.
second turn. So I
Okay.
cleared the stun. I've got my things back, and now I'm going to try and hit it upside the head again.
Yep. You got the sword and board already lined up.
Yep, got that lined up. So I'm going to go for these 3.
Get your
Do I get my
free.
free one?
Yep. Oh, we're back in it. Oh my god, that Berserker's Medallion.
Smash.
Yes.
4 points of damage. 4
Nice.
places there. These ones come into here for defense.
Which is going to help because that guy's going to come up on you.
Boop, boop.
Sadly, you can't run through this guy
Free
because he
one.
does block it up.
Yep. And we're good.
Okay.
See, I told you I had it in
Nice.
hand.
Yeah, that was... Whew. I got nervous there. I was like, what
I
items
know,
can
I
you
heard
use?
it.
Okay.
Okay, can you get away from the bear? Is
Yes,
the
yeah,
question.
I can get away from it. All right, so this will come off.
Yep.
Well, actually, no, maybe I can't because I only can move 3 unless I get a miss.
You don't want to put yourself in range of both of those. Do you?
No,
So-
I think maybe I'll just try and I think I can just kill the bear. So I'm gonna go here because this guy's melee, right? Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go. No.
Sweating.
Oh wait, who's this guy go for the weakest?
Weakest.
So
yeah.
he'll go for you regardless.
Okay.
So I'll go there
Is it? Oh yeah. If he can reach.
because he can reach both. Yeah. And it's the same number of hexes. So.
Yep.
All right. So I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna switch to Magicka, and then I'm gonna roll.
Oh, did I do my cooldown for the second one? I didn't, did I? That's the whole point. So the end of my second round, I get another cooldown.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
2 turns in a row is complicated. I like it.
Okay. I'm gonna. Ooh. You know what? No, I'm gonna do it all.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez, I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Who are we going for? The bear?
yeah, the bear is gonna be this, so that's 4 damage. That kills it. Okay,
Nice.
that's good. Oh yeah, this is actually really good then.
And then.
So that kills it, and then I get 2 tenacity.
Okay.
And what's that guy's range? 3. Okay, I can't use refuge. Okay.
Okay.
All right, and then that clears. Okay.
Okay. Monster turn.
All right, this guy's gonna go.
Boom, boom.
Okay, and he's gonna roll 2 attack dice.
2 attacks. I'm pretty good at rolling these attack dice. I should be worse. So it hits me 3, but I take 2 from that. And 1 point there. So I survive that by the skin of my teeth. Woo!
All right, these guys will clear. Make
We
sure
still
to keep
need-
those in separate
Yeah.
piles because once
We still need 2 more shots.
Yep. Okay. We gotta book it.
We do. We do.
Yep.
You need to kill that. Because I need to go and explore. Right?
Okay. I mean, I also have sprint, so I can. But I mean, you should go first, and then
Yeah.
hopefully maybe you can move in such a way that I can get
Okay.
past you.
So we have to do it in the next turn. I take a point of damage. Is that right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. So let's see what's next.
Oh, dang it!
No more shards.
No more shards. Players cannot roll proficiency dice while on this tile.
Ruh-roh.
But hey, if we trigger this trap, each enemy on this tile will lose 5 HP.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to spawn a 5 and a 1.
Yep.
I'm
I'm coming
thinking
straight across.
like that, or like you could do that, and
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I like it.
because this is like the healing room. So
It is. Oh my gosh, I
So
need to
maybe
get to the healing
yeah,
room.
you got to get to the healing room. We're still in it.
So we need a 5 and a 1.
A 5 and a 1.
So 5
And
is a
there's
big.
no treasure
Oh,
spawns.
it's the Voroplasm.
Voroplasm. All right, so he's got 4 health, right?
Yeah.
And this is loses HP, not takes 5 damage.
Right.
So if you pull off this trap, these guys will just die.
Oh no, it's the mud crab. I can't kill the mud crab.
All right, here's the question.
Yes.
If I put the mud crab there, you can't get to the healing room.
Right. Well, I've already moved
Well,
3,
so you'll
I
die.
can't do it this time.
So I assume you already moved 3?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna die.
I'm not gonna. Well, no, I just run away from it. I come around this way.
No, I know you're gonna die when you get fatigued. Oh wait, no, barnacle crab? No, that's negative status die.
Is there any other healing?
You don't.
Don't.
So because you already moved 1, 2, 3, so the
Yep.
most you can move is 4. In which case, you probably want to just move away there so that I can cut in.
See if
in.
you
So
can do
we
it.
should put him here then.
Okay.
All right.
So I can do 4. Oh, and there's a treasure.
There's no spawn though for it. There's no icon.
Ah, there's no icon. Okay.
But
cool.
if you go there, then I can't get in. So I'm saying if you go there,
Why can't you go this way?
because these guys are blocking.
Oh, you need to get into here.
I need to get to these spots if I want to try and reveal more.
Sure, without killing these.
Yeah,
I guess
because I'm trying. Like, I don't know if we can afford to go another. Although, wait, hold on. I'm gonna move 3.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna sprint. So I can't get there anyway.
Okay.
So
We just try and kill the crabs.
yeah, actually, go ahead and move in there. Then. Never mind. Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4. I couldn't, even if I'd gone straight to the healing room. 1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah,
I
you're
couldn't have been
yeah.
able to go around that way anyway. Where would you like me to go?
Just go here and then maybe try and trigger the trap and kill these guys.
Okay.
Okay. So It's going to be a 4-5-2, but only 2 attempts.
4-5-2, 2 attempts. Okay. Well, I can use all my fatigue on this.
I hope it's okay that I'm standing up.
Try not to lean forward as much.
4-5-2. Come on. So I've got a 5. So 4-5-2. So 3 fatigue would do it.
3 fatigue would do it, and I would kill them both.
Ping. Huzzah.
It's Stalwart takes damage to its HP, including true damage. This is just straight up loses 5 chips, so it's a little different.
No damage, just death.
Just death. We flooded them.
I like it.
You would imagine the crab would know how to
Flooded
swim.
crab. Okay, I'm gonna eat the crab to get something.
I mean, you eat your...
eat my barnacle crab. Okay, your turn.
My turn. Okay. Well... I can't reach that far. My arms are short. So I'm going to go there. And yes, I could hypothetically spawn another enemy, but I got to take the risk because I need that health. Okay. Would you like to do the honors this time?
For which one?
Just
Rolling the
roll
d6. 3.
Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay. So then enemies are going to go.
Yep.
It does have rot. Oh, no, because it's feared.
Yeah.
So the closest 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to go for the weakest, so it's going to go towards you.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. These clear?
Yep.
Fatigue round. Over fatigue.
So we take a... Yep.
Oh, I get these back.
So when do we take damage from...
At the start of your turn.
For each one of those in there?
Yep.
Boo.
So, yeah, I think you just die.
Yep. So I get knocked down. So close. I had all my dice back.
And I don't have any way to heal you. This is why I should have taken restoration. You say this? We didn't take restoration. Like, I have all this magicka,
Not much
and I
healing
should have
between
taken
us.
restoration. I wanted the damage.
I know, right? Well, it's good to show that we're
with
doing...
the damage.
And we've also turned out 4 things in a row with only 1
Yep.
shard.
Okay, so
Try and...
we should have also taken... There was that Moonlight Heart in the last shop, which is when you would take fatigue, any kind of fatigue, including over fatigue, add a health to it, and it can take like 4 or something
wow.
like that. Like we should have taken... should have taken that. Because I think we would be sitting really pretty.
With my dying breath, you can drag me out, and we can go back to the shop. Okay, so do you want to go and explore one more just to see? I mean,
Yeah.
you need to get 2 more shards.
Okay. All right. Here we go. So 1, 2, 3.
You take your point of damage.
No. Fine. I'll take my point of damage. All right. No way. Look at that. Look at how many
2
shards
more
it spawns.
shards.
Okay, here we go. We are still in this. All right. I'm gonna spawn. I'm gonna do it like that, so the enemy spawn as far away as possible. Because I was here, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. Okay. Or can I? Is that farther? Okay. So
Sorry, Mr. Cameraman.
when revealed, the party may choose to leave one reward hex empty and change the other to relic.
How would you like it?
Okay. I think we win. Oh my god. All right, could I have this is the 3rd sky shard, so replace each enemy on this tile with a level 20. So actually I need 2 20s.
Okay. Roll.
But that's okay. I'm not planning on fighting these guys.
So
Okay, good. And they they don't have far
They don't have a
aggro.
rush.
And the big thing I was worried about was like if they were range and they had like 6 or 7 aggro range, like
Gotcha.
harder to get away.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And then the other one has 10. 6. Oh my god, these things are huge.
Yeah, so okay. I mean, I guess I'll just spawn these, but I'm not going for them.
Yep.
All right, so I do need to actually step in there. So I was here, right?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. So that was so I'm gonna have to sprint.
Yep.
Which I have the tenacity to do. So I'm gonna sprint to go 1, get the 2, 3, 4.
So we get those
Sorry.
2 for just stepping into
1,
that
2, 3. So
cavern.
3. We get the 2. So we've got the 4. Then 1, 2, 3, I'm outside of range. 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm outside of range. So we can fast travel out.
Okay.
We did it. Because I'll just fast travel out at the end of the turn.
Take my body with you.
And we get out of there.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. That was like the perfect tile. Holy crap.
That was pretty close.
There was a trap that would have triggered, but it only would have dealt damage to them.
Sure.
Not to me, but I could have taken the fatigue. So
Yep.
I'm just not even.
So the throne room was the final room.
Throne room was the final.
Let's show everybody.
Oh yeah.
on
Let's
the
show the room
close-up.
that saved our life.
We ran through. So I was, knocked down. So I didn't get another turn. I was taken out of action. But the throne room has got the final 2 shards in it that we needed. The largest hex group, which is what we put on there, it spawns the larger enemies if it's the end. It says the light at the end if it's the final one, and then some traps that it could have set off. So,
Which only would have hurt them. So that's why I was like,
right.
I just skipped it because I'm like, I don't.
Two
I would have
strongest
just.
enemies on the
I'll
side.
just say I auto failed it and just didn't deal the
Yep.
damage to them because I didn't.
And Andrew has something for us.
Do we know? Oh
Quick,
no.
quick question.
Yep.
No.
If they were dealt damage,
What?
they would be in threat range of you always, yes?
Not for the purposes of leaving the delve.
Well, I mean, because you would not have a choice with a trap. If you accidentally...
No.
succeeded-
So in order to fast travel out of the delve, it's not that you can't have any enemies not active.
Okay.
It's just you have to be outside of their threat range, which threat range is still a stat even if they're active. Like, for example, this dude over here who's at 2 health, like, it's okay that he's still alive. Yep. I was going to say, if you take this away from me.
I want to take it away from you.
No. That was really close.
No, that's a good point, though. Yeah. Okay. So we uncovered the delve, and then we got out of there. It was a tough assignment.
Yeah, it was.
But you managed to find the tome before your rivals and make it out of the caverns alive. Love how the tomes were just like sitting right there, like all these big guards, and they're like, we don't care about that.
And for the record, again, because it's my first playthrough, the fact that I was knocked down but you weren't meant that we were still successful as a group.
Yes. If I had died, then we would have lost.
we
But
would've
yeah,
lost, yeah.
even
Okay.
if we're doing 4-player and 3 people die, and you have one person
that gets
running that final gauntlet, hey, it's all good. All right. Returning to Lilmoth, you turn over the text to Famia Mercius, an imperial woman and the co-founder of Cyrodiilic Collections. Her face changes from excited to grim as she carefully pages through the first few chapters. This is undoubtedly an important Argonian artifact, and you have our thanks, she said. Given what you saw on your journey and the information contained within, however, it may be unwise for us to display this volume publicly at this time. Still, we can't thank you enough for your service to our group and to the Argonian people. Even if this volume doesn't find a place in our public collection, it will serve as an invaluable resource for researchers on Argonian antiquity. And so we have completed the quest. And so we don't have it listed in the demo thing here, but how this would then work is there would then be a blurb sort of explaining, okay, what next? Where to go next? And so these quests have, at the end of every quest, there's always going to be at least 3 options that you can choose. You can stay in Black Marsh and continue the evolving Black Marsh story.
Yep.
So, for example, I can't remember exactly how this ties it, but all of these quests in Black Marsh will tie into a different Black Marsh quest.
Yep.
Can't exactly remember where this one ties into, but I know for just the point of an example, there's like the Mages Guild one where you track down the beasts that are infected with they've got something happen to them, and during that investigation, they find out it's like, oh well, this is like connected to this kind of lab, and it's something Deslandra's up to. And so, as we mentioned, earlier, there was that bit where they mentioned like, well, why does she want this text? So this would then carry over into another quest in Black Marsh that,
Right.
kind of. But the way they are designed in such a way is that you can start. They're almost like these story loops.
Yep.
You can start at one point, and because it's only ever going to be a 3-session campaign, you'll never fully do that whole loop.
Sure.
Which means that like you can enter the story at different parts, but it all feels like the story keeps moving forward. Because then after the end of 2nd session, then it'll be like, okay, we've tracked down Deslandra, we found out what she's doing in Black Marsh, and we're gonna go put a stop to this. Like we've been tracking her progress enough. The other options, though, is you can also choose to stay with the same guild. So if it's like, hey, the Undaunted, thank you for your services, and we actually have something else like in Morrowind, we want to send you on like
so same guild, different
same
region.
guild. It's just like, oh yeah, and we've been picking up that dust, like this shadowy figure we're tracking. Not everybody knows who Deslandra is, so it's like she's sometimes just referred to as this mysterious figure. Might be like, hey, we need to send you to Morrowind. Like we're picking up some stuff there.
Bad vibes.
Some bad vibes. And then you might go there. So every quest then, so it's like you can stay in the same region, continue the evolving story of that region.
Mm-hmm.
You can, but a different guild.
Yep.
So you'll be contracted by a different guild. You can stay with your same guild and sort of expand the evolving story with that guild.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you, and this is like, they're probably going to have the least amount of, like, there are some that have strong thematic connections between this one, but this is probably the one where it's like, okay, we need to change the scenery. So you'll have a different guild and different region.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's always going to be at least those three options.
Yep.
And then as on top of that, there might be some quests where, depending on how the quest goes, you may or may not be able to have an additional option.
Okay.
Like, not to give any, like, I don't want to like spoil anything, because part of these quests are reading through it, uncovering the story.
Yep.
But for example, there might be one that involves some kind of prison break. And depending on if
we can bleep that out, right?
What?
That's a hidden bit of. We haven't.
Right. I'm just saying hypothetically, and then there might be a situation where, depending on if a certain like a quest enemy, escapes or not, it might then, like if they escape, it might then lead into a quest that's all about tracking them down and taking them out. Or if you let them, if you stop them from escaping, then it's like, okay, well, they're not escaped, so that next quest, that option, wouldn't be relevant because they didn't escape. So that is sort of how these quests tie in together. And then once you've completed 2 quests, you'll sort of generate keywords. You sort of track down, you've been following Deslandra's movements and plans enough to be able to then sort of pinpoint where she's trying to do her big thing in that region.
Fantastic.
And that would be based on the region you last played. So even if we were to do Black Marsh and then we moved to Morrowind, for example, Morrowind would then determine our end game.
Gotcha.
So end games are based on the region.
You
do the second one in, and then they're going to be informed by the keywords you collect.
But more importantly, where's the infirmary? Because I need to go there right now.
You do need to go there. I was... Yeah.
That was pretty good. Well, firstly, thank you very much for running me through that.
Of course.
That was it was pretty brutal trying to manage. There were points on the character building where it's like, do I spend more time? The cooldown is way more important than you think it is when you first play through. So I think balancing where you're spending those and saving up to get the 4 and the 5 and the 6 point points is going to be crucial. But the tension on pulling those ones, it's like, where are the other shards? And then I just assumed we'd lost at the end. It's like, I let us down. And then pulling that last one was great.
Well, what's even crazier is there's a card in here I know that spawns that room as well. In fact, actually, I just want to double check, make sure it wasn't this one and I just misread it. Yes. But there's one where it's like, if the suspicious pond is in play, that a bunch of enemies spawn in the suspicious pond, which was this one.
Sure.
And so if I was then like, and then I would be all of a sudden I have all of these units here, and I'm like, oh no.
But so I definitely did not feel undefeatable. Obviously, I got defeated. But so one of the things that I was wary of was like, is this going to be too easy to go through this? Well, the first delve we had to get out of there pretty quickly because we'd already taken so much fatigue and we started on the back foot with a stun. Whereas this one, we actually had to keep fighting. And I got knocked down because of the round that we got to, and then you took one more round to get through. And so there is a definite kind of, we are at our limit of what we can achieve with this mission with our characters as they're built right now. So that felt good to push the limits on that.
And like also too, like where items are super important. Like for example, I mentioned that Moonlight Heart.
Right. Yeah.
That me not deciding not to take it, I was too blinded by like the double synergy of these relics that I'm like,
players are always going to go for killy characters and getting killy items first until you understand it's like, oh my god, there is a real threat here. And finding what that limit is like, I'm not going to take all these killy things next time.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that extra, getting the extra medallion turn to get through the bigger character to give you a chance at the final
That
room
medallion
was
saved
perfect.
us.
So there we go. No, awesome.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to the next session.
Sweet.
So do you want to sign us off and then we'll let them wrap it up?
I think so. I guess I'll just ask real quick if there are nope. Okay. Then yeah, we are good to sign off. Thank you so much for checking it out, whether you watched it live or from the future. But yeah.
Thank you for
I'm
supporting the
excited.
campaign. Thank you for supporting us.
Yeah, I'm excited. We've been completely in the dark since we literally.
No, there's huge lights here. What are you talking about?
Well, if you look past the lights, then it's completely dark. It is. So I'm excited to hop back to the campaign, see how everything's doing.
It's been a good 3-hour session or whatever it is with the full explain.
With the team.
So I think what it says on the box is about 2.5 hours, or what we say.
It says 2 hours plus 30 minutes per player. So a 2-player, 3 hours is.
So a full teach, explanation, stopping to talk about all sorts of stuff, and we've gone over that by a good 30 minutes or so. So that is absolutely in the realm of where it should be and how it should feel. So hopefully that gives everybody at home a great feel for where we are with the game right now. Please keep in mind, things will change, terminology will change, some of the symbols will change. So, as Salem was mentioning earlier, don't refer back to this as a how to play in 18 months' time when this is released. Please, we will have updated videos at that point. But this is a really good way of seeing pretty much everything that's involved in first session playthroughs, and I'm sure we'll do another one in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and same with too, like as far as as we get further along into like public playtest, and that I know that's a thing that I've seen a number of questions. Not so much today, but just over the last few weeks, people asking about public playtesting. We have not started that yet. We did the initial interest thing back in December, but we were not able to get started due to a number of factors. But so that hasn't started yet. So to anybody who is worried about I signed up but haven't heard anything, was I not selected yet, or things like that,
it's coming up.
Has not happened yet. But yeah, that is really once we get into that, that's where we'll be working out all of the specific fine tuning of balance and making sure everything can feel good at all of the different player counts. We've done a fair amount of internal playtesting, but just due to how big this game is, going to get a lot of value from that widespread sort of public playtesting.
Awesome. So thank you again, and thank you for home for watching, and we'll talk to you again very soon.